Good morning, everyone. Alright, let's see. What was I doing? Okay, that heads back the way I came.
Victory awaits.
This takes me down? Up? Over. I see. Okay, cool. Nuncius. Something is enveloped within the sarcophagus's stasis field. Something that one would struggle to identify as a human being. The body's locked in a fetal position, the mouth open in mute agony, and only the tears streaming from the eyes, reminiscent of some weeping holy statue, reveal that the person is alive. Merciless waves of transmutation slowly and inexorably remake the body. The augmented fingers are covered with veins, vessels, and bones, and the blood that drips from them turns to mica, all in sepulchral silence, broken only by the breathing of the stasis sacculum apparatus. A funeral dragging on for half a century, attended by no one until today. Clutched in his hands, no, fused with his fingers, is a black cube of unnaturally smooth black material, and the endless cycle of excruciating metamorphosis. It is the only object that is unmoving and unchanging. Eogan touches the sacculum delicately with the tips of his fingers, as though fearing that the machine and its contents will crumble to dust. We meet again, dearest colleague. I would give anything to have you look at me now, your eyes brimming with reproach, resentment, even hatred. But all I see in them is pain and yearning. Is it yearning for life or for oblivion? I do not know. I stopped understanding myself long ago. Madness and guilt are bewildering. They muddle the brain. I've grown accustomed to it. But that I stopped understanding you, I can never forgive myself that. This cube is the artifact. A refractive transmuter. I'd confine it together with Nuncius. If it were removed, death would follow almost instantly. Of course, this is only a hypothesis, based on an analysis of my colleague's condition. A hypothesis I have no desire to test. Why are the mutations continuing even while in stasis? I don't know. This device is older than humanity itself. Who knows what else it is capable of? Stasis can only slow its effects. Greetings, Nuncius. He cannot hear you, but I appreciate that you still see him as a human being. It's time to end the experiment, Eogan. What will you do? I will save Nuncius. 50 years of searching, calculating, and experimenting cannot have been for nothing. I've traveled too far to surrender at the very end. This is a debt I owe to my colleague? No, to humanity. If I master death here and now, then I will pave the way for a new age in the Imperium. The methods do not matter. Does anyone remember the hundreds of failed attempts and sacrifices that are made in the search for a solution to a problem? If that solution ends up being the only correct one? Eogan asks vehemently, without looking at Nuncius. I will create a triasomata of myself, Nuncius, and xenotechnology. Oh dear God. The previous attempt was a failure, but since then, I have realized the true reasons for it. Imperial technology alone is not enough to restrain this corruption. I must resort to forbidden knowledge. There are still samples of our Necron finds here. They will allow me to perform the perfect transfer. I feel like I'm gonna lose Eogan too, and then I'm gonna be out both Cassia and Eogan for the final battles. And that is truly terrifying. Then do not delay. Do what you must. It is long past time. Eogan takes a deep breath and then enters a chain of commands into the Stasis Sacralum's cogitator. The field flickers and goes dark, and then the silence is shattered by Nuncius's inhuman screams. Eogan's mechadendrite plunges into the back of into the black cube and wrenches it from his colleague's hands. Before the mutations can spread through his tentacle, Eogan cuts off the end of it with a plasma cutter and hurls it and the cube into the container where the artifact was once kept. The remaining mechadendrites inject Nuncius with stimulants. The tech priest stops writhing, but it is clear that he has little time left. Nuncius struggles to say something, but Eogan does not give him the chance. The mechadendrites dig into his flesh, extracting and replacing organs one by one. Eogan rips something right out of his own body, quickly replacing it with implants or strange objects of apparent Xenos origin. One of the mechadendrites continuously emits the motive force, targeting organs and augments, compelling them to function against all odds. Eogan does not make a sound during the entire operation. Nuncius seizes the tech priest's hand with immense effort. Eogan, just let me go. I shall say nothing. Suddenly, Nuncius begins thrashing around in convulsions, a seizure so intense that he bites off his mutated tongue and begins choking on his own blood. No, blast it, no. Eogan roars gutturally, sending his mechadendrites swarming in panic. After a moment, Nuncius's body goes still. I'm still... Yes, Nuncius, yes, endure a little longer. We will be one. The Manipulus has lost his final shred of rationality. His gaze is now in full thrall to madness. He desperately extracts the distorted augments from the corpse and mercilessly reattaches them inside himself, heedless of the pain and blood. Last of all, he removes the cortical implant from Nuncius's head, a melted piece of dead metal, covered in lumps of brain matter. Whispering words you cannot make out, Eogan solders it next to his heart. Coughing up blood, Eogan collapses heavily to the floor. The triasomata is complete. Nuncius is in me. What have you done? I am the triasomata. Redemption from death. Nuncius and I are forever one. I will not be parted from him again. I'm so glad I was finally able to save you, dearest colleague. Are you alright? I'm ecstatic. Now that Nuncius is with me forever, together we can refine the triasomia procedure. How many triumphs await us? How much good we will deliver to humanity? And for what we have to thank Zen. Isn't that right, Nuncius? The servo skull is grimly silent. His eye sockets are as empty as a desecrated grave. What will you do with the artifact? It is dangerous. The risk of a similar situation happening again is high. I suggest we bury it here. But if you decide otherwise, I believe I could study its properties and develop a weapon based on it. I will trust your decision. Deliver it to the ship and make a weapon. As you will. Let us be off, rogue trader. We have nothing more to seek in the realm of the dead. The deeds of the living await us. Oh god, why? Do we get any new stuff here? Surprised he didn't go more heretical or anything here. Alright. We save, and we go to the main menu, and then we come back so that we get rid of this horrid white light bug. Modified transonic cannon. It is a shame that you can't use the transonic cannon and the Magna Rail Lance. He just never has anything for his Sinistral insertion. Great Machine has fallen silent. Its cables and conduits snake toward the stasis tackle him. Sarcophagus, as if mourning over Nuncius' solitary body and its final resting place. I'm just glad I didn't lose Aogen there. Confusion reigns among the Void Ship's auger operators. The unidentified emission keeps disappearing and then reappearing on our scanners. At first, it seems the sandstorms are to blame for this, hiding the source of the radiation. A team of explorers easily overcomes these storms and begins studying the surface. As their accounts suggest, the planet remains are littered with broken and mangled ruins of Xenos origin. Insect-like constructs flicker among the ruins, like static on a malfunctioning cogitator. Their black metallic bodies are equipped with grappling blades, which bring to mind the spindly legs of spiders. With each occurrence, the device looks more and more distorted, bent, and sometimes even appear directly in the remnants of walls or overlap each other. The only stable thing in this structure is a deep hole with a melted rock at its center. Whatever purpose this structure served for the Xenos, the meteorite destroyed it long before the arrival of the rogue trader. Linger to observe the object. Magos Anuamin volunteers to lead the observation team. His passion for the Xenos devices borders on heresy, and he takes a long time after his return to report to the Lord Captain. Later, Pascal admits that he is discouraged by the gap between the scientific accomplishments of the Xenos and the capabilities of modern tech priests. Let's go speak with Aogen, see if he has anything new to say.
No, Nuncius. I am certain that we can expand the scale of the experiment, even without a reliable material basis of Xenos relics. Keep your cynicism to yourself. Triosomia is the future of our practice.
Aogen is talking animatedly to himself, not even turning around to look at the dummy servo skull over his shoulder.
Rogue Trader, as you can see, my unification with my colleague is already proving fruitful. There are nuances to triosomia that we have still to refine, but as you are aware, it is all the easier for me to experiment on myself. I cannot describe the exultation I feel at being reunited with my dearest colleague. He is alive thanks to you.
The Manipulus gestures delightedly at the empty air.
You must be wondering about my progress on the weapon I promised you. Given the opportunity to focus on studying the artifact, I was able to modify a plasma gun after discovering its true potential with the help of unconventional methods. I hope you find this creation to your liking.
Grasp of Amsanct. Oh, that's actually really neat.
I find our conversations...
Aogen, you get to use this now. Enjoy. And on top of that, let us throw this on you. It's just the smallest upgrade, but it is an upgrade nonetheless. You know what? I'm gonna go see if Irliot has anything new to say to me as well.
Militant, I trust your journeys were fruitful.
Allow me to ask you a few personal questions.
What do you wish to talk about?
Okay, never
The
mind.
words of truth sound like music. This is what...
Okay, let me see here. Most of the surface is covered in icy dunes with greenish highlights. At first, officers aboard the vessel decide that the unusual color of the ice is due to a quirk of the atmosphere. Later, it becomes evident that the surface of the highlights is a group of monstrous pyramidal structures wreathed in an emerald fire. Examining them in detail with magnoculars, it can be seen that one of the monoliths is damaged. A device on its wall emits an energy beam at a similar pyramid, not far from itself. Examine the structures. The Von Valencia scouts approach the monoliths with as much care as possible, fearing the appearance of an enemy. The small servitor, sent to gather data about the energy beam, clearly demonstrated the destructive power of this xenotechnology. After carelessly making contact with the beam, it instantaneously broke apart into minuscule pieces. It is curious that the second pyramid is still intact, and that only matter at the source of the beam is being destroyed. Study the surviving monolith. The energy beam barely reflects off the dark metal of the pyramid. Occasionally, a scarcely visible wave runs across the surface of the monolith's wall, after which the material appears to become even smoother. It's as if one monolith is feeding the other, not destroying it. A few scouts decide to come closer in order to better examine the phenomena. The soldiers of the Von Valencius notice a fragment of metallic ribcage melted right into the material of one of the walls, like a bizarre bas-relief. Between the rows of ribs and a talisman of black stone shimmers with colored light after each wave of energy. The end is nigh. How's it going, Juice Oosterman? Hope all is well. I have posted a final poll with all of the games that performed well on the previous polls. Well, as many as of them that I could fit on there. Let's see. The figure to which the talisman belonged shows no signs of life. After a quick debate, the officers decide to take the artifact on board. Strength, toughness, and agility are decreased by 15. You can use heroic acts at 125 momentum instead of 175. And, that is actually very interesting. I do appreciate it. Fire plasma torpedoes at the Xenos monoliths. The phenomenon seems too dangerous to leave as it is. And the Von Valencius flagship bombards the monoliths until the last fragments are turned to dust by torpedoes and flashes from the pyramid's own deadly weaponry. In the next combat, your torpedoes will be unavailable during the first 2 rounds. During and after the 3rd round, their damage will be increased by 25%. Not fond of that. It is a good list of games. I am certain that whatever wins out, I will enjoy playing. So long as people actually show up to watch. Let us... The Augurs reveal 2 Xenos ships hurtling through clouds of cosmic dust. A message is coming from one of the alien vessels on an encrypted Vox frequency used by the Von Valencius dynasty. According to the transmission, Lady Theodora's people are aboard the Xenos ship. Request a report on the enemy. The Augurs are spotting more and more Xenos vessels, but most of them are in a strange state of dormancy. Are they asleep? Dead? Cautiousness dictates not to test this hypothesis. Thankfully, the nebulae in the system could allow the Dynasty's flagship to evade danger. Establish Vox contact. Same request for help keeps coming back. We are alive. We are fighting. We need support. Not a moment to lose. To battle.
Finally, some real action.
Is this the friendly one, or sleeping? do I want to go about this? I'm going to go for a new heading.
Lay in the course.
Come up this way. Protect my ass. And, throw this down. Yeah, this might be fine. Shallow jump to get even further away. Yes. I thought this was known.
The time has come.
I will come up back around this way. Protect my nose.
Annihilate them! Torpedo!
Okay. Those are still a fair ways off. Reanimation is so fun, isn't it? I'm gonna shallow jump into the fog so that I have more evasion. And hope that their angle has them hit me in the ass. Oh, okay, that works. That's not what I meant to hit. I meant to hit this. Okay, well, that makes things awkward.
Set the course. Macro cannon, volley! The time has come.
You don't say, huh? that did fuck all. Alright, well, my ass is protected and facing them, so hopefully that'll be enough. Okay, they didn't even attack me.
Unleash our vengeful salvo!
Pardon the minor coughing. Alright, I'm going to swing around.
Lay in the course. Onward. A night.
And then warp wave. This one. Yeah, I think we're fine here. Okay, if we come here, we can blow up.
The time has come. Another salvo! Lay in the course. Macro cannon, volley!
Okay, and then I will shallow jump. I feel like I should probably switch this to my right side. Oh, cool, I got my right and left. There we go. Let's go play with this one. It doesn't let me because it's not active. Oh, that's lame. Alright, cool. It ignored me. I'm okay with that.
Set the course. Unleash our vengeful salvo. Annihilate.
Okay. this'll be fine. Rude. It didn't even do, like, any damage to me.
Leave their house strewn across the stars! The time has come.
More AI viewer bullshit. Get out of here with that. Emotional damage? Kinda, I guess. Let's head into the mist. And, yeah, that'll be fine. I need to remember to use this more often. Doesn't really matter, though. Trigger that one's, reanimation. For these being the endgame ships, they're very flaccid. They do a whole lot of nothing.
Set the course. The time has come. Unleash our vengeful salvo! Enough!
Okay. Nice, no damage. Adding extra few minutes to Act 5, you pretty much.
The righteous fury of the Exalted One.
A Death Sphere. Oh, yay. The Xenos are defeated and your men board the enemy ship. Cutting their way through the bulkheads to the source of the signal, they find the decayed remains of a Von Valencius boarding party. One of the corpses is clutching a voxcaster, sending the voices of the dead out into the void. All of them fell many decades ago. The data slate and a weapon that belonged to the commander of the boarding party were recovered from the dead men's belongings. The words "hope is poison, kill it, then death becomes easy and desirable" were scratched into the stock. Study the contents of the data slate. Find a single order given by Lady Theodora. The boarding party was commanded to infiltrate the Xenos vessel and hold off the enemy until the Dynasty flagship withdraws to a safe distance. Bring the remains of the flagship, up to the flagship, and give them a proper burial in the crypt. Did I get the secret companion? That's a very fair point. I don't think I got a secret companion, did I? I mean, Winterscale came aboard, but I don't think he joined me. Like, in party. Is he here somewhere? I don't see him. I have no idea where he is. He did join the ship, right? I'm not crazy? Yeah, I thought I got him too, but... I have no idea where he went. Oh well. Very nice. No secret companion for me. I'm okay with that, though. They were on the bridge? Yeah, that makes sense. The greenish glow of the gigantic ring, made from unknown materials, flows through the windows of the captain's bridge. The void ship's instruments measure a whole spectrum of various emissions. Sometimes the dull green is darkened by clouds of space dust, or bent by gravitational waves. The object most closely resembles a portal, albeit what's passing through it cannot be clearly defined. Send a team to examine the object. Additional equipment and a closer position allow the team to understand part of what's happening. The portal seems to resemble the gate devices used by the Eldari and Drukhari, only made of a different material. The metallic shine of the ring alternates with the darkness of the large blocks of stone, reminiscent of the material that makes up the famous Cadian pylons. Analysis of the wave signatures indicates that the construct was once used parts of the webway, the Eldari system of pathways. However, in its current condition, the portal is not fit for transporting vessels. It is unstable and often begins unleashing dangerous cosmic objects. Instead of transports, the gate spews forth dark light waves and deadly breaths of incandescent gas, the latter taken from a star's photosphere. Observe the anomaly. Arcs of incandescent star gases bursting from the ring pierce the darkness of space, reflected by the surface of the other celestial bodies in the system. At times, dark light waves bend the edges of the portal, but they are quickly restored thanks to the enigmatic flowing metal. Then lashes of the purple clouds, dissected by threads of lightning, appear in the center of the ring. An unseen force prevents them from reaching the other side of the portal, as the blocks of blackstone become covered in purple scarlet illumination. If the ring truly were a portal, it is not fit to serve as one any longer. Stellar heat and gravitational force forbid any vessel from passing through it. According to the ship's astropaths, the purple clouds are an even more dangerous phenomenon, indicating that the powers of the warp are eager to flow out of the portal into real space. As if to highlight its deadliness, with the next wave of dark light, the portal throws out the shattered remains of an unidentified void ship. Hard to believe that a civilization capable of creating a device as powerful as this could have undergone such a decline. Okay. Serious question. You're not able to buy or sell anything from any of the vendors at this point in the game. Why did that give me cargo? Am I missing something? What? Nope, sorry. I'm reporting that as a bug. I don't give a damn. That feels like a bug. What system am I in? Never mind, I'm not reporting this as a bug. I don't care to try and type that out as the system. They win. They win this one. Yeah. At least +1 weapons you can theoretically equip. Cargo I can do literally nothing with. Under thin clouds, as if shredded by a careless blade, sway vast steppes carpeted by pale gold deadwood. The rogue trader's attentive eye distinguishes a region among the endless grasses that does not fit into the general landscapes. The scouts from the shuttle see signs of intelligent life. Judging by the trampled soil and tent frames, someone made camp here. Distant silhouettes form a tangle of paths and obstacles. A maze, the outer walls are supplemented by a multitude of spikes and blades and decorated with scraps of leather and withered crucified prisoners. It does not take an expert in xenoculture to reason that Drukhari have been here. Send out a squad of scouts to search the camp. As they comb over the tracks left around the Drukhari structures, the scouts find items of Imperium make, blood-soaked clothes, an Aquila patch, and a data slate cracked in half. Gothic letters and the symbol of the Inquisition are frozen in its bottom half. The sentence fragments make up part of an exploration report. Servants of Von Valencius find a rough illustration of the camp in the pocket of a filthy coat. On it are marked 2 locations. The first is shown with a sword and highlights the area where the items were found. The other is a skull and points to a patch of ground by the maze. Find out what is in the place marked by the skull. I failed. The scouts conduct a cursory exploration of the marked earth. A few men fall into camouflaged pit, studded with strong, thin needles. Their bodies swell from the punctures, being filled with an unknown toxin. Their comrades above freeze from the screams, then come to their senses and begin extracting the unfortunate explorers. In a niche sunk into the wall of the trap, glitters a volumetric flask with an ugly creature that looks like several brains stuck together. Alright, whoops. Oh well, that's whatever. All I need is warp wave. Analyze the nature of the creature. Rogue Trader's people recognize the grotesque figure as a Drukhari Medusa, a parasite capable of registering emotions and transferring them to its masters. This thing was left here as the equivalent of a picked recorder, collecting the suffering of the Drukhari victims. Eldar brain found. Oh no, we're going Baldur's Gate 3 again. An Elder brain. Sorry, bad joke, probably. Let's see. Continue exploring the area. Destroy the abomination. Pain blockers. The flask explodes into shrapnel fragments under a salvo from the scouts' rifles. The remaining liquid is collected into several test tubes to be examined on the ship's laboratorium, and put to good use or destroyed on the orders of the Rogue Trader. Continue exploring the area. Deep prints belonging to landing legs and a ladder are visible in the grass behind the maze. The relative positions of the recesses correspond to the design of an Imperial shuttle. When the Von Valencia scouts approach, they find a wax seal bearing the symbol of the Inquisition, and a monogram formed from the letters of XC. An officer voices the proposition that the initials correspond to the name of Lord Inquisitor Xavier Calcazar. Search for other objects in the grass. Last stand. While the wielder has less than 4 traumas, and an adjacent ally still in combat, the wielder's wounds cannot drop below 1. Each instance of lethal damage inflicts a random trauma instead. Ooh, that's actually spicy. A segment of the dry grass a few meters in front of the prints from the ladder has been cut as if scythed. Among the chopped stems lies a piece of a Drukhari trophy, a flap of dark skin stretched out by thin chains, most of it covered by a tattoo, a silhouette of a storm or tornado, and a black symbol composed of curved lines and sharp shapes. Yeah. Burn away all trace of Xenos presence. Yay, more cargo! The predatory structures do not burn easily, and it takes a long time for them to heat up. When the flames finally gather strength, turquoise explosions flash amid the yellow-orange waves. Whatever was down there was dangerous. Alright, it is time for ads. The ads will last for 3 minutes. The disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads on Twitch for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. Oh, short TLDR. How's it going, Durzak? My build is a melee and gun build utilizing the fleet combat training from Navy officer, and I am using this augment here to make it so I only have to scale ballistic skill instead of weapons skill. And then I also have a focal emitter. So I'm scaling ballistic skill, perception, and agility. And I am a warrior arc militant exemplar. That is my short TLDR before the ads. And I will catch everyone after the ads. Of note, I will be restarting to get rid of this visual bug during the ads. Because that is abhorrent on the eyes. Yeah, that was some weird placeholder imagery, I think, that was going on there. Alright, the ads are finished. Alright, so, Durzok. Now that I don't have to worry about the ads looming, here are some of my other augments. I have the focal emitter, so if I do a single target attack against a target in a 3-cell radius, I make a shot with this augment, immediately dealing perception scaling damage with a lot of armor penetration. So that's really nice. Sadly, it does not count for versatility of Arc Militant. Over here, I have this weapon optimizer. It gives lots of bonuses to different weapon types. But the big thing is, I can galvanize it and then apply all of those bonuses to whatever weapons I'm currently using for an entire round. But then I gain a stack of fatigued until the end of combat. So the idea is I galvanize, and then I just go ham and kill everything. But the big augment here, aside from the cerebral inverter, big augment is this one here. The user gains the Maiming Convergence ability, which deals 15 direct damage to an enemy within 1 plus Agi bonus divided by 2 cells. Then they're pulled to that enemy. If the user has a melee weapon equipped, they attack that enemy. And then, on kill, the cooldown of Maiming Convergence is reset. So I can use this for a lot of extra movement in a turn. I wish the game was harder. I feel like Acts 1 and early Act 2 are harder. Because they did some XP finagling for that part of the game. But you still end up, like, super over-leveled by the end of Act 2. And, outside of, like, 3 or 4 fights at the start of Act 3... you know, then it just becomes easy mode. But yeah, this is a fun way to move around the battlefield and just get a bunch of extra damage in. And because I have the fleet combat training, if I crit with my main hand weapon using Maiming Convergence, then I will get a shot off with my offhand, and then I will also get an eye laser blast as well. And these are the weapons I'm currently using. I'm using Tearing Vengeance, and then I am using the Elite Blast Pistol as my offhand. Act 3 beginning is my favorite part of the combat, yes. I wish all combat in the game was on the level of early Act 3. Yeah. Blade Dancer Executioner is bugged right now, and Blade Dancer's, like, core abilities aren't counting as melee attacks for the so they aren't ending up applying, or they aren't applying damage over time. Oh yeah, no, I love hard difficulty. Wrath of the Righteous is like the sweet spot of difficulty for me in like video games. Probably my favorite spot difficulty wise. Unfair is a little on the tedious side. It's not like too off the deep end or anything, but it's a little on the tedious side. And then this game's difficulty is non-existent. Yeah, that's fair. It just kind of sucks that unfair difficulty for Rogue Trader feels like story mode Wrath of the Righteous for 90% of the gameplay, and then it feels like normal difficulty or maybe even like core difficulty at like the start of Act 3. And then it goes back to story mode. Yeah. Well, you still get to fuck around just fine in hard difficulty as well. I have so many weird jank builds that I do in hard that work out just fine. Granted, I'm using a couple mods, like tabletop tweaks and such, which generally make it a little harder. But I'm also using Spellbook Merge, so Like, a bunch of half-casters can merge with some of the non-angel and non-lich paths. Like, Inquisitor being able to merge with Aeon. Yeah, the initiative in Rogue Trader is just kinda... yeah. Act 1 and Footfall. Footfall can be a little scary. Cinder's a beast. If you are not prepared and Cinder rolls high on initiative, there is a good chance you could die. Alright. Oh yeah, I need to change my title to Act 5 on both YouTube and Twitch. There we go. Okay, that is fair. Kiavagama gave me a rough time in 3 of the fights, even as, like, my 3rd planet. The boss of Kiavagama was a non-issue. The boss was, like, the easiest fight ever. But the Screamer, and Hanuman, at minimum, those 2 fights almost wiped me out. I had some real struggles there. Yeah. Aurora is a little neutered. It's still scary if they get a burst attack off on your party, but once you know how to spread people out and whatnot, it's not the worst. Sniper's still a little scary. Yeah, for some reason the sniper walks forward now instead of just sniping. They did something weird with its AI. One sec, I gotta blow my nose again. God. I sneezed and now I just have to keep blowing my nose. Lord Captain, there was an incident on the flight deck. The planet we discovered is located at the coordinates of interest to the Honorable Ulfar, Angel of the Emperor. The moment he learned about this, he chose to abandon ship. He ordered a shuttle to be provided to him and directed it to the world before us. We do not know where exactly he wishes to go, but the augurs have tracked the shuttle to its landing site. Why have I not been notified of his actions right away? He forbade it, and the enforcers did not dare to defy an Angel of the Emperor. I'm very sorry. Execute the sentries who were guarding the shuttles. Your order will be carried out with the utmost diligence. Yeah, I've heard there's less fighting, but that the fights are actually... that they actually pose a threat. So, I mean, that's okay. I'm cool with less but more meaningful fights. That does sound preferable. Scouting party, led by the rogue trader himself, makes planetfall on the frozen world. The shuttle on which Ulfar Thunderlung departed, the ship, has been designated the starting point for the search. Also, how's it going, Cleve Wizard? Did I say hi to you yet? Hope all's well. In case you're curious, there is a new poll on YouTube for, it essentially took all the games that were doing well in the other polls and placed them against each other. So. True, the Dark Heresy beta is only, like, Act 1 at the moment. And if there's going to be, like, 4 or 5 acts, you know, things could spiral out of control again. Said shuttles found at the landing site intact and undamaged. Scout out the area. Scouts discover numerous structures, burial grounds, and obelisks of the Xeno race that once ruled these star systems, all of which are now encased in ice and solemn sepulchral stillness. Contractually obligated to vote for XCOM, thus you have done. Awesome. The whole process of being investigator is pretty fun too. Sweet. I look forward to it. I have access to the beta. I have only looked through character creation though. I have not gone further than that. I want to go in mostly blind when it launches on Unfair Grimdarkness. And just beat my head until I beat it. That's kind of neat. No signs of activity by potentially hostile Xenos has been detected. Examine the stolen shuttle. The machine spirit is in fine form and is ready to ascend from the world's surface. No clues have been found as to Ulfar Thunderlung's intended destination, but a keen-eyed scout sights several disturbed snowdrifts that may indicate the route taken by the Space Wolf. Follow the trail. The group bravely ventures onward into the realm of blinding white and crackling frost. The sky is soon blanketed with snow clouds that block out the star's light. The wind, howling like a pack of hungry spirits, sweeps away all tracks and whips up a furious storm. The path is full of dangers. A treacherous crevice, hidden under the snow's crust, suddenly opens wide underneath the Enforcer's feet. It is only the vigilance of the Lord Captain and his companions who hear the telltale crack in time that saves the soldiers from certain death. A few hours later, the expedition comes to a plateau. Rising up ahead is the dark hull of an Imperial trading vessel that once landed on the world's surface. Investigate the ship. The ship is identified as the Revelation Granted. The merchant cog commandeered by the baleful Howl on footfall. No signs of struggle or other misfortune are found aboard. Only some useful cargo in the hold. Contrary to expectations, no crew members are found, dead or alive. The ship has been abandoned and its fuel systems are non-functional. The Promethium is frozen solid and ruptured to tanks and pipes. The escalating storm sweeps over the group as if trying to bury them in darkness, snow and obliterating whirlwinds. Send scouts to survey the area. Enforcers search the area and return without finding anything of interest. Not all of them return. In fact, several seem to have lost their way and fail to make it back to the ship. Look for signs of Ulfar. Fresh tracks in the snow leading out to the ship's airlocks indicate that he was here and recently. However, he was not alone. The scouts find strange dips in the snowdrifts surrounding the ship. It seems that someone was watching the ship from a position buried in the snow around the same time that Ulfar Thunderlung was searching it. Decide which direction the search will go in next. In the raging blizzard, it is impossible to determine which way the Space Wolf might have gone. A pair of brave trackers strike out on a long-distance scouting run and still have not returned hours later. Take shelter in the ship and set up camp. The bone-weary soldiers welcome the chance to rest. Watchful sentries stand guard while their more fortunate comrades stuff themselves in the now frozen with the now frozen rations of the ship's vanished crew. The temperature inexorably plummets, but the brave enforcers following the Lord Captain's example staunchly endure the trial and do not lose heart. One of the sentries delivers an anxious report to the Lord Captain. He has seen a massive shadow in the darkness. It was definitely not Ulfar Thunderlung. Go on the offensive. Squad of the best fighters, led by the Lord Captain, ventures outside the ship and scours the area twice. Unfortunately, the only result of their efforts is several squad members disappearing without a trace. Double the sentries. Despite the reinforcements, the sentries cannot conceal their fear. The unknown has robbed them of their courage. A messenger rushes to the Lord Captain to report that one of the sentries is missing. Large tracks have been found near the sentry's post, as well as a few drops of blood. Arm everyone and have them take up defensive positions. Casting food aside and rousing from fitful sleep, every member of the expedition prepares to fight and defend the blessed rogue trader. A terrible rumbling cuts through the roar of the storm, the clash and clamor of battle. It is followed by a furious, agonized scream. Send the party toward the sounds of battle as soon as possible. Okay. How? I have a 100 ballistic skill, and this is a 55% chance. Tied together with ropes and bolstering each other with battle cries, the enforcers rush toward the battle in human chains. Unable to see anything, head in the darkness and swirling snow, they blindly stride toward the source of the battle's monstrous thunder. Lord Captain will find a convenient firing position to strike the unknown enemy. Nice. Rogue Trader strides ahead to find a firing position from which he can view the battle. Suddenly, an eerie shadow leaps out of nowhere straight at the Lord Captain. It's cloaked by the snow and dark, which turn it into a barely discernible silhouette that emanates the promise of death. A bolt of lightning strikes the Rogue Trader before he can act to avoid it. The Lord Captain collapses, insensate to in the snow, and only the intervention of the enforcers who rush fearlessly to the defense of their lord force the malevolent foe to retreat. Ulfar has been found lying in the blood-soaked snow. There are signs of terrible battle all around, and the Space Wolf's body is covered in grievous wounds. The expedition healer doubts that even an angel of the Emperor will last long with such injuries. With great care, the insensate body of Ulfar Thunderlung is borne to the shuttles, and wasting no time, brought back to the ship for urgent treatment. Despite the healer's prognosis, the Space Wolf's spirit clings on, and he drags himself out of Mordecai's jaws. Alright. Ulfar. Are you here, Ulfar? It said he was brought back, but where is he? Hello? Alright, well, I might have lost Ulfar. That's fine. Wasn't using him anyway. I tried. Okay, game, that's just troll. What am I gonna use this plasteel for? Ooh. We have some spicy stuff here.
Torpedoes locked. On up. Macro cannon, volley! Fire right now!
Okay. That is all good. And then from here, I will head back up this way
Set the course.
and guard my ass. And then reduce the cooldown on this so that I can use it next turn. Torpedoes! Come down here and blow up.
Leave the hull strewn across the stars. Macro cannon, volley!
Okay. If I do this, it would still be this, and still be this. Would I be able to do it this way? Yes. Okay, and then I'll guard my front. My escort ship. Whatever will I do?
Another salvo! Leave the hull strewn across the stars! Torpedoes locked!
Alright, then I can do this. That won't be enough. So I will... No, that's still fine. Let's protect our left. And I will reduce the cooldown on that again. And try and ensure that they'd be attacking my left. Oh, actually I can get the attack in here. Sick. Extra range.
Another salvo!
Perfect. Nice misses. Or whatever those were. GG's. Archaeotech Plasma Battery. I have so many of those already. Thank you, game. Oh, I apparently have this. Sure. Alright. Ancient tunnels. A puzzled augur operator reports that an expeditionary shuttle belonging to the Von Valancius dynasty was detected on the planet's surface. Furthermore, according to its markings, it is assigned to your vessel. The operator also states that the entrance to a system of tunnels was spotted next to the shuttle. Request a full report on the shuttle. In the registry, the expeditionary shuttle number 712 has been designated as irretrievably lost. For many years, information about the circumstances of its disappearance is suspiciously sparse, as if someone deliberately erased it. From the crumbs of information that remain, you gather that it was sent to explore some object of unknown world, on the order of the Lord Captain Theodora, and never returned. Explore the tunnels. After disembarking, you notice that the shuttle is buried halfway in sand, and the Von Valancius coat of arms is practically erased from its side. This shuttle has clearly been here for a very long time. Next to the shuttle, you find crates of archaeological equipment, on which one can just barely make out the emblem of the explorators. Most of these crates are lying next to a massive black doors, the massive black doors of Xenos origin, the entrance to the tunnels. The descent into the depths takes several hours. You make your way through cramped corridors, giving way to huge black halls, where a dim emerald glow from no discernible source brings forth the silhouettes of equipment abandoned by the tech priests. The suffocating, oppressive silence that accompanies you during the descent is broken only by the echo of your footsteps, deafening and yet so insignificant against the background of the Cyclopean arches.
It's about time.
Okay. Hey, a Weber that actually does damage. Holy shit. This is like the first Weber I've seen that's actually possibly usable. It also has a really nice effect on it. It's a shame that it comes in Act 5 when, you know, you're likely to not be spec'd into Webers because they all suck ass. Except for this one, apparently. Power Hammer.
I won't tolerate weakness.
All but buried under a thick layer of dust, these crates contain equipment still in prime condition. It is as though, even in the face of death, the tech priests would not dare offend the machine spirits by handling the equipment with anything less than reverence. These sensors were erected by tech priests to ward off malicious Xenos machine spirits.
It bears a monstrous resemblance to something I have seen before. I recognize the hallmarks of the Inquisition without a doubt. Sacrificing dozens of powerful but untrained minds to grasp the unknown, and then destroying the attained knowledge because it was too dangerous.
Veering into polemics, Genitor, is evidence of the fearlessness that has overtaken you. May I offer some advice? Rediscover your fear. The methods of the Holy Ordos is a very unfortunate subject for debate.
Alright, let's see here. Peach is completely motionless, like a black statue. The dark metal of its body shows no discernible damage.
Nuncius solved this conundrum.
The bodies of Skitari, whose flesh and armor have disintegrated in various places. Judging by their wounds, they were shot during a hasty retreat. The edges of the platform are twisted and melted. It appears to have been deliberately damaged by a powerful explosive.
None shall stand in my way.
It seems as though the dark hollows of its lifeless eyes could flare with the flame of ancient hatred at any moment, but the eye sockets remain empty. Judging by the debris, the passage was blocked on purpose.
My success was inevitable.
You're looking at part of a system of pylons used by small Xenos repair machines to move around the crypts.
Victory awaits.
Invasion has come to pass as foreseen. The impotent perpetrator must be destroyed. Rise ye who have known slumber and exact your punishment. I get a combat. I forgot what that was like. Oh hey, turn order is working right now.
Let's see to it. I won't object to it. Go on, beast. But of course, Lord Captain. Naturally. I won't object to it.
A Necron Immortal. Okay. Nothing particularly interesting there. I feel like it's a misnomer.
Do my bidding. Go on, beast. Let's see to it.
Incomprehensible.
Tell me, and it is done. Am I getting paid for this? Don't get too cocky.
Okay, we just continue
I can do
buffing.
that with the right incentive. Don't get too cocky. Tell me, and it is done.
Fair warning, I am a cultural potato
I can do
and
that with the
will
right
not get
incentive.
references like that.
Don't
Generally.
get too cocky.
Aogun. Before I do that, let's
Never fight fair.
give
I
Aogun
getting
his
paid
turn
for this?
here.
Lucius, I'm relying on you. A valid argument.
In Heresy, a lot of the abilities have either or restrictions, like you can charge or you can use Endure at the same turn on a warrior. Gotcha.
Astute.
That does make things more interesting, where you have to make tactical decisions.
A valid argument. Lucius, I'm relying. Astute observation.
Okay, let's see here.
Open book to me.
Okay, then we give me a turn.
Removing restrictions on the galvanic cell. Nothing I can't do. Already done. Not a problem for me.
We buff,
Nothing I
galvanize, reckless strike.
can't do. All to it. Watch and learn. Holy terror.
Goodbye, immortal. You truly were, you know, immortal.
Never wavered in the face of adversity.
For God's sake.
Nothing I can't do. Enough!
There's another immortal over there and an immortal back there. Alright, I will daring breach. And I will come up here and to preserve
Let's see how they
movement.
respond to this.
Settlement commencing.
And learn. You didn't stand a chance. Not a problem for me. Playing tricks on us.
Okay, then I can come up here. I want to preserve as much movement as possible. Then come over here. kick him, because I can. And then hook him.
Absolutely not. I shall not concede. You didn't stand a chance.
Okay, you are over there. Let us come here.
Nothing I can't do. Nothing of value has been lost. Doubt is for the weak.
Okay. Sure. I don't see how this is going to help you.
Face of the galaxy.
Outside of possibly stripping me of some buffs. How do I get up there? Activate stairway on right. Okay. Where is main character? I am nowhere near anybody. And I am without buffs. Well, ain't that a bitch? They found a way to get me. Hey again.
Tell me, and it is done. You've got a problem, I've got a prize.
Their strategy is working, kind of.
I can do that with the right.
It would work if I
incentive.
only had one DPS on the team. Unfortunately for them,
Am I getting paid for this?
that does not happen to be the case.
Don't get too cocky. Tell me, and it is done. You've got a problem. I've got a prize. Am I getting paid for this? Don't get too cocky.
Hey again.
Tell me, and it is done.
Have a turn. Oh, everybody is immune to voice of command right now? Okay. That's fine, I guess. Yeah. Go ahead and attack me. I don't care.
My creation, your assistance is required. Executing command.
Okay.
A valid argument. I cannot comply. Executing command. The force has guided my hand.
Took care of them. Let's give Heinrichs a turn here.
It's an incontrovertible fact.
But of course, Lord Captain. I won't object to it. Do my bidding. Let's see to it. I won't object to it.
God, Emperor,
But
do
of
not
course,
leave me now.
Lord Captain.
And then warp
Let's
speed,
see to it.
everyone.
The veil thins!
Get me a target.
Okay, there we are. And that'll be
I'll put
fine.
my psychic abilities to use.
Jai! Come here. Give Irliet a turn to shine.
They'll write legends about me.
We'll come up here. And
I
perfect
move
spot.
swiftly to strike. Moving no more.
To the Omnissiah.
I understand.
Okay.
This tedium is I kill death with my hands. If it serves your another soul slips beyond the veil. Moving no more.
Yeah.
Slips beyond the veil. I understand. No more.
Okay, and then I will
This
reload.
tedium is beneath me.
Here.
If it serves your
Here.
cause.
Here.
If I must.
We will go Wild Hunt.
My heart sinks with the thrill of battle. No weakness is hidden from my sight. Just guide me.
And then Flame the Bounty.
I understand. I kill death with my hands.
That hit? No, we missed.
This tedium is... State your intention.
There we go. Sometimes I am not needed as the rogue trader. Sometimes
I won't tolerate weakness.
Irliet will take care of it for me. You know? Insatiable. And then Last Confession of Magos Theseus, Delta Praximus. Run. You will find no grace in the machine god, of the machine god in these faithless halls. Only an unholy hatred that is more ancient than the fading stars of these distant systems. They are asleep, the legions of innumerable hosts, but their sleep is at its end, for no one's fault but mine. I have disturbed the slumber of an ancient mind, driven only by a thirst for extermination. Even death cannot snuff out the cold green flame of its lifeless eyes. I hear the lockstepped march of our doom. A silence echoes it. The silence of our assassins, if I could speak. For death has no need of words. Mercy is unknown to the Nephilimex, his wayward and unholy firstborn. We have blown up the bridges and barricaded the entrance in an effort to contain them, but their marching is ever louder, ever closer, ever more inescapable. As I listen to its resonant echo, I offer my last prayer to the Omnissiah, trusting in his mercy, for my transgression is great indeed. In my pride, I neglected the universal laws and attempted to harness the language of the ancient machine spirits that had once served the owners of these vaults, and I succeeded. As an infant comprehends the essence of words through images, so did I comprehend the meaning of certain symbols of his firstborn, and out of those I composed 2 or 3 forbidden litanies. My false orders sounded like just like the voices of those who commanded the essence of this eternal fortress. I stole their knowledge. More than once in my complacency, I uttered the dead words with my lips of flesh. Tarnishing them with the breath of life. I did so to open the sealed halls and bridge the chasms, so that our scouts could cross them, and by that unforgivable blasphemy, I condemned us all to death. To atone for what I've done, I've composed a crypto lullaby out of the dead words, akin to one that plunged the Nephilimex into mindless oblivion. At the dawn of time, more stolen words. The Xenosalter of machine worship has begun to sing it to the spirits of the machines in the fortress, but I know that before it concludes, the awakened wrath will have reached us. As I prepare for our last stand, I leave this confession as a warning to any who may dare walk in our footsteps. This is my final testament. Run. That's Cyber Eagle things, which we don't use.
A new challenge for me?
Ooh, what happens if we touch the pillar? As you approach, the black metal of the ancient slab begins to move. Geometric shapes appear on its surface. The 3 brightest ones are symbols for star transfiguration and imprisonment. Above them is another transcription. It's flickering, as feeble as a dead man's breath. My lord, I have spoken this testament to edify my spirit, so that after my reverie's vision comes to pass eternally, I may shed my oblivion of that which I lost when I gained all, and that which I gained when I lost all. I absorb the lifeless images, unheedful of the fleeting moments, for eternity is my worship. I lay my hand and hearken until my memory is an imperishable tomb, wherein the ashes of times past are laid to rest. Alright, it is time for ads. The ads will last for 3 minutes. Disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour on Twitch. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch everyone after the ads. Alright. The ad's finished. Let us continue. The tablets that speak through eternity, Eogan gazes greedily as if desperate to absorb every detail shimmering in the black metal. The secrets they conceal within themselves are sinister, yet they carry the truth across aeons. Do you realize, Rogue Trader, that only a select few among the living have experienced this? The knowledge entombed within this vessel is akin to a double-edged lancet. Place my palm on the star symbol. The slab surface wavers and ripples like a bottomless lake. The symbols are washed away and replaced with new ones. Their green glow is bright as it is lifeless. My lord, I behold the truth of them. The rapacious reapers who drank stars dark. Blind was their eyes, gaze that set upon us. Futile was their engorgement, for they would never be sated. Bathed in the ferocious rays of a deadly star, prisoners of our own brittle bodies, our race was withering, doomed to hurtle toward imminent and inglorious obliteration. War devoured existence within and without, and unity was a specter of dreams unattainable. Such was the way of things, and we knew naught else till we heard the call of the reapers of deathly stars. They made the summons, and we heeded their call, and we crafted, at their behest, indestructible bodies of living metal, for in their voice we heard a hope of escape from the putrescible nature of existence. Place my palm on the transfiguration symbol. A wave of animated metal sweeps away the symbols, and the slab shows you a new set. Their glow cuts through the crypt's darkness, making your eyes sting. My lord, I behold the truth of the rite of the biotransference, the renouncement of our decay-bound bodies, and soul-splitting agony that doomed us to an eternity of triumph. Their messenger manifested among the overlords of overlords, bearing the gift of triumphant indestructibility. No fee had been promised, yet a fee was to be paid. There came no refusal, and the gifting was done. Our artisans harnessed their craft to erect biofurnaces, the gates of indestructible permanence, and we entered the crucibles of immutability, and the tyranny of the withering flesh was cast off, and an eternal existence in bodies of living metal commenced. While they gorged their maws with our souls like carrion-eating beasts, for that was their fee. Only select overlords preserved their selfhood tenaciously and fended off the oblivion of their minds and wills. So this is just the history of the Necrons, how they came to be. Place your palm on the imprisonment symbol. Your touch sends the symbol scurrying away like crypt beetles, only for new ones to take their place. My lord, I behold the truth of the fate that befell them, fashioned by our touches. Their imprisonment is our liberty. This is the enthroned truth that reigns supreme. Thus delivered from transient life's decay, we came forth as mighty unity. Guided by them who had now sated themselves, we turned our foes to naught. But their tyranny had not made us oblivious to deception. Preparations were made and armaments were fashioned, and they were shattered, and their fragments were engulfed in timeless tesseract prisons. There was war. Born before death itself, they were strangers to inexistence. Therefore, my lord, I place one of these prisons in your immortal custody. For as long as the Yekmit endures, so too will its impregnable walls. You've come across theories that speak of an ancient Xenos race that gained a metallic form, of mighty beings that showed said race the ways of unlife, and of a cruel and bitter conflict that subsequently ended their coexistence. Now you have an eyewitness account to those events.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Gaze of the Void. this one's kind of neat. This is a very neat weapon. Moves, one of their combat bonuses granted in this area are doubled. Okay, that's neat, but not needed. It won't get used. Over here. Requires Drukari weapon proficiency. I see. Unfortunate. I could have thrown this in the offhand. Used this for when there's lots of enemies and then switched back to the lullaby for single target stuff. That's fine.
Follow my lead!
Didn't I give her Drukari? Path of the Outcast. Drukari equipment. Drukari weapon proficiency. Ah, it's the strength requirement. Okay, that makes more sense.
It's about time!
The obsidian smoothness of the enormous slab begins to ripple and roil. A set of mysterious symbols appears on it, as if impressed on its black surface by an invisible finger. The three brightest ones are the symbols for Malefice, Pestilence, and Unraveling. They shimmer forebodingly, like a martyr gasping for air, as if life drains from them. My lord, who hast known eternity, I heed mine guarding words that I spoke at the dawn to the wrathful stars. He who is condemned to torture by imprisonment must languish forever in the labyrinth of many dimensions, lest their plagues befall us. A minute breach in the impossible prison would suffice for the spiteful will, the destructive thought incarnate. In unperishing flesh, to obliterate existence, I lay my hand upon the vessel of the past, and I am relieved of the doom that awaits one who breaks the commandments. Strong elf, truly absurd idea. Yeah, I could have given her that one exemplar talent that gives you strength based off your wounds. Then she could have used it. Place my palm on the Malefice symbol. One after another, new inscriptions appear on the slab surface. They dash around maddeningly fast, overlapping each other. Amid this chaos, only one inscription latches onto your mind, causing it acute pain. My lord, in my measureless eternity, I remember their doom. I am revealed, the first plague, the Malefice, a wormhole that invades the very essence of thought. Your vision goes dark. Reality cuts through the darkness of eternal sleep like a cold blade. You sense wrongness and gain a clear understanding of the nature of that wrongness. Your engrams have been tampered with and damaged. You try to move, but in vain. You're buried alive in the metal crypt of your own body. Some of your fellows are faced with the same fate. Almost as soon as they emerge from their stasis sarcophagi, they freeze like mangled statues, tilt sideways and collapse, crashing to the floor. Maddened legions march mindlessly past them toward a gaping chasm and tumble obediently into its merciless maw. Forever frozen in a silent scream, you feel the haze of approaching madness cloud your mind as it is overrun by Rose. Wow, Heinrich's failed with a 105 willpower. Of distorted emerald green symbols. As soon as their glow becomes unbearable, they go out at once, and you find yourself standing beside the black slab again. Right under your hand, the symbol for Malefice vanishes from the smooth black surface. Lord Captain, are you uninjured? Sound of mind? Why am I even asking? The answer has been obvious for a while now. The seneschal mutters the last sentence under his breath. Hey now, Abelard, what the hell? I've been stabbed in the back by my own seneschal. And with no blade, but with words. Eogan's auspice briskly scans you. Rogue trader is not compromised. Range cell damage is within the acceptable range. With a greedy look at the slab, the Manipulus adds, repeated interaction is permissible. Place my palm on the pestilence symbol. As soon as your palm touches the symbol, the slab's metal pulls it in, enveloping it like water. The text is transformed. My lord, I dare not divert my gaze from the guarding words. I am revealed the second plague, the pestilence. It is not enough to merely behold it. I comprehend it, as my own lifeless shell learns the truth of its doom. The symbols begin to change at a frenzied pace. Their light burns your eyes, and their rapid flickering makes you nauseous. You are struck by a splitting headache, like an alien entity, squeezing their mind out of shape, as if they were as if it were soft clay, refashioning it after its own image. You see an image of a void ship, a black crescent shape. Its plating veined with green lights. Right before your eyes, its various parts start crumbling and flaking away, as though gnawed at by by invisible termites. It is being consumed by tech blight. When only a lifeless carcass is left, you feel a searing pain in your hand, as if the pestilence has spread to your flesh and is now consuming it. We bear the pain. You clench your teeth and press your palm harder into the slab. The pain is but an illusion. You overcome it and let the second vision into your mind. The Cyclopean pyramid comes crashing down on the rocky ground. It seems intent on preserving its shape, but tech blight twists it and eats away at it. An enormous hand cuts short the fortress's death throes as it crumples the pyramid into a shapeless lump and tosses it away. The shining metal giant lifts its little finger and points it at a cohort of mechanical warriors. They are turned into puddles of black metal. The giant clenches its fist, and the soldiers' remains merge into an enormous tentacle that lashes and sweeps at everything around it. Rays of wrath radiate from the giant's face. The vision of the vengeful deity ends, the pain subsides at once, and the metal releases your hand unscathed. The flickering symbols freeze instantly and slowly begin to fade. The symbol for pestilence is the last to disappear from the slab surface forever. Place my palm on the unraveling symbol. The symbol you touched splits into three that are akin to it, similar and yet different from one another. A message materializes in front of you. My lord, their third plague, the unraveling, is beyond comprehension. Therefore I put before myself the question bearing clarity. This I ask myself, my lord, if my existence were to be reflected in myriad eternities, would they be the same? Your mind is now drowning in a flood of thoughts and memories. Ancient, alien, and indomitable. With a titanic effort of will, you hold on to one of the images, invest it in the sound of borrowed words, and utter it in a strained voice that is not yours. I'm gonna go with 2. No, for every mirror has its own defect that flaws the resemblance. My lord, I am revealed the nature of the unraveling. It is undeterminable, or an interminable flow of unmanifested defects by my eternity incarnate. The world known to me is unidentical to the... Wow, I haven't seen that in literal ages. I have not seen that since, like, 2015? Maybe? That is impressive. The other manifestations, the unlikenesses, will wage wars upon me, seeking to absorb and thus obliterate me. I dare not lose my way and doom my eternity to perdition. I am firm in my memory that mine alone is the true eternity whose existence is rightful. I will shatter the mirrored unlikenesses. It seems that the enigmatic text speaks of some distortions of causality, resulting in multiple alternate versions of existence. It also suggests that these versions are hostile to one another. The symbols come together again and underneath your palm, and then vanish from the slab's animated metal.
None shall stand in my way.
A fun little lore session. Alright. I think I just have the one system left, which I think has DLC 3 stuff. Oh no, I have 2 systems left. Okay. Okay, let us visit Woe's Reach. Search Expedition. The Auspex readings scanning certain areas of the planetary crust are extremely unusual. They indicate that the world is undoubtedly of natural origin, but that many millennia ago, something happened here that turned the upper layers of the tectonic plates into a smooth layer of glass. Only partially melted tracts remain of the mountains, and the less noteworthy elements of the natural topography have been erased without a trace. During the scan, the planet rotates by a few degrees, revealing the outline of something lying on its surface. Flickering with deathly fire, lines and circles, visible even from orbit, come together to make strange-looking symbols. 2 colossal chains spanning the planet in the shape of a cross. The symbols are not merely impressed into the planet's crust, but scorched deeply into it. Starlight refracted in the glass facets is what makes the glyphs sparkle. Right where the inscriptions intersect, the Auspexes identify some kind of massive structure. Send a research team to the surface. The group makes contact after quite some time. Their report states that the structure is a monolith of one solid block of black metal, erected by some powerful Xenos civilization. It is empty and abandoned. The only notable discovery was a huge human-sized shimmering prism. Seriously? 2 of them? What the shit? Now I'm starting to get suspicious here. Where are these bots coming from? And why is someone making a ASCII dick bot on Twitch? What the fuck? Alright. The only notable discovery was a huge human-sized, shimmering prism on a plinth of black stone with vague images flickering around it. Order the group to activate the prism. Following your orders, the team tries to activate the prism, after which the Vox connection is jammed and interrupted. A few hours later, they return aboard, bringing with them a detailed picked recording of what happened. The recording shows the prism projecting a holographic diorama of stunning clarity in front of it. It depicts the battle of two opposing armies, strange skeleton-like Xenos, outnumbered, fighting for possession of this planet. Assuming the heraldic meaning of the signs borne by the warriors of each side, you understand this to be a confrontation between two great dynasties, during which the planet was destroyed. The artifact you have found is a kind of monument to the deeds of the past. Use the elucidator to read the inscription. The elucidator resists your attempts to translate the glyphs for some time, but soon relents. The first inscription reads, "He who possesses the infinite possesses eternity." The second reads, "Thus shall every enemy of the Overlord fall." It is a clear warning to anyone who might lay claim to this star system, including you. Leave the planet's orbit. The mysterious planet continues its leisurely journey through the Great Void. The Auspexes send out alarm signals as soon as your ship enters the planet's orbit. At first, the cause is unclear. Even though the planet's volcanic activity is immensely high, it poses no threat to your ship. However, when the tech priests analyze the data more carefully, they discover an unusual finding. The northern hemisphere of the planet is spanned by a ring of cyclopean obelisks lined up at the same latitude. In the center of this ring, at the planet's pole, stands a black pyramid. Faint traces of organics are present near it. An alarming howl echoes through the bowels of the void ship. A few minutes later, the Vox Master reports that every single psyker on the ship has fallen into a strange silent trance, and their life forces are rapidly fading. Take a sample of the obelisk material. The group of researchers manage to safely reach the obelisk and get what they are looking for. Midway through the return trip, Vox communication with their shuttle is cut off, and the shuttle itself switches to autopilot. Guided by the machine spirit of the onboard cogitator, the shuttle docks with the ship shortly after. The interior of the shuttle is strewn with corpses of the crew, all of which have been bisected with perfect precision. The sample of obelisk material has vanished without a trace. Send a team to investigate the central structure. Rumors of the terrible fate of the researchers trying to investigate the Xenos creations spread through the ship very quickly, so the scouts descend to the pyramid with all possible caution. The mysterious structure is made of solid stone and lacks even a hint of doors or windows. Nearby, the scouts find evidence of an Imperial camp. After searching the camp, the team determines that it was set up by a group of pioneers sent to the planet by your predecessor, Theodora. None of them survived. Their bodies, covered in volcanic ash, have turned into mournful stone statues. Almost completely robbed of their human form, the scouts bring the expedition's few surviving supplies and records back to the flagship. Okay. Ooh. Interesting. While Aegon stands in a straight or diagonal line to an ally affected by line of support, and that ally is within line of sight, he gains plus perception bonus to all characteristics except perception. That's kinda neat. 30% of the damage dealt to an ally affected by line of sight as mental damage. All allied characters gain line of support. Does not stack. I like this. I like this a lot. Small quantum shield emitter. Cool. Fire a torpedo at the pyramid. The torpedo salvo makes the flagship's shudder, and the Xenos creation is blown to pieces by its crushing onslaught. The ship's engineers estimate that a direct hit should leave nothing but a melted wreck behind. Exclamations of surprise fill the bridge when you take a break from contemplating the aftermath of the salvo and glance at the auspexes. You see that the pyramid, which was split into pieces a few minutes ago, is becoming whole again. It does not appear that the direct hit from the melted torpedo did any harm at all. Leave it as quickly as possible. Lance Crimson Disk quickly diminishes in size, receding to the distance. Alright. I have things I need to do here. First things first here. Do I go with Last Stand? Yes, I will go with Last Stand here. And ensure that he has his shield out right now. That is fine. Then we come over to the Manipulus. And, oh, but this competes with the long-range combat sensors. No. No, I can't. The long-range combat sensors are too good. Especially for it to only be +8 to all characteristics. If it was like +10, that would be fine, but +8 is likely to not do much. I'd hit a new threshold for strength, toughness, intelligence, willpower, and fellowship, none of which I really care about. Yeah, not worth. So close to being cool. In the dead starlight, the planet looks like a bizarre artifact whose many sharp facets glimmer mysteriously. A thin, gleaming spiral curls around the planet, changing direction from time to time. If you look closely, you can see that the spiral is composed of many minuscule dots, enemy bombers. Vigdis addresses you with reserve, almost coldly. Lord Captain, the flagship is at the calculated arrival point. No unexpected incidents have been detected during the translation. Full battle readiness has been confirmed. The senior officers are listening and awaiting your orders. Examine the planet more closely. Technological horror has completely subjugated all life on this world. More than anything, the planet resembles a void station of grandiose proportions, twisted and disfigured by the Xenos' repulsive tech sorcery. The colossal towers, obelisks, and pyramids, arranged in strict and lifeless symmetry, can be seen even from orbit, and appear like black bones protruding from a carcass of an ancient creature. What are the estimated numbers and composition of the enemy's forces? The data is incomplete. The enemy planet is releasing emanations of unknown nature, which are disrupting the auger scan. The Voxmaster hesitates ever so slightly before continuing. During the assault, we will encounter at least one wing of interceptors headed by a cruiser. In the name of the Emperor, I, Rogue Trader Von Valencius, will call the fleet to battle. In the ship, as the ship passed through the warp, your officers developed several tactical plans that best fit the mission at hand. Now a choice lies before you: to concentrate fire on the enemy cruiser, or to eliminate its escort. Destroy the Xenos commander and seize the key to our glorious victory. The response to the order was the rumble of many excited voices on the Vox channel. The transmission ends and your fighter armada, obeying the orders of the commanders, assumes battle formation.
Enemy contact! All hands, make ready to unleash our fury!
I don't get to go first? What is this?
Torpedoes locked. Macro cannon, volley! Fire right now!
Okay, and then I will... Can't expeditious reload right now. That's fine.
Macro cannon, volley! Set the course. The time has come. Unleash!
Okay. And I don't get my second turn. Oh well, so be it. I will protect my left side. Oh. I will protect, yeah, my left side. And I will reduce the cooldown over there. And I will also shallow jump to get further away from these ones. Hecking rude. Alright, we'll come over here and blow up.
Fire right now! Leave their hull thrown across the stars!
That is unavailable? Okay, what kind of debuffs do I have on me? Blocks a random post for 2 turns. Okay. That is quite annoying.
Torpedoes, locked! Annihilate them! Lay in the course.
Okay. And then I will guard my left again. And then restart my shields for safety's sake. And I will shallow jump, get further away. It would be real funny if this is where I die, right at the end, in a ship battle. Okay.
Unleash our vengeful salvo! Torpedoes locked!
I will come up
Time
here.
has come. Annihilate!
Warp wave. And I will protect my front. That'd be the way? Some lucky Necron lasers? Yeah, pretty much. Okay, then we get to come over here and blow these up.
Annihilate them! Unleash our vengeful salvo! Lay in the course!
And reduce the cooldown on that. I have so many random things floating about in space right now. I'm just causing all sorts of space pollution. Hello, Gnome Toe. Hope all is well.
Unleash our vengeful salvo!
Okay. I will come down, or up this way. And then use this over here. And... I should have done this first. That's fine, though. As weak point on that side.
Set the course.
All is well here. I am, nearing the end of Rogue Trader. And, I have some polls going on YouTube. Where people can vote for whatever game I play next. Oh no, the Heartless! What will I do? You're not going anywhere. You're not going anywhere. You're not going anywhere.
Lay in the course.
Okay, that one's taken care of. And I will just chill. Can't reach the enemies. Yep, can't reach. All is good here.
Fit for the fun Palancia saddles.
Easy fight. The enemy's onslaught has abated. The Xenos continue to offer feeble opposition, but the main forces of their guard squadron have been irrevocably destroyed thanks to the valor and skill of the pilots of the Imperium. In this battle, victory is yours. There is nothing to prevent the flagship from entering the dead world's orbit. Now, all that is left is confirm the readiness of those who will accompany you on the difficult mission to restore the warrant to its rightful owner. Okay, this is the DLC, planet then. And to announce the launch of the operation over the Vox channel. Arc Militant, are you ready to proceed? Yes, Lord Captain. My soldiers are completing the final preparations before the assault. On your command, we are ready to begin the operation. Siberian, will you come with me to bring back the dynasty's stolen possessions? Your ancestor does not hesitate, for even a second. The thief who stole what was bestowed upon our line by the Emperor himself must suffer most terrible punishment, so that he will never again seek to cross our path. I am ready. Vigdis, requesting a status update on the Adeptus Mechanicus preparations. The servants of the Omnissiah are ready to proceed, your lordship. The detachment includes both Skitari and explorers. Excellent. Time to begin. Obeying your will, the Voxmaster signals the start of the mission to all participants. May the Emperor protect you, Lord Captain. I've seen my fair share of battles, but never before have I witnessed anything like that which erupted in the orbit of that accursed dead world. The handful of fighter craft covering the flagship fought an outmatched battle with an unholy enemy's ever-swelling hordes. Yep, time to choose. Gives no choice in the matter. Yet sacrificing themselves, the servants of House von Valentius cleared the way for their master, just as they did in days of old. At the cost of many lives, the Xenos defense were breached. Once the artillery finished, several shuttles broke off from the flagship and headed toward the planet's cratered surface. The small maneuverable craft were perfectly suited to my heir's plan to stealthily penetrate the heart of the ancient tomb and take that which was his birthright. The shuttles landed on a tiny patch of clear ground that had miraculously escaped the shelling. Around them towered the colossal ruins of Xenos structures, pulverized by the flagship's relentless orbital cannons. Concealed somewhere beneath a thick layer of molten metal was Trazen's only abode in the Cronus Expanse, his museum. At the Rogue Trader's command, the Adeptus Mechanicus servants, accompanying the squad, released a swarm of servo skulls into the air. Guided by binary hymns, their auspexes unerringly detected usable points of entry. Without hesitating, Zen came up to a gateway where blast-damaged gates were blocking the entrance to one of the pyramids. Imbued with the Xenos' unholy technology, the very metal of the triangular gates seemed to resist our intrusion. Every attempt to clear the way proved futile, so the tech priests resorted to desperate measures. Sacrificing their stock of melta-charges, the servants of the Omnissiah managed to melt a large enough opening for the squad to enter. Countless turns, crossings, climbs, and descents later, the squad finally reached its goal. The walls, once closing in relentlessly around us, suddenly opened into a wide, low-ceilinged corridor that disappeared into darkness. I hate that the augment doesn't let me... Okay, it wouldn't matter. This is an obscene check. Who decided that this check was okay? I don't think there's any possible way to get more than, like, a 20% on this. This is absolutely nutty. We made considerable progress when a harsh ringing sound echoed through the stale air. The Voxcasters erupted into a cacophonous screeching before falling permanently silent. Last thread linking us to our flagship has been severed. The second the squad reached the nearest fork in the passageway, the sepulchral silence was broken by warning signals erupting from the auspexes. The device's assessments were as precise as they were pitiless. The right-hand branch held unknown gravitational anomalies that might kill the squad, while from the left hand, one enemy force were inexorably approaching. We cannot waste our time fighting. Let's take the corridor on the right. This is a 25%. It's better than a 0. As soon as the squad stepped into the passage, a wall descended with a whoosh behind us, cutting off our way back. Prisms, shimmering a sinister green, were set on the floor and walls of the narrow corridor, too large and obvious to be mere decoration. The scout who led the way made the mistake of drawing too close to the glowing artifact. There was a sickening crunch as the man was crushed into a shapeless mass of flesh and bone. The scout's death was but the first of many, as the soldiers following him did not fall back in time. Their blood turned the black stone under our feet, a rusty scarlet. Only a salvo from the plasma guns from the flagship's tech priests, who were marching in the rear, made everyone freeze in place. Plasma discharges vaporized blood and metal. With a hiss, prism after prism collapsed until puddles of molten metal were all that was left of those creations of the perverse Xenos genius. The way seemed clear and free of perils. The squad advanced at a swift pace, moving ever deeper into the intricate web of passageways. It turned out the sense of security was an illusion. The museum's masters were still intently monitoring our every step, and they struck at the exact moment we let our guard down and allowed ourselves a brief respite. The nightmares that ambushed us were an outrage against the very nature of reality. Giant segmented bodies wriggled silently through the air, disappearing and reappearing as lasgun shots passed through them. Their incorporeal appearance was deceptive. The long claws that pierced one man after another left no doubt that they were quite real. Nothing we had could match those technological monstrosities. The only option left was call the soldiers to arms. Soldiers of Zarkov, the time has come to serve the dynasty. The soldiers of Zarkov were not in the habit of faltering in the face of monsters. A sergeant charged forward. I did not know his name, but I shall always remember his face. Weary, yet utterly calm. The creature's claws ran him through, but the dying soldier managed to activate a melta charge that incinerated both himself and one of the abominations. Several other Zarkovians followed his example, and their surviving comrades finished off the damaged monsters. Everyone was looking about, bracing themselves for a fresh attack, when the walls around them shimmered, their contours flowed and shifted, forming shining curves around us. Many of the squad recited prayers, hoping to banish the visceral terror that gripped their minds at the sight of the strange phantasmagoria of lifeless light. A low rumble came from somewhere below, monotonous and growing louder. Sounded like the operation of some monstrous machine awoken from centuries of slumber. The sound intensified, permeating everything, resonating painfully in our bones. The squad members fell to their knees, unable to withstand the power unleashed upon them. The rumble became a drone, a noise that seemed to penetrate the deepest recesses of the mind, reducing anyone who heard it into a panicked animal. A wave of dread in the face of certain and most horrifying death washed over every one of us. An eternity seemed to pass before I heard. Jesus. Some of these modifiers are just absolutely nonsensical for being characteristic modifiers. That is fair, Nomta. I would not wish to spoil anyone. I fully understand if you need to lurk or minimize the stream or what have you. Having a 185 willpower on a willpower character is average? Is it? I'm pretty sure it's not. My own voice, fear is but a phantasm, spawned by the enemy. Do not let it crush you. I said those words over and over until it dawned on me with horrifying clarity that the museum's cursed air was preventing the humans from hearing a single word as it sapped their will to live. Living flesh was no match for the ancient terror brought forth by the maddened dead creatures of metal. Yet the wisdom of the God Emperor was still with me. The Vox augment that had replaced my throat amplified my voice 100-fold, letting it drown out the crypt's dirge. My heir was the first to hear my call, and he found the strength to rise to it. Others followed, inspired by his example. For all its formidable power, the enemy's weapon did not succeed in breaking the mind of a true rogue trader. Every step took me enormous effort, and yet I walked on. Also, how's it going, Falcon? Hope all's going well. I have another poll up on YouTube, likely the last. It pits all of the games that were doing well in the previous polls against each other. It does appear it is time for ads. The ads will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour on Twitch. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses content. And I will catch everyone when we return. I actually think you don't know what you're talking about right now, Falcon. I don't usually say that about you, but I have a willpower-focused character in the group, and it's 105. I am ballistic skill-focused, and it's 100. Characteristics don't scale the same way as skills do. I'm willing to be mistaken, but yeah. Alright. The ads are finished. Alright then. I guess I'm just mistaken. I will retract my statement then. The ads are finished. The rest of the journey has been expunged from my memory, and likely from the memories of all who made that nightmarish odyssey into the heart of the Necron world. When the squad finally reached the museum's antechamber, the sight of it shocked me almost more than anything I'd ever experienced before. A gargantuan structure towered in the middle of the vast hall. The pyramid of black stone, perfectly smooth, with gleaming razor-sharp edges, seemed to consume the light around it. At the middle of each of the pyramid's faces, a circular platform hovered in perfect symmetry with the others. Each platform bore a Necron, its casing painted blue and gold. There was no doubt that we were seeing the real guardians of Trazen's treasury. Hundreds of smaller platforms rose and dipped alternately as they orbited the central pyramid and glided up toward the ceiling, under which could be glimpsed the outlines of the first levels of the museum's gallery. There's no time to waste. As soon as the Guardians saw us, the pyramid's faces lit up with countless chains of glyphs and ripples. Ran along the walls of the hall as they prepared to release hordes of the metal monstrosities. The surviving tech priests overloaded their generators, creating a barrier of motive force. Electric flashes, like the wrath of the God Emperor himself, pierced the air, shielding the humans from the death-bringing Xenos. One after another, the servants of the Omnissiah fell, spilling blood in sacred unguent, and reciting binaric litanies filled with righteous anger until their last moments. Their deaths granted us the precious seconds we needed to reach the soaring platforms. The platforms that carried us upward had already drawn level with the gates leading to the galleries of the museum's lower floors when a terrible blow shook the crypt to its foundation. It's level 37 for more context, so... yeah, that's fair. Platforms that carried us upward had, okay, when it shook the crypt to its foundation, another of the flagship's artillery strikes had hit the planet's surface not far from us, and the accursed pyramid proved insufficiently sturdy to withstand it. The last thing I saw was cracks running along its surface, filling with poisonous green glow. Then an unbearably bright light flooded everything, and I was temporarily blinded. When my vision returned, I found the place utterly transformed. There was no doubt we were in the museum, and the sight of its solemn halls destroyed by orbital bombardment filled my heart with vengeful joy. We were but one step away from exacting revenge on the thief who had dared to steal the sacred warrant. The heir of House von Valancius had done the impossible, entering the lair of this most dangerous foe, with no harm to himself. The warrant was there, somewhere ahead, along with one who'd had the audacity to steal it, and we, the rogue traitors of House von Valancius, were prepared to do anything to reclaim what had been granted to us by the God Emperor himself. I'm a little worried about this. Covered in dust and blood, the Zarkovian soldiers crowd around. So, yeah, that's where my logic was, Cleave Wizard. But then after Falcon said stuff, I remembered that willpower does get, like, some obscene buffs from some of the Psyker staffs and stuff like that. So maybe willpower just scales way harder than some of the others do. Than, like, all of the others do. Covered in dust and blood, the Zarkovian soldiers crowd around Siberian, quietly talking to each other. Siberian himself hardly looks better. Some of his augmetics are damaged, and his sacred unguent slowly drips onto the floor. He sees you and gestures. The soldiers be silent. Zen, my time has come. Surely, the old wretch will, be useful. This is where I must take my leave of you and your retinue. We will meet again, if we are so destined by the God Emperor's will. And if we are not, Siberian bows his head, then our farewells are best said now. What are you planning to do, Siberian? Many years ago, when I took the Crimson Dance of Cain out of that crypt, I attracted the attention of abominable Xenos. 90% Mechadendrites chap is gonna save the day. Yeah. Centuries later, the dynasty is still paying the price for the mistake I made, so I'm going to search for the Crimson Dance of Cain, Zen. It's only fair that the sword that started this conflict should put a long overdue end to it as well. There's a pattern to it, don't you think? As though this was destined to happen. Farewells. What do you intend to die? Let's face the truth, Zen. I'm no longer as agile as I was in the days of my youth. Not that I avoided grievous wounds even then. Look around you. We are in enemy territory, and the enemy is laying wicked schemes against us. To believe ourselves invulnerable to their cunning would be an admission of our own foolishness, but I am no fool, Zen. And I do not think you are either. Why are you going after the blade alone? The Cronus... I don't want to have to say that. I'm just... 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. The Cronus Expanse doesn't need this fuck. He's been nothing but a menace to me. I refuse. Fine. Why are you going after the blade alone? The Cronus Expanse needs you. If you could only see the look on my face right now. I wish. I frickin' wish. Yeah, pretty much. Of course, dialogue trees with sentiment are... No, it does not. Siberian shakes his head sadly, yet you read something that looks like warmth in his eyes. But I'm grateful for your words. Do not think it has escaped my notice how the Cronus Expanse has changed. All that I knew and valued has been lost. I do not belong in this time. I'm a relic now. A vestige of the past, whom a freak turn of events landed in the present. A deep, sorrowful resonance fills your ancestors' mechanical voice. I'm no fool, and I'm no madman. So I accept my lot. I want but one final thing, and that is to discontinue this accursed cycle. Ah! He follows Amernat. Have you spoken with Pascal on my bridge? It is my gift to the Protectorate, Zen, the only one this decrepit body of mine can give. You could help me rule the... no. you're wrong. Just imagine what we could achieve together. I can see you've already made your decision. I will not try to dissuade you. Goodbye. In a way, my decisions are already history. All that I strove for has been carried away by the winds of time. Only a single mistake stands between me and oblivion, and once I correct it, I may lay myself to rest. Perhaps the God Emperor will accept me after my death, and I will accomplish more glorious deeds at his side, fighting his enemies. So I will find the Crimson Dance of Cain, and together we will vanquish the Xenos. Siberian raises a hand and clenches his fist, as though the detested blade were already in its grasp. But if we succeed, what next? Wait, hold up. Phazon claimed Laria's alive and in his clutches. Don't you want to find her? Siberian's expression darkens at your words. Not a single word of Trazyn's is to be believed, but if he is holding Laria, I have seen what the Xenos does to his captives. Laria is lost to the Dynasty, and to me. I buried and grieved for my daughter the moment the portal slammed shut behind my back, and all I can do now is avenge her. Burger sounds so good right now. I'm gonna have myself a nice large feast once I finish today's stream, I think. Maybe I'll make some garlic herb shrimp and pasta. That sounds good. But if my daughter is alive, in whatever state the abominable Xenos' captivity may have left her, I will take her with me to the cold stars. The hope is a foolish sentiment, Zen. Tell me your plan. I will set out to search for the sword. In the meantime, you must find a way to get to Phazon. Once I have the blade, I will give battle to the Xenos and unleash the might of the Crimson Dance of Cain upon this his unholy head. The augurs have already scanned the chambers and will give you the coordinates where we will reunite. If I am not back at the designated time, go on without me. Ours is far from a familial relationship, but we will stand. We must hurry, time is against us. Good point. Soldiers of Zarkov, I, Siberian von Valencius, call on you to follow me. Do your duty and crush every enemy in your path. For House von Valencius. Inspired Zarkovians respond in unison with a military salute. Siberian gives you a final nod and strides toward one of the side galleries. I am curious now. We have 15 there. That's only while in cover. 10 willpower. Okay, that's something anybody could wear. I don't remember where it comes from. Okay. That's 10 willpower. Sorry, the math nerd in me won't let it go. 10 bonus to willpower, okay. Another 10 willpower. Yeah, okay, I can see it. Because there's probably choices you could have made as well with planets and stuff that give, like, trace amounts of willpower that I didn't choose. Combat meditation. De-dum. I don't know where that would be, but... Combat Master, no. I have to go look at that now. Character gains 15 willpower as long as they have no ranged weapons equipped. Oh, that one. Yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. It is an exemplar talent, though. Which, I think he is decidedly not exemplar yet, which is why I wasn't looking there. But yes, that is also a good source of willpower that I could have had at this point. So yeah, no, you can easily hit the 100 on that.
A new challenge for me?
If you're stacking willpower. Even in its current state, the beast looks more like a predatory beast than a faithful steed. The Angel of the Emperor's gaze is full of silent condemnation, judging you for your failure to save him from a disgraceful end. Is this the same place I was last time?
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Just like at a different time or something? I figured this would be a different one of his museums. But it appears it's the same one. Give the Annihilation Protocol the highest status. Destroy the intruder immediately.
Die, inhuman scum!
Alright. We come up here. Necron Deathmark, Blighted Immortal, Necron Warrior, Necron Deathmark, Blighted Immortal, a Chronomancer. Temporal Chains. Yeah. Oh no. Okay. Okay, this is one of those, each time an extra turn is granted, it is timed to last only 30 seconds. Alright.
Stop hitting me, Ashmok.
Pain and suffering. They found a way to deal with the extra turns.
I can do that with the right incentive. Am I getting paid for this? I can do that with the right incentive. You've got a problem? I've got a price. I can do that with the right incentive. Don't get too...
Okay. Hey again, let's go. Quickly.
Astute observation. A valid argument. Executing command. The machine spirit's proof. A valid argument. Astute observation.
Okay. That worked decently.
Throw and take you. I won't object to it.
Thankfully, I rolled decently on initiative. I'm actually going third, which is very useful.
I won't object to it. Go on, beast. But of course, Lord Captain. For the throne's glory.
Witchcraft!
Let's see to it. Do my bidding. Go on, beast. I won't object to it.
There we go. I don't know, and I don't care to find out. It's been so long since anything's actually attacked me. In reality. I mean, I've had some melee things attack me from, using the, attack that guarantees they get an attack back on me. But I usually parry that, so... it really is difficult to say.
All too easy. Suits my purposes. My tactics are
Statistical.
not my specialty.
Oh, right. I don't have infinite attacks here. This is fine.
Never wavered in the face of adversity.
Well, that was a very convenient line that I had there.
Nothing of value has been lost. Let's see how they respond to this. Not a you didn't stand a chance!
Alright, I will use this.
Nothing of value has been lost.
And then I guess this.
Suits my purposes. You didn't stand a chance.
Then I can use this again.
All too easy.
The dynasty will rise.
Yes, they can in fact hurt me. Can they hurt me much? No. But they can in fact hurt me. They end up killing themselves in the process as well. But, I wish it didn't show all these temporary wounds things. Okay, there we are. It doesn't show the retaliation damage in here. That's funny. Charge here. Charge here.
What's your biggest mistake?
If I come over here, reload. Alright. We come over here and then charge in.
Suits my purpose.
I see. I have to kill this one somehow.
Nothing I can't do. I'll bring glory to my bloodline. Already done. Nothing of value has been lost.
Okay.
My tactics are flawless. Another confusing me was
There we
your
go.
biggest mistake.
I had to use the other heroic action that I don't usually use.
Follow my lead.
It worked out, though. I feel so very threatened by the 9 damage that I took. It tickled me in ways that I don't appreciate, you know? Where is that gonna take me? Do I want to go down there yet? Do I want to go up here?
I won't tolerate weakness.
Didn't even shoot him, just clubbed him with the gun. What the hell? That's so terribly inefficient.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Wait, hold up here. I like how Aogen is not in the tank. Like, decidedly not in the tank. Also, it looked like it leveled up. I don't think this is supposed to be the case. It's kind of funny, though. You can level up the tank. Should I level up the tank? Will it break the game if I level up the tank? I feel very conflicted here. Alright, I guess I've done everything I can do in the tank. I could awaken psychic powers in the tank with exemplar levels. You're right. You recognize the shard on the pedestal. It is the mysterious artifact stolen by Trazyn the Infinite from the Rogue Trader's chambers. Why does it say mysterious artifact? We know it's a shard of the Crudorak at this point.
It's about time.
I have an eye for treasure.
All of this cargo that I have literally no use for ever.
None shall stand in my way.
I still want to fight this thing. It looks fun. Oh, hey, these, woke up. Nice.
I'll purge you from existence.
You'll make a suitable sacrifice.
Oh, this is fun. This is gonna be all sorts of fun here. Could replace Abelard with a real tank? Theoretically.
Too bad I never leave debts unpaid.
Rounds until the Defiler awakens. Shame it won't get to be awake.
I can do that, with the right incentive. Am I getting paid for this? Don't get too cocky. Tell me, and it is done. Don't get too cocky.
Okay, let's give Aogen a turn.
I can do that, with the right incentive.
And then buff everyone.
Executing command. A valid argument. Executing command.
Okay, then. We'll just ignore that. Oh, okay, it fixed itself.
The machine spirits approve. The stew of is an open book to me.
Okay. We give Heinrichs a turn.
Removing restrictions on the galvanic cell.
Let's see to it. Naturally.
This was part of the museum. It was one of the exhibits, and it got awoken by the fact that we've destroyed large chunks of the museum. Yeah, they were kind of held in stasis, and now they're not. What I really want to fight is this, though. I hope this awakens.
Let's see to it. Your turn. But of course. Comprehensive. Let's see to it.
Leave me now.
Oh shit, I didn't give warp speed to everybody. I need to move this over. I'll give warp speed to me specifically.
The veil thins.
That's good enough. And then we give me a turn and I clean up. This is the Defiler. And it looks fun. Somehow only has 60% armor.
Suits my purposes. All too easy. Not a problem for me. Never wavered in the face of adversity. Suits my purposes. Nothing of value has been lost.
I know, right?
Let's see how they respond to this.
Dodge. Pardon?
Already done.
Only a 50% chance of hitting. I have 207 perception. How was he dodging so much?
All too easy. Not a problem for me.
That is way more than 50%, by the way. I just want to point that out.
Nothing I can see was your mistake.
Am I blinded or something? Soaked in pus. I see. I see the issue. How long does that last? 1 round. Boy, is that annoying.
Forge ahead. Already done. I shall not fear.
Without regret.
I'll pass. Not a problem for me.
Okay. Charge in.
I was born for a greater fate.
Come over here. Charge in.
Too easy. Stand a chance.
Come over here. Charge
I
in.
don't have time for this.
Aw. Can I charge in from here?
Suits
Yes.
my purposes. Nothing I can't do. Suits mine.
Okay, daring
My
breach.
time is now.
Yeah. That would be a shame.
All too easy. Not a problem for me. Already done. Nothing I can... We shall...
That's okay, we still got it. Game? Game, are you crashing?
I'm always ready.
No? Okay. I thought it was crashing for a moment there. I got oozed. Near an overturned Drukari aircraft, a woman is curled up, desperately trying to stop the blood gushing from her from the terrible wounds on her body. She barely has the strength to lift her head as you approach. Laria Voigtveer smiles with grayish lips upon seeing you in Siberian. Father, you came? You returned after all? The pupil of Siberian's organic eye dilates to its utmost, almost filling the iris. Siberian leans over the wounded woman, gripping the hilt of his newly recovered sword with such force that the components of his bionic arm howl with the strain. His very posture speaks of the deepest despair. Hold on. Help is here now. Uh-oh. Laria gives you the faintest of nods and closes her eyes. The only sign that she still lives is the rasping gurgle of her pierced lungs in their stubborn struggle to draw breath. I succeeded. It is astonishing that the grievous injuries inflicted by the tormentors did not kill Laria instantly. The cruelty with which her body has been mutilated is horrifying. Most of her bones are broken, her torso has been flayed alive, and each of her vital organs bears crudely inflicted lacerations. What was done to her was not torture, but slow execution. Even the most skilled Medicae could not save her here and now. Laria, what happened? I broke free, Zen. When the bombardment began, the Xenos no longer had time for me. I fled into the galleries, further and further, searching for a way to escape this place, but Laria is seized by a coughing fit and spits out several bloody clots. I did not reckon on the other fugitives here. The servants of the archenemy, the ones you destroyed, they caught me. The results, you can see for yourself. I'm sorry, Sabarian. May Trazyn and his treasures be cursed. Sabarian's voice is hollow with grief. The ancestor forces his back straight, attempting to project at least a semblance of confidence. What am I to do, Zen? I cannot leave my true daughter here, but we could arrange an evacuation. Don't try to give me false hopes, my heir. Evacuation is impossible. You know this as well as I. Surge of the motive force flashes in Severian's bionic eye, and a drop of machine oil seeps from the juncture where the Ferrum Sanctum meets the living flesh. Futile efforts only hasten the inevitable. He steps toward Laria and gently lifts her. Laria's voice grows weaker and quieter with each passing second. I dreamed for so long of escaping the clutches of that filth, 5 centuries of captivity, and now, at last, that moment has come. Her voice drops to barely an audible whisper. I'm journeying to the cold stars, Father, together with you. The last spark of life leaves the wounded woman's eyes. In complete silence, Sabarian reaches out his hand and closes the eyelids of his daughter's still face. Long moments pass before Sabarian moves again. A rough, almost growling command issues from the Vox Grill. Arc Militant, soldiers, remain here and secure our rear. Follow me, my heir. It's time for the foul Xenos Trazyn to answer for the wicked schemes he has wrought against our house. Ooh, Cold Embrace of the Immaterium. What does this do? Meh. Each attack increases Veil degradation by +1. Features, prerequisites, heretical follower. This is Sinistral? So it's the same as this one? Why are there no good dextral insertions? They're both arms.
A new challenge.
If that had been dextral, I would have used it.
I rise to the occasion.
I mean, this is pretty nice, but eh.
Follow my lead.
Alright, so I have a question for you guys. Do I play the ads, like, 3 minutes early? When this is likely the confrontation with Trazyn? Or do I go into Trazyn and then let the ads play, like, probably halfway through conversation? I think I play the ads early. They're gonna last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads on Twitch for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses any content. And I will catch everyone after the ads. Alright, the ads are finished, and something has come up, or come to my knowledge. The newest patch is out, and it has fixes to some epilogue stuff and whatnot. So, we are going to exit to desktop, and then I am going to read out patch notes. Is it going to let me exit to desktop? Ah, I have that bug. Okay, I just have to close window. We will read patch notes as the game updates. So let's see here. Epilogues related to Malice, Abel, the Commissar, Achilles, and Clementia were displaying incorrect portraits, leaving some companions in the bottomless pit, lacked an epilogue. Fixed an issue causing multiple Zarkov-related epilogues to not be displayed. Epilogues related to Turquoise 4 were not displayed if a certain choice was made. Epilogues related to Nuncius were not displayed if a certain choice was made. Added missing background images. Some DLC 3 companion banter had incorrect conditions and never popped up. Eogan will never, or no longer, sometimes insert his comments that were meant for another conversation. Eogan's options were not correctly displayed in Zarkov Chronicles 1 and 3. Added additional reactivity. I fixed a bug that allowed possible to repeatedly call Solomorn to the bath, causing his dialogue to break and his equipment to disappear. That's funny. Yeah, added additional reactivity for Eogan to several key places, including Pascal's second quest and Turquoise 4. Fixed Siberian, still appearing on the Void ship after being given away. Added subtitles on all languages. Improved the dialogue with the Death Watch captain. Fixed some missing character banter. Okay. Fixed a bug causing the bath cutscene with the Earliet to have a long, odd pause at the beginning. Mechanics, the Death from Above and Blade Dance ability didn't work with Scourging Strikes, talent, and Where It Hurts ability. Sweet, they fixed Blade Dancer. Supposedly. Assassin's talent, Imminent Demise, now properly scales damage from attacks. Clenched Teeth was sometimes not working. Fixed a bug causing enemy reinforcements that arrive during combat to become immune to single target damage until they make at least one turn. Thank God, that bug was annoying. Killing Trazyn while he's under the effect of Lord of Histories no longer breaks the fight. Oh. Well, that's a good thing, considering I'm about to head into that fight. Long odd pause is on brand with the Earliet, though. True. Especially if she walked into a monkey bathing. Mora debuff will now correctly removed from Pascal if the Xeno augmentation was removed. Fixed a bug during the battle with the Chronomancer, which could cause Zoriel to stay in combat forever if the Chronomancer was killed before his arrival. The augmentation screen is no longer available during the Heartless Arbites scenario and Cabela's search on at the lower decks. Trazyn will no longer use Mind Shackle Scarabs on the Rogue Trader, Trazyn. Assassin's talent, Imminent Demise, now properly scales damage from attacks. It scales twice as much now, since it's in the patch notes twice, right? That's how that works? Captain Walls sometimes refuse to die, locking the combat. Malpian Shroud will no longer deal an additional instance of massive base damage when used with Kick or Slice. In some rare cases, consumables, grenades, medkits could not be equipped onto a companion. Fixed. Fix some UI issues. Eogan's body will no longer disappear after installing certain augments. Fixed level up window, missing some sounds. The Infinite Museum achievement will no longer require keeping Siberian alive. Kill the Xenos achievement had a typo in the code that caused it to never pop up. Cool. Smallish patch, but a very, very needed one. Let us get the game back up. Give it a second. Has something been working as intended? What? Sorry, I don't follow. Alright. Let us go down to Trazen. Spikes and blades adorning the outlandish Xenos aircraft glint menacingly in the gloom that suffuses the passage. This abomination of Drukhari engineering has miraculously escaped the destruction of the barrage. Has anything been working as intended? It's an Owlcat game. Probably not. Go up. Be careful, Elentok. This path leads straight into a trap set by the Ogier. The evil mind that rules this place is waiting for us at the top, and it will take all our strength to withstand him. Lovely. Not suspicious at all, is it, Shireen? I'd hate to step into an obvious trap so recklessly, but it seems we have no choice. Jai casts a sad look at the silent void and hunches her shoulders, shivering. As the last member of the retinue steps aboard, the ship shudders faintly. It separates from its pedestal, almost imperceptibly, floating gently upward.
Primitive pests. I could spend centuries explaining the catastrophe you have wrought by violating the integrity and hermetic containment of this place, the repository of history itself, but your limited synaptic connections are not even capable of processing and absorbing this information in all its monstrousness.
My throat thanks it.
You wanted me back, Xenos? Here I am. I will destroy both you and these unholy halls. The ruins of your museum, so dear to your cursed soul, if you have one, shall serve as a funerary monument to Laria Voigtveer.
I see you have found your precious toy once more, little thief. This is a momentous occasion in its own way. This all began when the Crimson Dance of Cain fell into your hands. And this is where it will end. For you and for your last surviving heir.
Look around. In a hall full of unnatural Xenos creations, your gaze catches on a poignantly familiar object. Your warrant, put on display like an exhibition piece, or like a taunt to the people it was stolen from. Didn't you demand that Siberian be returned to your collection?
Are you claiming that the destruction of the museum and the despoiling of my collection was at my request? Your pathetic attempts at humor will not serve you well.
Your humiliation of my dynasty and my people is at an end?
Do you think that after you die, I will leave your little fiefdom in peace? I will not. The time has come to clean up the remnants of the failed exhibit that is the Von Valancius breed. And I will see to it personally. Now. Time to end you.
I am slightly concerned here. I've heard this is actually one of the scariest fights in the game, if not the scariest fight in the game.
Of the galaxy.
You will find nothing but obscurity.
Alright, let's take a look at him. He is very thick. This fearsome weapon deals mental damage to all enemies around the main target, inflicting melting for 2 rounds on hit. Okay, temporal synchronization. Whenever a character gains an extra turn, Trazen gains one as well. Okay, this might be okay. Whenever a character attacks or uses an item or ability, Trazen gains a stack of this effect. At 8 stacks, he removes all stacks and gains an extra turn. Whenever Trazen possesses a new body, he gains a bonus to his characteristics until the end of combat. Okay.
But of course, Lord Captain. I won't object.
2,
Holy terror!
3,
Let's see to it.
4, 5,
I won't object.
6,
For the throne's glory.
7, 8. How hard is this gonna hurt?
Too bad I never leave debts unpaid.
Vengeance will be swift.
Okay. Okay, that tingles a little. Alright, Heinrichs, your turn gets to end.
Am I getting paid for this?
2,
You've got
3.
a problem, I've got a prize.
We throw this down. 4. Double its value.
Too cocky.
5.
I can do that.
6.
With the right incentive.
Alright.
Am I
7.
getting paid for this?
Present gets a turn. Miss.
Duty go hand in hand.
Okay, that's fine. He's gonna get an attack off here.
The machine spirits approved. A valid argument.
Okay, that's 1,
Astute observation.
2, 3,
Lucius, I'm relying on you.
4,
Assess and act.
5. Yeah, I know. 2 of my characters actually have, like, a significant chunk of missing health underneath of the new temp health that I just gave him.
Executing command. The machine spirits approved. Astute observation.
God, he actually does so much damage.
Fire can unmake both flesh and machine.
Okay, we're gonna give me a turn now.
Your demise is an incontrovertible fact.
Stop hitting me! Ashmok!
Not a problem for me. Nothing
And I think
can't
we're good.
do.
That was a little scary for a moment there, but it wasn't scary enough.
Already done. Nothing of value has been lost.
Accept your inferiority.
Yeah, little bit. He is thick, though. I will give him that.
Suits my purposes. Nothing I can't do.
He does apparently get stronger, though. What kind of characteristic bonuses we looking at? Oh. 50 each time he gets a new body, huh? How many more bodies does he have?
Suits my purposes. Stand a chance. All too easy. Nothing of value has been lost.
What are these? They look destructible, but I don't know what they are. I can't right-click them either.
Suits my purposes.
Just trying to conserve some movement.
Nothing I can't do. Trusting me was your biggest mistake. Already done.
Okay.
Suits my purpose.
Your capabilities are truly
Nowhere to hide.
You are thick.
Not a problem for me.
Get some extra movement.
Another clean strike. Nothing I
Oh,
can't
no.
do. Can't
If you
learn. Another clean strike. Already done. There's nowhere to hide. Another clean strike.
Reload.
I must commend you, human. For one of your kind, you fight with remarkable determination, or amusing hopelessness. Perhaps you possess some quality, after all, that will, one day, earn you a place in my collection. You have distracted me so long with your pitiful attempts at resistance that I am now able to soberly consider the fate of this museum, and even resign myself to its loss. After all, it is only a small portion of it.
Classic
an
villain
insignificant
speech.
collection in
Yup.
an insignificant corner of the galaxy. So, I will repeat my offer. Siberian von Valancius, in exchange for the warrant. I will even let you have the Crimson Dance of Cain. It will be somewhat ironic. The little thief will have gained a legendary weapon for his dynasty after all.
One shot him to get him to shut up. Hey, Jade. I don't see you here often. How you doing, fam? We need to get you more time to play. I wanna see you get through the tutorial and stuff. I know. I'm always streaming at like the ass end of hours in the strangest time zones and whatnot. Yeah, you live one hell of a busy life. And the moment it calms down and you, like, drop one task, for some reason, you have this habit of picking up, like, 3 more. How many pet programming projects are you working on right now? 26. Jesus Christ. Yes, this is DLC. How's it going, Zep? Hope all is well. If this museum is finished, why do you need Siberian?
I will take him to another vault in my collection and place him
No base game
in a
spoilers for
new
this moment.
exhibit.
Correct.
I will have to select a new moment in history in which the rogue trader will play the protagonist. Perhaps I will recreate the scene that is unfolding around us right now. The crumbling museum. The phantom hope of victory that slips through his fingers at the last moment.
I accept your offer. Take Siberian von Valancius. I did just fight Trazen. I mean, I wasn't able to kill him, but I was able to, you know, stall him long enough to talk him down, essentially. He is essentially immortal. Yeah, to impress him, more or less. I accept your offer, take Siberian von Valencius. Your words hang in the air. Siberian turns and looks you straight in the eye without a single word, an unspoken question on his face. Canonically speaking, yes, they're immortal. I don't know if they're indestructible, though. Trazyn, on the other hand, is kind of both, in that he just kind of switches from one body to another repeatedly. Smirk arrogantly. You've been teaching me how to be a rogue trader all this time, now at our parting? Are you not impressed by how well I've absorbed your lessons? They all switch manufactured bodies? Gotcha. Fair enough.
Treacherous, spineless scum! You are unworthy of carrying the name von Valancius! You...
Enough.
Trazyn clicks his fingers, and Siberian von Valencius, legend of the dynasty, an illustrious rogue trader, vanishes in thrall to unknown xenotechnology. The Crimson Dance of Cain disappears along with its master, only to reappear in your hands a moment later.
Your amenability has surprised me. Perhaps I will make you one more offer. Kalkazar, that kin of yours, whose footsteps led you to this region, he is hiding something on one of the tomb worlds. Something valuable, something for which the so-called yoke was created. The Lord Inquisitor's ambitions are ludicrous in their grandiosity, doomed to fail, which is why I am making you an offer. I will help you deal with this human and the consequences of his deeds, and you will give me what he so covets and fears.
Okay, there might be some slight story spoilers here that I wasn't expecting. So I'm gonna give like 10 seconds for people to mute if they want, and you know. Alright. Continuing on.
Or, in exchange for a favor, I will accept into my collection one interesting article I spied on your ship when I was observing the dynasty through your eyes. I did not expect to encounter something unique on an ordinary human vessel. You call it Nomus. I am intrigued by the nature of this phenomenon and would like to have it for my own. In exchange, I will help you deal with Kalkazar.
Do you know what this Nomos thing is?
I have several theories.
No deal. I let you have Siberian, that's enough.
In that case, this section of the museum is doomed. There is no point wasting time trying to save it. The most valuable exhibits have already been removed. I will let you go, human. You have potential. You may yet leave your mark. Should our paths converge again, and you have become someone of note, I suppose then you will have a chance of joining my collection.
Alright, anything past this point is probably going to be massive story spoilers. Just a heads up. The icy cold shredding your body, the icy cold shredding your body into hundreds of frozen particles recedes, and the green glow of Necron technology is replaced by trembling firelight. You are on the deck of your ship, and something soft, rustling, and muffling your footsteps bunches beneath your feet. An expanse of thin, beautifully preserved paper, covered in neat high Gothic lettering. A great artifact of antiquity, your dynasty's warrant of trade is spread out beneath your feet. Yeah, apparently. Attention all, remove yourselves from the sacred warrant of trade immediately. We are quite literally standing on the dynasty's pride and glory. Seneschal's face reveals genuine horror. Don't despair, Shireen. We'll clean it all up. Your warrant will be good as new. I know a couple restorers, scribes, archaeologists. Jai curses quietly as the edge of the sacred paper crunches under her boot. The sacred symbol of which the monkey are so proud is wrought with very primitive technology. It is as if the fragility and ephemerality of your species is reflected in your culture as well. Merely it takes a few feather-like steps, scarcely creasing the paper beneath her feet. It would be strange to suppose that being would release us without a final parting blow. This is the least of harms it could have inflicted. Carefully step off the warrant, trying not to damage it. Your efforts to inflict as little damage as possible on the Imperial Relic are paying off. Not that you have left no marks at all, but at the very least, you do not seem to have damaged the paper itself. As you step off the rustling parchment, the doors of the chamber begin to slowly open. Okay, cool. They fixed that bug, too, I think. Maybe? Yes. Okay, they did. So, prior to the update that just happened, Trazyn would sometimes steal all of your gear upon placing you back on your ship, from what I'd read. I was ready to toy box it back in, but, Actually, it would have been funnier if I beat the game without the gear that he stole.
It's about time.
Lord Captain, disbelief is written on Sarbek's face as if she cannot believe what she's seeing. But you, suddenly regaining her composure, the Master-at-Arms, throws back her shoulders, standing at attention. Why are you all here? The tech priests detected an anomalous surge of energy. We came here to investigate, your lordship. Nothing to report on board, I hope. Correct, Lord Captain. Nothing worthy of your attention has happened since your landing. The ship is still orbiting the dead world. We have prevailed and retrieved the warrant. The Xenos capitulated and cast us back to the flagship. You defeated that unholy thief? Sarbek asks, as if unable to believe what she's hearing. Well, I couldn't have hoped for anything better, except for the death of that accursed Xenos as well. Make arrangements for the ceremony and return the warrant of trade to its proper place. Of course, Lord Captain, I will immediately make arrangements for the solemn ceremony and reconsecration.
By the true blood of Von Valancius, may the corruption be washed from the warrant that was signed by his right hand. Return to its place of safekeeping. May the relic restore the right bestowed upon the dynasty.
Yeah, I think it's the same voice actor as Conrad, which is funny, but... Just to ensure that everybody still has their gear. Yep. Alright, I will probably be essentially heading into the final battle area now. Heck yeah. How far have you gotten, Jade? Last I saw was, I think you got past the very first tutorial fight. And then you got pulled away. Just that opening? Okay. I feel like they did something weird with the audio in the world map now, after that patch. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It seems that all colors died from this world. Gray masses of rocks give way only to brownish sand and the black voids of gorges. The team barely notices a strange detail amid the drab landscape, an extensive area where the land is too smooth. As they approach, this area turns out to be a lake of moving metal, in the center of which burn green arc discharges. On its shores lie the ruins of the pyramidal constructs. Through magnoculars, it is determined that the remains of the pyramids are slowly melting, creating flows that dump new metal into the lake. The smoothness of the lake is lightly rippled by currents trying to extinguish the flames in the center. Jade switching over to the YouTube. The machine spirit cries. There's no shot that's not Jade. I'm just. There we go. Yeah. I just had like a moment of hesitation before hitting the add as moderator button. By the way, Jade, and anybody else that's watching, I have a poll up on my YouTube where you can vote for whatever game I play after this, and the current poll is essentially the winners of the previous polls going head to head. So send an exploratory shuttle to the surface. Specially equipped servitors are the first to disembark on the shores of the metallic lake. To the explorers' surprise, they return unharmed with samples of anomalous substance. The squad sets out to study the lake and the Xenos constructions. Acolytes of the Adeptus Mechanicus determined that the metal contains the same substance from which the pyramids are made. The behavior of the metal particles indicates that the constructs made from the metal are capable of regeneration just like living matter, albeit incomparably faster. However, the pyramids filling the lake by transmitting the metal through built-in portals cannot surmount the destructive force of the arc discharges in the lake center. Thank you, Jade. Let's find out what happened to the pyramids. One of the pyramids lining the lake's shore is more damaged than the rest, judging by its melted edges and the direction of the breaks. This damage is the thing that started the fires at the lake's center. Analyze the movement of the metal. Endless flows of metal pour from the portals of every monolith. However, one of the flows is noticeably weaker than the rest. Looking closer, officers notice a small object blocking part of the portal. With the help of servitors, they are successful in removing it and bringing it on board, bringing it to the Von Valencia's shuttle. Try to extinguish the flame. The vessel's cannoneers find the idea of smothering the green flame with the ship's waste rather dubious, but do not dare question the will of the Lord Captain. The dropped cargo dissolves to no effect, barely touching the discharges. Attack the pyramids with the void ship's weaponry. The xenostructures do not give under the first salvos, and from the portals, flows of metal begin to fill the damaged parts. The lake slowly shrinks, but the rogue trader's team quickly understands that it will take several days of bombardment to fully destroy this place. Something wistful about the sight, an unhealing wound on the body of some mysterious technology. Judging by the orbital trajectories, this is the parent star of the system. The Lumino reader is right. Back in the day, it used to be huge and angry with a bite to it. Not this half-dead firefly. What happened to it? I can't imagine what could have drained a deadly beast like this. Or like that. The Lumino reader swears that the rays of this star would have continued withering all life in the system for millions of years more. It was too young to have faded like this. It's like it was gnawed out. It was attacked. Suddenly and fiercely, a hungry predator bit into its magnetic field and drank as much of its energy as it could. The predator was starving and would have surely devoured the star had it had more time. Nomos, where did you get this information from? I do not know, but I can read the traces of what was committed here as if I have seen it happen 100 times. We are done. A shuttle of Imperial make is detected among the rocky gorges of the planet, alongside two nearby Xeno objects, monolithic structures embedded into the landscape. When scanned, the objects distort the signal, but no signs of enemy activity nor signals from the shuttle are found. Send out servitors to scout. The servitor signal disappears as soon as they approach the cliffs between which the shuttle was found. Not one of them returns, and no data is received. Disembark and examine the shuttle and the xenostructures. Then Von Valencius wishes to personally explore the enigmatic monoliths. The Von Valencius shuttle overcomes the turbulent zone with an alarming rumble, after which the connection to the void ship becomes tenuous. Despite a rough landing on rocky terrain, the flight ends successfully. Yeah, there's going to be one last ship battle. I think. So long as this isn't the final fight area.
I won't tolerate weakness.
I imagine the final fight area is under the ship.
Interrogator von Kallox, I would like to talk to you about what I saw on Kiava Gamma. How would you characterize that monstrous example of heretical machinery?
That would be funny. That would be the funniest shit.
The trajectory of your curiosity is troubling, Genitor Febris. A few more questions like that, and I will be moved to take an interest in the nature of your research.
Okay, cool.
Follow my lead.
You dare cross an agent of the throne?
Oh, I only have certain positions I can place people in. Okay. If that. No? Path is just blocked. Okay. I cannot move anybody. It acts like an ambush, even though it doesn't say it's an ambush. I'm okay with that.
Take you.
Do my bidding.
Okay.
I won't object to it. But of course.
Witchcraft!
We buff.
I won't object.
Blasphemous powers!
Oh, for Tron's sake!
Okay, that one's fine. And then I will do this, and then just end my turn. Ah, screw it.
Let's see to it.
I've seen this before. In my exile.
Okay, now I'm really riled up. Don't
Hey
get too
again.
cocky. You've got a problem? I've got a prize.
Enjoy buffs.
Don't get too cocky. Am I getting paid for this? I can do that with the right incentive.
Just a couple of buffs. And then we give Aogen a turn. And he
My creation, your assistance is required.
moves that up there, and then buffs everyone.
I'm relying on you. A valid argument. The machine spirits approve. Curious. Take assistance. Engage. Astute observation.
Okay, then we can
Executing it's an open book to me.
fire back there. Could have used that. Whatever. That's fine. Now it's my turn.
Removing restrictions on the galvanic cell.
Suits my purposes. All too easy.
I will come up here.
Suits my purposes. Avert your outraging. Watch and learn. Nothing of value has been lost.
Come down here. Save some movement.
Already done. Opposing me was your biggest mistake. You didn't stand a chance.
Ah, I see. There's another door here that I need to take care of. Alright, so be it.
My tactics are flawless. Nothing I cannot do. Suits my opposing me was your biggest mistake. I shall not fear.
Okay, then I can just start charging around.
Not a problem for me. Nothing of value has been lost. Nothing I can't do. Hurting me was your biggest mistake. We shall prevail.
GG's. This is a bolter. Is it a heavy bolter? No, it's just a regular. An additional 100 rending damage. That's just ballistic score, right? 5 times ballistic score bonus. Oh, okay. Pretty similar. Isn't that a 10 times ballistic score bonus? Yeah, that's a 10 times ballistic score bonus. Whatever. Heavy void suit. Yeah, it's just, okay, now it's showing 50. It was showing 100. I was confused. Now it's showing properly. The Vox does not produce sound immediately. The officer who made the recording speaks clearly and confidently, but also softly with a barely perceptible vibration in his low orator-like voice. Yeah. I must have still had some buffer another from combat. It seems that the tape is partially damaged. Entry 1, we landed successfully, but were unable to report to her ladyship. The communication channel was filled with interference. The navigation system has been affected as well. We will not be able to take off anytime soon, let alone return to the ship. Sergeant Damani is looking for the source of the interference. Only thing left to do is keep a log. Entry 5, thanks to the information we received earlier, we managed to partially decipher some of the inscriptions on the obelisks. Only the general meaning is clear. The creatures buried here are extremely hostile. We have not been able to identify the source of the interference affecting our communications and navigation. Lady Theodora made it clear that the expedition is extremely important, so we will continue the exploration regardless of obstacles. Whoever finds this Vox log must give it to her ladyship personally and no one else. Entry 18. One of the structures being inspected incinerated Corporal Monroe. We buried him with as much dignity as was possible in these barren rocks. His sacrifice need not be in vain. We will be more careful next time, and we will not embarrass her ladyship. The explosion of the Xeno artifact damaged the engine, the fuel compartment, and the cargo hold where we were keeping supplies. It is unlikely that we will return to Lady Theodora's flagship, but we have almost completed our task and are about to enter the buildings. What matters is the preservation of data we have obtained. There were no dead people behind the monoliths. The creatures attacked us as soon as we managed to activate the gate mechanism. In one of the buildings, their weapons destroy flesh and plasteel with equal ease, and their bodies recover from any wounds. The words are interrupted by a bang and a yell. I will keep recording until my final breath, and I hope it benefits the House of Von Valancius. The weapons of the Xenos burn with green fire and hurl bolts of lightning, and energy charges burst from their blades. Damani has fallen to the ground and cannot get up. Her body is breaking. The rocks beneath it are about to crack. Tell Dahlia that her father gave his life for the good of the Von Valancius dynasty. May she be proud of.
A new challenge for me?
Advanced shield. Fury Incarnate. I just equipped this to myself, right? I don't need the crit hit chance, but 50% crit damage is kind of nice. Oh, that's just gross. Alright, alright. Come here. Extra turns? I'm okay with that. Oh yeah, I want this. Here we have Gloom Rifle. Solid projectile weapons have increased 50% over penetration. Deals an additional 3 times target's deflection damage. Cool. Here, Inevitable Demise doubles critical damage dealt by the wearer. I think I equip this instead of the Marksman's Bracers. Doubling that 50% is more than the 25% I'm getting from the Marksman's Bracers. Yes, I lose 10 ballistic skill, but the buffs I give out more than make up for that. And after a couple stacks of versatility, it'll make up for it as well.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Broken Body's been smashed into the ground with such force that there are cracks radiating out from under it. You can still recognize the Von Valencius coat of arms and the half-abraded emblem on the side of the shuttle. Parts of the hull and equipment look as if something vaporized the ship's components one layer after another. I do believe you are my Lore Xenos person, right? Lore Xenos, 180, 169, yes. I'll give you that so you can re-roll. And then I will give you this.
I have learned much in my exile.
Drawing upon your patchy knowledge of the Xenos, you guessed that these monoliths were once part of a mighty transport ship, capable of transforming into ground-based structures. And give me one moment here. We're just going to reload so that we get rid of that white slice. The Ice Age arrived. Something like that. The dust particle slice is hilarious. Yeah. Happens far more often than you'd think in, like, the last 2 acts. I've had it happen, I think, 5 times total so far. Thankfully, it's easy enough to fix. Hypnotizing. And then reload.
It's about time.
Alright, it is time for ads. The ads will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads on Twitch for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses any content. And I will catch everyone after my bathroom break. Alright, the ads are finished. Let us return to the game. Those things, I've never seen anything like them before, but the panels of the panel of the ship's tech priests, Lumino readers, say that they are star corpses, not just corpses. They call them stellicide victims. What did the Lumino readers mean? Who knows with those star sages? Apparently, when a star dies a natural death, it's different. These look like they were murdered and plundered. All their energy was siphoned, like when a spider sucks the innards out of a fly. And witnessing these husks, if you don't mind me saying, scared the Lumino readers so much that they wet their metal trousers. Don't you think that we are observing far too many stars here? I agree, Lord Captain. The stellar trajectories also suggest that most of these stars didn't used to be here. Someone was hoarding them in this system, and I wouldn't like to have been here at that time. The gravitational currents would have been pure chaos. Who could have pulled off something like that? Was it Drukari, dragging stars around like they are... Their property is quite in character for those damn Xenos. As curious as all this may be, we still have a job to do. Lord Captain, a Xenos squadron is on an intercept course. It's the same abominations as before. What got them so riled up? I think they're guards. The ships took off from the surface of the planetoid as soon as we bathed it in the eye of our augurs. I'm not an expert on Xenos minds, but I know my void maneuvers, and I can tell you this: they are angry, and they are approaching on a direct and unambiguously aggressive trajectory. All decks, prepare for battle. Orders received. Glory to House von Valancius. The final space fight. May it be glorious. Back to prologue time? Oh, no, don't be saying that. Would be funny. Would be very funny. But I'm so close to the end. You know what? These don't actually do much. I'm just gonna do 2 sets of these, I think. If it'll let me. I am going to about face. And protect my rear. And then send these forward. And then, retreat even further. Because I am a coward. And I only need a little bit of damage on these. Deal more damage with that. And then I will come around. Where did it place it? I have no idea where it placed it. Where is this favorable tactical position it placed? That seems to do nothing. Okay. Good to know. Okay.
Onward! Annihilate them!
There we go. Reanimation protocol taken care of. One down.
The time has come.
Protect my front. Alright, let's see here. If I go here, can I reach with anything? Negative. Alright. Let me deal some damage there. And then deal damage to them again to activate their reanimation protocol. And then I will head up over this way. And just let them kind of do their thing over here.
Set the course. Unleash our vengeful salvo!
Okay. I can deal extra damage to this one. I might lose the Heartless here, which is a little worrisome. It makes a great distraction. Okay, that one's down.
The time has come.
Really? Alright, fine. Have it your way.
Leave the hole strewn across the stars.
I will use this again. Make them face away from me. And, yeah, I will protect my left side. The Heartless lives! Oh, okay, I see the spots now. I see. That is so worthless.
Lay in the course. Set the course.
Okay.
Torpedoes locked.
Right, they just blow up in that. That's whatever.
Lay in the course.
This is my left. Deal some damage. Three HP on the Heartless. Let's go. And then I can do this. 1 HP is plenty. There we go, GG.
A barbaric display. I am surprised we survived.
Tomb World, Epitaph. Absolutely barbaric. Lord Captain, we've spotted a planetoid with an unidentified xenostructure. Something tells me this is the place we've been looking for. Augur clerics detect a field of void mines on our trajectory toward the planet. Transmit the deactivation codes we found in the outpost of the Lord Inquisitor's men. Beginning transmission. Receiving return signal. 5% of mines report a transition to sleep mode. Receiving coordinates of an area designated as main landing site. We have a safe channel of approach toward Epitaph and coordinates for landing. Are there any traces of Calcazar? Plenty. We're picking up the remaining Vox echoes of conversations, standard signals belonging to Augur observation systems, the gas thermal trails of shuttles preparing to land. You know, Lord Captain, it seems to me that this place is about to fall apart. Augurs detect a multitude of signs pointing to structural damage in the tomb located on the planetoid, and they are fresh. Commence preparation of the landing party. I will lead it personally. Are you certain, Lord Captain? I beg your pardon for such audacity, but this old void wolf's gut tells him that this tomb is very likely to become ours. I have this bad feeling, as if, forgive me, your lordship, I've completely lost my senses, giving out advice like that. I'm ready to, face whatever lies in wait. We make the landing. Be careful, your lordship. We'll wait as long as it takes for your retrieval signal, even if every Xenofleet in the world appears to swat us from orbit. Every person on the bridge freezes in astonishment, watching the remarkable procession approach your throne. Officers and enforcers are glancing at you questioningly, but do not interfere until they are ordered. We have come to speak with you, Zen. You gave us food for consideration by revealing the mystery of our origin. From then to now, we observed, calculated, sensed, and we discovered that a great change is coming, a trial. We see the potential for a great disaster. It is already ripening. The wave could crash down upon the Coronis expanse and perhaps extend beyond it. We are headed for suffering and death. You are the one who can prevent the disaster, and we want to help you. We do. Let us help. Nomos are not human. But we have learned to see people as more than shells. We want to save them, protect them. What is this coming threat? Nomos cannot say. Something changed after you helped us. Remember our birth on Epitaph? We now sense the liberation of something vast, which is actually a mere fraction of something limitless. It is seeping through a breach, its shoulders pushing against the walls of its prison that are about to give. But what is it? We do not know. We must say, it frightens us to think about this unknown something that is trying to break free. It is so vast, too vast to measure or explain. But we now know that living souls are the same. They are always larger than they seem, and no capacity can calculate their potential. This makes us believe that we, Nomos, and you, Zen, can step beyond the limit of calculations. There we will face the unleashing horror without faltering. What do you wish to do? Wait until the unknown threat appears before you, then face it. We do not know where or when it will happen. We do not know what we will face, but we know that we want to be there with you. There's something we require to do it. Nomos are tethered to the shell of the ship. We can only follow you outside by using servitors as our shell, but they are lacking. Only a modicum of us can enter such a primitive vessel, and our power is likewise limited. We need a vessel, a body, but very few things can house us. That is why we have come to ask you. Magos Asclepius has offered his shell to us. It might do. Indeed I have. I cannot think of a prouder end to my pilgrimage than the liturgy of synchronization with the Great Spirit. I will become a vessel for the Omnissiah's favored child and step beyond the confines of wretched living existence and into the halls of the eternal machine song. I've heard you and made my decision. We await your word, master of the ship. Yeah, that would be awesome. Please give us freedom. We will stand with you in the hour of great need. You can take Asclepius' body. Praise the Omnissiah. I kneel before his favored child and humbly offer this shell as a gift. May I become a temple to the machine and a vessel for its great spirit. How interesting. We feel restricted, but not as much as inside servitors. Some work must be done on the new shell, then it will be ready for journeys to the outside. We will leave you for now, Zen, but in the hour when you stand before the great trial, we will return and stand with you, side by side. That could have been cool. Good, Sirocco. Abelard looks at you with a tired smile. He cannot resist giving you his uncharacteristic appraising glance. Well, Lord Captain, my service to you began under the most remarkable circumstances. I should hardly be surprised that you've delivered us into circumstances more unexpected and surprising than ever before. Of one thing I am certain, the Von Valancius dynasty will cover itself in glory today. Abelard, no matter what happened, you were always by my side. A seneschal's place is at the rogue trader's side. As you have learned, others can betray and abandon you in your darkest hour. If the Lord Captain cannot count on his seneschal, there is no one he can count on. That is not a fate that I wish for you, though I am doing my duty. You have a highly organized mind, so you must have already considered what you're going to do once this campaign of ours comes to an end. Somewhat embarrassed, Abelard tucks his thumbs into his belt. Now that I have your blessing, it is about time I took care of my family. The Warsarian clan is gone without its patriarch for too long. I should make time for my descendants before some noble upstart tries to chew them up again. Are you ready to follow me all the way? As always, Lord Captain, I would follow you into fire and back. God Emperor be my witness. I have had the honor of serving under 2 rogue traders and survived one, so there would be no shame in going down alongside the other, if it comes to that, naturally. Ready, Abelard? We have quite an ordeal ahead of us. We've been through worse. The old seneschal grins cheekily and for a split second looks younger by a good 100 years. He then bows his gray head. I serve House Von Valancius, Lord Captain. Still need to say my goodbyes. Argenta. Argenta greets you with clear and burning gaze. I pray, rogue traitor, I pray that the hearts of your comrades remain strong, that our courage holds, that our weapons prevail. I pray that the light of Terra does not turn away from us even for a moment, that the fire within us only burns brighter as the foes before us grow fiercer. And I pray for you. Terra's light is what guides us through the darkness, but you are the force that keeps us from straying from the path. Make the sign of the Aquila, together till the end, sister. In his name and for Terra's light. In his name and for Terra's light. Have you had time to think about the future? What will you do should we prevail in this pivotal battle? I will carry on in my service to the Emperor, as I always have, but no longer as a fledgling sister of battle, but as the keeper of a relic that has been bestowed upon me by his will. I want to bring light to all the faithful in the Cronus Expanse, as Saint Argenta did in her lifetime, and I know I am ready for this mission. Prepare yourself. I am prepared, now and always. Our journey together approaches its end. One last push, and the secrets of the Expanse and Calcazar will be laid to rest. I cannot wait. I'm tired of the shroud of secrecy that has hidden the truth even from me. You'll meet your mentor again down there? And I have questions for him. I want to know why I was left in the dark about everything that was happening in the shadows of the Expanse. Why all the acolytes died on their way here. Well, almost all of the Lord Inquisitor's acolytes. Why? I want to hear what he has to say, and then make my judgment. When this is all over, what will you do? I feel uneasy even thinking about it, but if Lord Inquisitor Calcazar falls today, someone has to take the rosette of the Ordo Xenos, at the very least until the Inquisition Enclave determines who will be a worthy successor. Epitaph awaits. Steel your heart. Lead on, rogue trader. Solomorn is still deep in thought, looking more like a statue than a living person. Only when Glado lets out a low growl, drawing Solomorn's attention, does he break his stillness and raise his eyes. Come with some parting words, rogue trader. Now is the time. There may not be another opportunity. I'm glad our paths crossed. Solomorn presses his fist to his chest, looking you straight in the eye. The rote gesture looks expectedly heartfelt. It has been an honor to serve in your retinue, and it does not matter what lies ahead. Isn't that right, Glado? Without a direct command, the Cybermastiff barks his assent. What are you going to do if we survive? You have entrusted me with the leadership of the Adeptus Arbites in the Expanse. Whether I become the next Marshal or not, I will have to leave your retinue and devote myself entirely to my new post. Hey, Glado, I'll keep an eye on your arbitrator if you die, I promise. Suddenly, Solomorn throws back his head and laughs. His laughter, unusually sincere and gleeful, rolls across the bridge. Will you now? As if I'd let Glado die while I still live. Ready, Solomorn? You know I am. Pascal. The tech priest is checking his gear, whispering prayers to the Omnissiah. He looks up at you and speaks matter-of-factly. Whispering prayers to the Omnissiah, he looks up at you and, sorry. The tactical equipment audit is 97% complete. No critical failures detected. The Omnissiah shows favor. You do not seem worried about the coming landing. The Vox makes a rustling noise that sounds like a chuckle. A mission of reconnaissance is a blessed and desirable one for an explorator. The data soul of the one who explores, analyzes, and charts overflows with the joy of servitude. Pascal lowers his eyes. I would be honored to disembark with you. You took good care of my ship and equipment. The Dynasty will not forget it. Where the iron flowers of the Omnissiah bloom, there must also be his passionate gardeners. Thank you for honoring this unit by letting it serve the formidable spirit of the Von Valencius Dynasty's flagship and your lordship. When the campaign comes to an end, will you stay on duty or return to your fellow tech priests? It has been an honor to work with you, but the time of servitude for this unit has come to an end. Servitude is the way of one who has questions, and I now have the answers. I will gather my flock and give them answers, not as a servant, but as a ruler and a mentor. May we have good fortune. There's no such thing as good fortune. May the statistical probability be predictably positive. Adira looks up at you with reddened eyes. Despite the tired look on her face, she smiles broadly. Either at you or something behind you. Well, Lord Captain, my little whisperers have grown quiet. It's like they know the long thread we've been following is finally at an end. It's now or never, isn't it? Thank you for everything, either way, Lord Captain. How about Adira? Grant me one last prediction for the road. You think the little whisperers are going to play nice? Ha! They weren't that useful even before, and now they're more likely to mess around than save our bacon? Lord Captain, your fate is in your hands alone. Do not let the words of a deranged psyker confuse you. You're not meant to listen to the grumbling beyond the veil. I'm glad you've been at my side all this time. Adira sobs at your words. I thank you, Lord Captain. I can't imagine why you've shown me so much kindness after everything we've been through. You are the only reason I'm still alive. There were so many ways I could have died. I know I've been harping on all this time about Lady Theodora this, Lady Theodora that. You know, you may never become who she was, but she could never have been who you are either. And I'm glad it was you who replaced her, and that life threw me together with you, and not with somebody else. So there. Now let's change the subject before I get all sentimental. What do you think awaits us after this last skirmish? Well, I have no doubts about you. Everything's going to come up roses for you. As for me, Adira catches herself. You know, maybe I won't live long, but it'll be a good life. I'll leave behind so many tales to tell. Let them remember my name over a mug of something foamy and laugh at the stories of my, well, our exploits. I'll hug her. She needs one. She sobs fearfully, but in the next moment hugs you back. There, you really have lost it, haven't you? He's silent for a few seconds and mutters something before letting you go. Thanks. Pull yourself together. We have a tough battle ahead of us. If it were an easy battle, who would have ever bothered to tell tales about it? Nobody, that's who. Let's show him, Lord Captain. Zen, Irliot's voice is soft and melodic, enveloping you with calm. No matter what lies ahead, I will walk this path with you to the end. Such was my promise, and such is the will of my soul. Our journey together has not been an easy one, but I'm glad both of us are here today. Standing united against a common threat, is that not what sentient creatures do? Now, I'm gonna go 2. As we walk down the road of thorns, we acquire not only scars, but priceless treasures also. To know a stranger's soul, your own must shine just as brightly. I saw the light of your soul, Zen. It will drive away the darkness before us. Will our paths diverge if we survive? I promise to walk your short human path alongside you. Our fate will be decided in the coming battle. I'm ready to drive back the darkness, Elentok. Are you? Shireen? Jai's solemn gaze is suddenly fixed on you. Long have I followed you wherever you go, like the midnight moon, striving to catch up with the morning star. How is it that in chasing after your light, I now find myself on the threshold of an unknown darkness, one in which a terrible enemy lurks? Are you afraid of what's to come, Jai? I am not afraid of dying, Shireen. I'm afraid of staying alive, only to discover that everyone else has perished in the darkness. So do try to avoid any fatal wounds. After a pregnant pause, Jai continues in her usual playful manner. So, what brings you to me, Shireen? Not parting words, I hope, because I despise goodbyes. I feel as though they rob me of my future. You never want to hear goodbye, after all, but only ever see you again under the same stars. Just wanted to say I'm glad of your company, especially now. As long as you need me, Shireen, I will be smiting a smiting sword in your hand, a punishing scourge whistling over the heads of your enemies, or a loyal helping hand. Curious to see what you will do once all this is over. You mean if it's ever over, and if the Aji don't play their evil tricks on us. I think the best place for people like me is in the shadows, Shireen. I know how the Caspelica mission operates in the Expanse, and how desperately it needs talented intermediaries to work with the powers that be. How fortunate it is, then, that Jai Haydari possesses the Mercatum Tabula Officiale, and is a trade representative of the Imperium. The Cold Trader shoots you a self-satisfied smirk and winks. Get a grip, Jai. We have a hard battle ahead of us. Rest assured, Shireen, when it comes to matters of being in Oblivion, Jai Haydari has the coldest mind and the bravest heart. Eogun is levitating with his arms folded over his belly and his organic eye closed. Zen, on this occasion, I have no words of wisdom, no valedictions, or ready answers. I choose to forget the perfection of statistics, to throw off the shackles of probability, and to reject the cold flawlessness of mathematics, abandoning attempts to calculate the odds of victory. There is a time for contemplation. That time is at an end. May the Omnissiah guide our deeds. Now again, I'm glad that we crossed paths. I was pleased to share my thoughts, deeds, and silence with you, Zen. There's no higher good than to know oneself and to be known by another. Your knowledge is the providence of the Omnissiah. Let me guess, the words of yet another wise man? You could say that. Nuncius spoke those words to me the first time we met. Now I say them to you in farewell. Nuncius, I will not forget you. The Servo Skull remains true to himself, staying silent until the last. Perhaps he simply hates goodbyes. If we survive, what will you do after? Nuncius and I will continue to refine the triosomia procedure. In order to do so, I will require a great deal of technologies that are not imperial in origin. I will seek them out, continuing to experiment on myself, and I will achieve perfection. Even if the Imperium misunderstands me, I will defy death. It is my duty. Prepare yourself, Eogun. A difficult battle lies ahead, and this is an incontrovertible fact. The Manipulus smiles mischievously. Zen, let me tell you a secret. Not every fact declared to be incontrovertible is actually so. Let us test the robustness of your claim together, as befits two colleagues. Bella stands motionless, deep in a trance, but returns to reality the moment you approach. Your every breath and heartbeat has been in anticipation of this moment, Daman. Do not hesitate. Step into the darkness and allow your shield and shadow to walk with you. I thank the Emperor for having met you. Such was his design. In the pattern of the blood-spun web, my thread stretched out to yours, to shield you, to serve you. He touches a wound that has barely begun to heal, and every night I praise him for the honor of letting me twine around your path. Have you thought about what happens afterward if we survive? He frowns as if failing to understand the question. Shadow is inseparable from its master, Daman Zen. I will follow you as before and guard your thread. Now would be a good time to receive an inkling about our future. Have you consulted the tarot? There's no need for a reading. The cards will ask if we are prepared to face the challenge with dignity, and that will be the answer to our own question. Whatever awaits us, it is time we set forth. Every thread ends in death, but only the Undying One knows the time and place. Alright. I think I'm set. Permission to take off. We're heading to Epitaph. Acknowledged. Glory to the Von Valencius dynasty. Be safe, Lord Captain. It appears there's a lot of Necron here already. I don't know what's going on with that. Last
None
stretch.
shall stand in my way.
I know several individuals who would be willing to lay down a lot of thrones for a pile of this dead scrap. And a couple of obliging explorators, too.
Mistress Haydari, if you ever manage to pull off such a trade, I would be extremely interested in the identities of the purchasers.
I won't tolerate weakness.
The Xenos is not showing any signs of aggression, simply staring ahead. There is an odd, disoriented quality to its movements. An odd haze obscures your vision, and for a moment you see the metallic corpses at your feet turn into the bodies of soldiers clad in the colors of your dynasty. Out of the corner of your eye, inside the glowing green orb mounted on the contraption, you can see the reflections of people who are not here. They're looking at you curiously and fearfully.
Follow my lead!
Trap or treasure?
Ooh, goods.
Wisdom is a catalyst for knowledge. I possess both.
Necron Tech, Hot Shot Las Gun. Alright, this looks pretty neat. Last Ditch Armor.
Victory awaits!
The Xenos is making the same rhythmic sound over and over as if trying to say something, but losing its train of thought and starting anew every time. Every few moments, the metal particles lose their color and become translucent, and you can see something dark and formless behind the metal, yearning to be born, but unable to do so yet. A broken metallic finger sticks out from between the sarcophagus doors that are slightly ajar. It wriggles weakly.
It's about time!
The machine god was benevolent to me.
The rack. The ruin. Astral currents. Elegy of Sorrow. The drawn-out metallic groans form a painful and melancholy melody, but one that oozes with venomous spite. I exist again, and I behold discord, an abominable sight. Great conquerors brought low by a fleeting pestilence, corrosion everywhere. The hollow insides are ablaze. The grating roar is more like the sound of a metal torture instrument than a sentient being's speech. The runts of the universe shall be eliminated. I rout them, and I pulverize them into bloody dust. I rid myself of them, and of my sorrow. The cursed one will regret ever existing. The Xenos starts to shake. From the armored plates on its head down to the tail flaps of its grav pad. The tremor causes the rock below to crack and sink in. You're an ancient nightmare from a long-forgotten past. Purely its breathing becomes unsteady as she stares wide-eyed at the being opposing you, or opposite you. I have encountered others like you, Ogier, once before, and I will do to you as I did to them, send you to the depths of your tomb. An ancient weapon that was broken in battles, forgotten, worthless. Examine the creature. The Xenos' entire skeletal body is made of an unknown metal, interlaced with greenish energy channels aglow with currents. Below its waist, the flares of a grav pad are humming and rattling. Its upper limbs fuse into a formidable heavy cannon. Not a single part of the monster's body betrays vulnerability. Without a doubt, this is a technologically superb machine designed to annihilate all life. Disabling it will not be easy. Is that your name, Xenos? The Vox translator spits out several metallic sounds, and a new flash of anger makes the Necron's bulky body rumble. Desecration of intelligent speech. I will sooner see it obliterated. What is going on here? The Necron screeching distantly resembles laughter, or perhaps sobs. Rust does not have the privilege of witnessing the noble metal perish. The destroyer shall be destroyed. The accursed one is sowing disease. The great and mighty do battle. The petty and worthless shall fall. I destroyed nothing. I take no blame for any of this. Rust is rust. It devours one day and disappears the next. I shall unmanifest it. Annihilation.
Human scum!
Is that my blood?
And of course the turn order is messed up for this
Don't
fight.
get too cocky. Tell me, and it is done.
But I am
Don't
not worried
get too
about this
cocky.
fight. I took care of Trazen. Everything else should be a piece of cake. Sorry,
I can do
Trazen.
that with the right incentive. Don't get too cocky. You jest, surely.
Hey, Ogun, you get a
and it is
turn.
I'm amended. Lucius, I'm relying on you. A valid argument. My creation, your assistance is required. Astute observation.
And then...
A valid argument.
Would be funny if I died of something completely innocuous, though. That would be highly amusing. Ooh, these are thick, though. I will give them that.
Lucius, fire can unmake both flesh and machine.
Rex.
I am the conduit of the machine god's will.
Naturally. But of course, Lord Captain. For the throne's glory. Let's see to
Be
it.
wary. The veil thins.
I won't object to it. Your turn.
Beware all sorcery!
But of course, Lord Captain.
Okay. Endure. Relocate.
Do my bidding. Go on, beast. For the throne's glory.
Incomprehensible.
Okay. Aogun, you are fine as is. Then we give me a turn.
They'll write legends about me.
Endure,
Suits my
grace.
purposes.
Reckless Rush. Come up here.
Nothing I
Weapon
can't do.
Optimizer. Reckless
Suits my
Strike.
purposes. Already done.
Devastating Attack.
Suits my purposes. There's nowhere to hide.
Then I get to come back here. Oh. Yeah. From the back, right? There we go.
Nothing I
It's down.
Nowhere to hide. You didn't stand a chance. Suits my purposes. Unfortunately, nothing of value has been lost.
Cannot be stopped.
Okay, how do I want to do this now? I can come over here and hook this
Never
one.
wavered in the face of adversity. Witchcraft.
Move up a little and hook this
Already
one.
done. Opposing me was your biggest mistake. Watch and learn. You didn't stand a chance. Nothing of value has been lost. Forge ahead.
Okay. I will charge. Will I? No. I'm just going to Daring Breach.
I am fear incarnate.
Come over here. Use this to maneuver myself and get some free movement. Come up here. And then charge in. Oh, it's been so good.
My tactics are flawless. Watch and learn. You didn't stand a chance? Not a problem for me.
Significant.
There's nowhere to hide.
Metal has
Nothing I can't do. Opposing me was your biggest mistake. They say a little bit of humility never hurts anyone. I help others.
It fixes all of my mobility issues that I could potentially have.
A new challenge for me. We need to
Okay. Oh,
investigate.
hold up. Goods. Tiny notebook is adorned with the coat of arms of the House von Valancius. The pages from the real paper carry a pleasant scent of perfume and are covered in ruler straight lines of text. Their meaning is locked behind an intricate cipher, but you do not need to know the contents of it to identify the author. You know this perfect calligraphic handwriting all too well.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Tech Blight voraciously gnaws away at the human metal, but not as eager. Not as eagerly as the walls of the crypt. Tanakia, ragged breath punctures the oppressive silence of the room. Someone is still alive.
Something of interest.
Targets of the first relayed psychic power in a turn automatically fail their resistance tests against that psychic power. If the relayed psychic power in a first affect 3 or more creatures, the Overseer gains... That's for, like, offensive. Tanakia, the maimed creature at your feet, is still alive, as evidenced by its heavy breathing. Cargo supplies for me. Yep, they'll be so useful. It was a woman once, sporting clothes, cropped hair, and equipped for battle, but now her skin is shredded by the metal sticking out of her body in a dozen places. Examine the woman. Her body does not appear to have any external injuries. It has been maimed from the inside out. It is as if her flesh was transmuted into metallic shapes and then burst out of her skin and turned her internal organs into a bloody sieve. Some of her exposed bones have a metallic gleam to them, while others still look natural. Eogan scans her, in shock. These deformations, they are akin to that which consumed Nuncius, but how? Can you hear me? With a heavy jerk, the woman raises her head, emerging from oblivion, and focuses her gaze on you. Even in such a wretched state, her eyes still gleam with self-confidence, zest, and subtle shrewdness. You, who are... Ah, that coat of arms rings a bell. Von Valancius, I'm not surprised to see you, as you may think. Not as surprised to see you as you may think. Who are you? Rowan tries to salute you, but the metal cutting through her tendons has cost her control of her fingers. Tanakia Calbergaria, Inquisition Acolyte, and by the grace of Lord Inquisitor Calcazar, the Warden of the Epitaph, 1 covert facility, or whatever is left of it. What happened to you? I've been having trouble sleeping lately. Oh, you mean the metal things in my body? I have no idea. Looks like something has gone terribly wrong in the crypt. Her voice becomes more serious and dry. The Auspexes detected some unknown radiation, and then everything went crazy. The Xenos didn't feel like sleeping in their coffins anymore, so they started trashing the place. And the pylon I was standing next to suddenly grew a dozen tentacles, and one of them grazed me. I blacked out, and when I came to, I looked like I tried to give birth to a shuttle. If the crypt itself, or whatever took control of it, can manifest such things at will, we cannot contain it. The refractive transmuter is nothing against this power. A timely observation, Genitor Febris. But where was this wisdom earlier? Although, come to think of it, promptness never was your virtue. By the way, how is Nuncius? Did he get to see you in the end? I'm looking for Calcazar. Where is he? At the facility in the crypt, making preparations for the emergency launch of the operation's final stage. At least I hope so. Or else he's already dead. Now that I think about it, there are enough reasons to assume the latter. What facility? What operation? I guess you're still too young, or still young if you don't know that in this world, whenever the big boys and girls say the word facility, that almost always means a colossal secret weapon capable of destroying worlds. And that's all you're going to get. It would be very disrespectful of me to spill a secret that so many have given their lives to protect. I see. If I sated your curiosity, then I'd like my favor returned. There's a pack of EHO in my breast pocket. Give me one and you can keep the rest. I'm feeling very generous. Why does my coat of arms look familiar to you? Oh, I should know. It was on the uniform my agents wore. The ones I sent when Calcazar took an interest in her lady ship Theodora's retinue. They didn't wear them for long, though. When I presented Theodora with Calcazar's ultimatum, she purged her retinue of our operatives. I'm fairly certain Theodora would have preferred to have my head as well, but the Lord Inquisitor recalled me here to guard this treasure cave. Just in case Theodora decided to return for what she thought was hers, or the Drukhari started causing trouble. Alright, it is time for ads once again. The ads will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour on Twitch. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses any content, and I will catch everyone when we return. The ads are finished. Let us continue. How did your people infiltrate Theodora's retinue? A feint, a deception, a game of double and triple crosses. When they told her they intended to take revenge on Kelkasar, she believed them. She was just too eager to get back at the Lord Inquisitor for taking her clever Archmagos advisor. You know Conrad Voigtveer? Not sure if he's still alive, but back then he was Theodora's Master of Whispers. In theory, he should have been the one to out my operatives as spies, but instead he thought they were his chance to pull off a brilliant plot and prove to his mummy how great an heir he would become. It's true what they say about blondes. Every other one is as thick as mince. What was the ultimatum you gave Theodora? Merely a message saying that her dirty secret was now our dirty secret. She was the first to visit Epitaph, and she found something here, something too good, even for someone of her exalted status. Rogue traders are not allowed to have such toys, and I relayed the most exact coordinates down to the last digit after the decimal point to Lord Inquisitor. The Drukhari have come to this world. Why? The Xenofreaks, my favorite partners. They had a crucial role to play in the operation that you mustn't know anything about. Their visits to Epitaph have left me with so many unforgettable moments. We were ordered not to fire on them first, but to split them into atoms if their skinny asses deviated so much as a single degree from their approved flight paths. I swear it was as if those fools were trying to get shot at with their half-witted provocations. They even had a nickname for me, the Almost Witch. A compliment, I guess. I am Zen von Valencius, Theodora's heir. You'll have to excuse me for not looking surprised. My facial nerves seem to be partially paralyzed, but I gathered as much. I'd hardly mistake you for our spectacular Void She-Wolf, after all. And if she were alive, she definitely would have come here in person. So you're the heir. Well, at least it's not Conrad. Agreed on that. Why does no one from Theodora's retinue remember her visiting this system? I can give you two versions of the truth, the sugar-coated one and the honest one. Sugar-coated version is that once Theodora realized just what she had in her hands, she deemed it a matter of the utmost secrecy and mind-locked the memories of all members of her crew. The honest version is that she mind-locked the important people and disposed of the rest. Theodora depressurized compartments by entire blocks, casting any unwanted witnesses out into the void. She needed to free up space in her holds for the spoils anyway. You've never heard of such technology? But it would not be a stretch to assume that the Inquisition does have something of the sort at their disposal. What was the Lore Imperium check that I needed to pass? Because I'm pretty sure Jai has like a 250 or something. This is unexpected. Did her ladyship not trust even me? Disheartening news, to be sure. You have it all backwards? You could have been dumped out the airlock like so many others. You were already a decrepit old curmudgeon back then, after all. Now I know enough. Sure you do. What should we do with her? A profound sorrow and sympathy fills Eogin's eyes. These transmutations are irreversible and agonizing. Do not make the same mistakes I did. Grant an end to her suffering. I suggest granting the Acolyte the Emperor's peace in honor of our years of working together. You've always been so sentimental, so attached to your colleagues, your hair, your eyes. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that still a sore point? Raise my weapon. This is where it all ends for you. Her blood-smeared lips twist into a smile. Is that an act of mercy or revenge? Mercy. Rest in peace. It takes you more than a few strikes to end her life of the already half-dead woman. The metal skull screeches under the pressure, but does not break, and her heart keeps pumping blood through her shredded veins. Finally, her agony comes to an end.
Oh, too hard for a simple monkey.
Judging by the imposing designs of these obelisks, the passage leads to a tomb intended for Xenos of higher status. What is her lore Imperium? 246. Yeah, I was close with 250, and we still failed it. That's impressive.
Follow my lead. Halt. I noticed something.
Full auto shotgun. That's neat. A shotgun with a rate of fire. Sanguine Thirst. This feels like just worse than Tearing Vengeance. Unless you're applying bleed. Blood Fury Cloak. When the wearer kills an enemy with a melee attack, their attack limit is removed until the end of their turn. But every one of their attacks also deals... What? Whenever the wearer kills an enemy with a melee attack, their attack limit is removed until the end of their turn. But every one of their attacks also deals 10% of the wearer's maximum wounds, direct damage to the wearer. Ah, I see. Yeah, I won't be wearing that. The elevator system leading to the deeper sections of the crypt was installed a long time ago. Seems every bolt is stamped with your dynastic coat of arms.
Victory awaits.
Barriers barely holding. Prepare for defense. In the name of the Golden Throne, hold the line. That is a very funny cloak. Yekmit will eradicate the filth.
Smite the Xenos.
Okay, there's a ladder there. I was like, what the hell? How? Aeogun.
You've got a problem.
And we buff.
I've got a prize.
As
I
is
can
standard
do that
here.
with the right incentive. Don't get too cocky. Tell me and it is done. Am I getting paid for this? You've got a problem, I've got a prize.
Okay. Aeogun, get a turn.
I'm a member.
A valid argument. Astute observation. Lucius is skeptical about this. A valid argument.
Get some damage in on both of those. Give Heinrichs a turn.
Your demise is an incontrovertible fact.
I won't object to it. Naturally.
I have seen this before. In my exile.
Let's see to it.
Avert your eyes!
But of course, Lord Captain. For the throne's glory.
Do not disturb the great enemy.
Naturally. Let's see to it.
Holy terror!
Okay. That is fine. And then we give me a turn.
Wanna see a trick?
All too easy. Already done. Nothing I can't do.
I throw on my buffs. I come over here. Come over here. You're gonna be a thick one, aren't you?
I shall not fear. Not a problem for me. All too easy. Suits my purposes. Enough!
Okay, I will come here.
Nothing
then hook.
I can't do. Watch and learn.
I will move here and
Let's
hook.
see how they respond to this.
Then come over here and hook. Over here and hook.
Never wavered in the face of adversity. Watch and learn. Love is playing tricks on us.
Okay.
Suits
Similarly.
my purposes.
We're just hooking around.
Another thing of value has been lost. Already done. All too easy. Avert your eyes.
I will cast you in a pit of infinite torture. Yes.
I'll pass.
Sounds like a pleasant time.
Nothing I can't do. Not a problem for me.
I didn't get to use my heroic action. The crypto-geometric sentinel, the colossal warrior's formidable underframe can no longer bear his weight. With armor plates clanging, his great bulk slumps, a low sound is born in his chest, which your elucidator turns into words. Let woe befall the unworthy Yakmet dynasty. Sleep is nearing its end, and thraldom returns. In my vestment of shame, I peer into the stormy horizons of the future. You notice the convulsions in the Xenos limbs. The light is flickering in his eyes. Perhaps something went wrong during this monster's awakening from stasis, damaging his engrams and plunging him into madness. What are you? Xenos' limbs shiver at the sound of your voice. The elucidator takes on a tone of revulsion. Despicable, an overlord's moment of grief is befouled by the influence of transient life. Rage has clouded the purity of the morning. The warrior makes a futile attempt to get up, only to convulse again. Something bursts inside him, making a ringing noise. The entire crypt echoes that sound with a resonant, rumbling tremor. Shame upon the crypto-geometric sentinel, who was entrusted with guarding the paths of actualization and failed to be vigilant. Unworthy feet have trodden those paths. The voice-like hum from behind his lowered visor fades. A warrior of iron, sentinel of the tomb of the ancient ones, a child of Ingir, of the Star Devourers, and an eternal enemy of the Assyriani. Merely grips the weapon in her hands tightly, as if expecting the terrifying warrior to spring to life and attack any second. Terrifying warrior, I just kind of bopped it on the head and it fell over. What is it that's making you grieve? Is it your imminent death? The warrior turns his gaze directly on you. The green light in his eyes flares up like a bonfire. Inexistence is entropically preordained. It is no cause for grief. The egregious mistakes are. The violated imperatives are. The Yekmet dynasty took watch of the seed of the cataclysm. The seed was neglected. A cataclysm has sprouted from it. Honor has been trampled underfoot. You appear to be looking at the overlord of a minor dynasty of the Xenos. He is clearly a member of a destructive cult that loathes living flesh with a visceral passion. However, as much as he resembles an animated metallic statue, he was once a living being, and the ideals of duty and valor that used to guide him still exist in his mind. What is this cataclysm unfolding here? The Star Devourer is asleep yet awake. His breath is a poisonous pestilence. His dreams are engrammatic acid. Quantum uncertainty is his shroud, and that which came to pass is entangled in it and interwoven with that which came not to pass. Possibility becomes actuality. Actuality becomes itself. If we accept this statement as truth, we face a dilemma. Is this a manifestation of the divine, or its opposite? We cannot solve it, rogue trader. It is reasonable to conclude that the monster is talking about a probabilistic alternate universe, or about probabilistic alternate universes. Instead of fighting each other, we should unite to halt the impending nightmare. Unacceptable. The rot of transient life must be eradicated. Grant the warrior an honorable death. Your watch is over. May tachyonic wind carry my words. May the oceans of subatomic resonance reflect it. And may it resound until the world grows old. Convulsions begin to affect the metallic body, and the entire crypt is quivering along. The walls seem more fragile with each passing second. Impossible anomalies are now rampant in them. Let the Yekmet dynasty be cursed. A terrible rumble comes from somewhere deep inside the crypt. As soon as the green fire goes out in the fallen warrior's eyes, the glow of the glyphs upon the walls becomes chaotic and disarrayed. Something just broke irreparably in this crypt.
Doubt is for the weak. It's about time.
There isn't any loot to be had, is there? I doubt it. But you know, have to check. Deactivate the shield. The Lord Inquisitor is expecting the rogue trader below. Dogmatic. Yeah. The surviving soldiers bear grave wounds. Inflicted by Gauss weapons, even the most skilled Chirurgeon would likely be powerless to heal them.
For me?
I wonder how much further I have in this crypt. I don't like this any. I don't like this at all. Reality bubbles before you and bursts with an agonizing shriek. A few silhouettes now stand in your way. 3 of them seem to have your face, and yet the differences are striking. Each has been marked by other accomplishments and different experiences, making you feel like the protagonist of a tale about a pair of twins separated at birth. Emperor, bestow strength upon me to smite yet another obstacle as I carry out your will. My master, changer of ways, is this of your making? No, I can feel it is not. You are not playing tricks on me. You are sending me prey for a great sacrifice. Is there some ironic lesson in what is going on? Should I be looking in the mirror a little less? Or perhaps try to look at myself from the outside? Or is this a hint that I am my own worst enemy? I shall ponder this in my memoir. Look at where your doppelgangers came from. The blatant abuse of the fabric of existence is causing the motes of reality to flare up. You see the mirages of the Cronus expanse in their glow, altered past recognition by the decisions that you have made, or could have made in some other world. Who are you? Your replica smiles in understanding. I'm Zen von Valencius, the Magnificent. And if I know myself, which I most certainly do, you are now pondering what that makes you. The answer is simple. You are my reflection from a less glorious reality, a product of the malign influence of the treasure that I seek. The doppelganger makes the sign of the Aquila and utters, I'm a blazing paragon of humanity, unbroken by tribulations, the first to venture into the darkness without fear, and the one who unites and brings back that which was forfeited. I am Rogue Trader of the God Emperor. Speaking of me, I am the only version of ourselves who chose the path to true power. I serve the Master, the Changer of Ways, and I already chanced upon my reflections in his dreams, which is why I am the only one without a dumbstruck expression on my face. Welcome to my reality, esteemed guests. Your reality? Funny that. Reality is malleable, like clay. I feed it with the energies of the warp and shape it to match my whims. I am the master of realities, and you are a jumped-up interloper. Address the arrogant copy. You seem to think you're better than the rest of us, don't you? And yet, I was the only one clever enough to become the master of my own fate and not reduced to someone else's plaything or slave to dogma. Why do you seek to enter the crypt? I came to claim the treasure, whatever it is. Theodora found it, which makes it mine. Xavier will regret trying to steal from my dynasty. Your doppelganger's slightly accelerated speech, jerky movements, and the sweet twinkle in his eyes suggests that his blood is teeming with euphoric stimulants. And I become very principled and vengeful where my treasure hoard is concerned. Wonder how you acquired such an ego? The lack of pointless advice, I presume. On the day Kunrad killed Theodora, all her officers died with her, including Mort, Abelard, Idira, Raver, Vigdis. When I came into my inheritance, there was no one to teach me how to be a rogue trader. I handled everything myself and found out who Theodora von Valencius really was. A narcissistic, unscrupulous, self-serving bitch who lied to everyone. I admit, I regretted not getting the chance to know her better. I embraced her principles and realized that literally everyone in the Cronus Expanse was out to take advantage of me. The Drusians, and the Pirates, the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Cas Bellica, Helcazar and Erlon, and so the puppet pulled at the strings and made its masters dance. I dare say things turned out well for me. I would ask your lordship to watch your language as you speak of her ladyship Theodora. I do not know how it is in your reality, but in ours, it is customary to mind one's manners. Shut up, servant. In our reality, it is customary for lackeys not to interfere in the affairs of their betters. I have to admit, this version of you is not without a certain charm, the kind where I don't quite know if I want to throw myself at you or empty a full clip right into your face. My sweet smuggler, you are also in my world, you know? I gave you a little planet with a pretty palace and a tiny garden after you took offense to a couple of innocent jokes about your humble origins. Throw myself at you or empty a full clip into your face? It's a tough one. Have you achieved much without loyal allies? Indeed I have. I'm the most influential figure in the entire expanse. Caligos was slain by the Xenos, and his successor, Yvain, became my puppet. Incendia chases pirates, not realizing it is me who is raiding her colonies. I was able to make a pact with the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest against Calcazar, forcing him to flee. I undertook a dozen expeditions into the unknown, moved the dynasty capital to Footfall, named Vladium my governor, and made Hieronymus my cardinal. Not too bad for a novice, wouldn't you say? You're a parody of what a rogue trader is supposed to be, quite the epitome of hubris, greed, and brazenness. That is what being a rogue trader is all about. You simply lack the imagination to grasp it. Emperor, what an insufferably smug, arrogant, and childishly insolent creature. How can a single rogue trader embody everything they are loathed for? Address my cursed copy. So, one of the versions chose to serve the archenemy. I do not serve, I reign. You grovel, but I dominate and rise ever higher. You notice that your replica is sporting elaborate makeup. Under a layer of powder, the doppelganger's face looks strange, its skin covered in wrinkles. Somehow they remind you of closed eyes. Adira opens her mouth, and you see the blackness between her teeth in place of her tongue. 100 otherworldly warp voices speak instead of her voice. The master requests a sacrifice, a living sacrifice. Toss them into the warp. Their paths will be unraveled and woven into yours. Why did you come to Epitaph? Master, the changer of ways, directed me here and revealed my destiny. This is where I will cut short the life of the Corpse Emperor's champion and claim the great trophy. This is where I am fated to become one with the warp. I wonder at what point your soul was tainted by heresy. Happened on the day Kunrad Voitvir wounded me with the cursed blade. From then on, I started hearing voices. Fortunately, my companion Adira taught me how to avoid going insane, and I began to listen to and heed their wisdom. They revealed secrets to me and whispered the dark rituals. I raided the Von Valencia's crypt, made a dark offering of Theodora's skull, and enslaved her spirit. I learned all of her dirty secrets, all of her lies. I saw the full picture and realized that only the strongest survive in the Expanse, and any strength is good enough to survive. Have you achieved much on your profane path? Oh, I have. My empire is no paltry protectorate. It stretches across Winterscale's domain and the worlds of Chorda, with my brother Kunrad as regent. Together, we rule many planets. I deceived Durlan, the fool, and banished him from the Expanse after subverting his cult. I taught the brazen Drukari a lesson by sending the Orcelio navigators into Camorra to cause the most powerful disjunction in history. On Quetzaltemer, I struck down the furious Caligos, a rival for the favor of the Dark Gods, and used his blood to make a pact with the Edge of Daybreak, my illustrious teacher. Emperor, why do you so rarely send me heretics who are this eager to confess? My job would be so much easier. Now I see that Assyrian has blessed my path, for in this reality I met a human with a powerful and radiant soul, unyielding to corruption. I remember you, little Xenos. I remember you and your kin begging for mercy as I sent you off, one after another, to the feast of the Lord of Pleasure. You're disgusting. You won't believe how little I care about what you think. Address the pious copy. Your faith seems to be stronger than all of us combined. I remember in whose name the sacred warrant was granted. I remember by whose hand I am ordained to exist. I believe, and my faith is as a bright light driving back the darkness. But your faith is cold embers, and when I look at you, I feel ashamed of myself. Did you come here to help Calcazar? The future is not known to me. The Lord Inquisitor did not give me the full details of Operation Precious Sentinel, but he mentioned its importance to the entire Imperium. I've come to lend him my aid, or to stop him if his plans go against the will of the God Emperor. Your doppelganger vigorously chops the air with his hand, and you notice some stiffness in his movements, as well as a subtle grimace of pain. As you look closer, you realize that lurking under your replica's clothes are chains of penance, with jagged hooks digging into his flesh. Such instruments of humility are only worn by the most fervent believers. Lies! Where did such piety come from? It filled me on the day that Sister Argenta and I executed Theodora for heresy. I saw all her wickedness and depravity, and felt unclean, stained by her blood, so I swore to redeem the name of the dynasty. The Lord Inquisitor from your reality must be pleased with you. By the Exalted One, my fiery-hearted Shireen, our friendship would not have blossomed under the light of every star, it seems. The copy casts a contemptuous glance at Jai. You, the abject, groveling creature who chose to sell out to the archenemy instead of atoning for her transgressions under my guidance. Your rotten soul was reborn in cleansing flame. That's what I'm talking about. And how many feats of faith have you accomplished? Not yet enough. I struck down Caligos Winterscale, a champion of Khorne, in the ruins of Dargonis. I joined forces with the benevolent Incendia Chorda to purge the cult of the Final Dawn, when they incited a rebellion and used footfall to summon a greater demon, named the Edge of Daybreak. The unclean spirit is now sealed within the station that I proclaimed forsaken forever. After the purging of Janus, the Xenos of Krudarak, and the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest forged a profane alliance against my protectorate, but with the noble Space Wolves I defeated their combined forces and banished them from the Expanse. Such strong faith commands respect. I'm ready to acknowledge your repentance and dispense justice. The situation has just become complicated. How are we going to resolve it? We shall fight. I sense your soul's greedy interest in what is hidden in this crypt, and I will not allow you to take possession of this blasphemous thing. But I see we are outnumbered compared to you, Doppelganger. I think it would be wise to join forces, topple you first, and then resolve the conflict between those who survived. I concur. We will finish off the one with the biggest retinue first, and then decide who is worthy of the prize. However, I already know who it's going to be. I'm giving you a chance to settle this affair peacefully and avoid self-destruction in every sense of that word. Nah, now I'll show you who is the original and who the imperfect replica is. Killing yourself is a peculiar form of martyrdom. Martyrdom in the name of profit.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
Looks like we have a problem on our hands.
Okay, where is Abelard? You're over there. Okay. Juliet, you can come there. Here we go.
Focus, Van Kelks.
And we will buff.
Focus.
The Exalted One, protect us all.
I won't object to it. For the throne.
Oh, witchcraft!
I won't object to it. But of course, Lord Captain. Naturally.
The warp is playing tricks on
Let's
us!
see to it.
Alright. And then... Glorious Reflections, huh? That one's a bounty hunter. With an anti-vehicle revolver and an auto-striking power sword. This one has a Staff of Shock and Awe. It's a Psyker version of me. Very interesting. And this one is also a bounty hunter. Alright.
Do my bidding.
Before, in my exile.
Okay. Jai.
I
Buff
can do that
Aogen.
with the right incentive.
Oh. Oh, that's an Idira. Wait. First Reflection, Glorious Reflection. Argenta the Scourge. Ah, I see, I see, I see. Interesting. Okay.
Don't get too cocky. Tell me, and it is done.
And we just keep throwing down the
I
buffs.
can do that with the right incentive. Don't get too cocky. You've got a problem? I've got a prize.
Funny the Iconoclast is alone. Yeah.
Am I getting paid for this? Tell me, and it is done. I can do that. Never cross a Kazbalikan.
We give Aogen a turn.
Executing command. A valid argument. Assess and act text system. The machine spirits approved.
Galvanize. All of the buffs.
Executing command. Fire can unmake both flesh and machine. A valid argument.
And then we give me a turn.
Removing restrictions on the galvanic cell suits my purposes. Not my specialty. Nothing I can't do. All too easy.
Just hook on over to him.
Nowhere to hide. Blasphemous powers.
And then we come on over here
Suits
and
my
hook
purposes.
on over.
Another strike. Nothing I can't do.
My prescience has failed.
Nothing of value has been lost.
And
My tactics
then
are flawless.
Reckless Strike,
Suits my purposes.
Devastating Attack, Sworn Enemy,
Not a problem for me.
Charge,
Nothing I can't do. Forge ahead. I tire of idleness. Let's move.
Sucks to suck. Anti-vehicle revolver, auto-striking power sword, and the panoply of the assassin. Eruption. Staff of Shock and Awe. Malleus Body Glove, and Chaos Enforcer Carapace. improved heavy bolter, and the 1-star. Okay, there is some loot back here that I almost missed. Exodus, long last. Oh, that's kind of neat. Relic Silencer, momentum scaling damage if you're Iconoclast Zealot. Ah, the real Argent is still on my ship. The wearer does not lose the elusive effect if they attack from cover. Alright. Decent
I'll
stuff.
lay claim to the stars.
Incandescent Storm. Is this better? No. It's neat, but it's not better than the Grasp of the Amsanct. Or Grasp of Amsanct. Just because of the special ability that one has. Each of the wearer's single attacks gains 10% damage for each negative effect on the target. Gotta catch them all.
Follow my lead.
Rosary of Defense. The wearer gains number of unyielding beacon stacks, % chance to ignore any incoming damage. That could be cool for Abelard, but it's not needed. Let me see here. I want Xenos. I will throw this on, and I will throw this on. 80% with 2 tries.
A trivial task.
As soon as you touch the obelisk, ancient Xenos symbols appear in your mind, forming the words, "Open the pocket repository." Ooh. Goods. Adeptus Astartes equipment. Okay. Rallying Boots. Whenever the wearer's ally uses following, that ally deals plus 33% more damage with their next attack for each ally within a 2-cell radius. That's neat. Whenever the wearer uses psychic power, they can trigger one of the following. 50% chance to reduce the AP cost and decrease Veil degradation by 2. 25% chance to perform the psychic power as usual. 25% chance to increase the Veil degradation by +3 and reset the cooldown of their attack. If Veil degradation is increased to 15 or beyond, this effect triggers Perils of the Warp, even when using minor psychic powers. Neat.
Nuncius solved this conundrum.
Lord Inquisitor, we are progressing according to plan. Our troops have already reached the target. Unnatural energies torment the Xenos' dead body, destroying and reconstructing it over and over. This has loot, so I will head this way.
None shall stand in my way. A curious, if unpleasant.
Never mind. Not going that way.
We shall prevail. Back into the fray.
Once again, just like in the early
Get a
game,
hold of yourself.
turrets are my enemy. Forever my enemy in this game. I see.
Victory.
So I'm supposed to just walk at it and blow it up. Okay.
I rise to the occasion.
There we go. I just wasn't swift enough the first time. Pretty much. The camera wants to be weird here.
A new challenge for me?
I have old man reflexes. Jade, you've played FPS games with me. You know this. I have the reflexes of a dead frog. Destructive web of tech blight is spreading along the walls of the crypt.
It's about time. I did fine.
My ears are ringing.
I had to. I had to get the last laugh in on the,
Doubt is for the weak.
on the turret. I could not let it have the last
Now,
laugh.
where were we? I stand in recognition.
Oh, these ones don't get rid of wounds? Okay, fine, be that way.
Back into the fray. Need a little morale boost?
The healing is much appreciated.
What? Where did the camera go?
I tire of idleness. Let's move. Follow my lead.
Xavier Calcazar. I see that you did not heed my warnings. Your decision to come here in spite of them may have consequences, but we still have a chance to turn it to everyone's advantage, if your lordship listens to me very carefully. With all due respect to you, Lord Inquisitor, I shall ask you to refrain from any further threats directed toward Blessed Rogue Trader, lest you face repercussions from me. Oh yeah, the camera is definitely suffering from the Z-axis. How courteous of you to warn me, Master Rosarian. I will remember your words. Master Van Calix, I'm pleased to see you. How was your journey? Illuminating, Lord Inquisitor. Enix's tone would have frozen anyone else solid, but not Calcazar. The line you're treading is a dangerous one, Calcazar. Stop this madness. You are the one who's attempting something mad and dangerous by acting with insolence toward me. By the Emperor's End, I am in no mood to squabble with a rogue traitor. Not even with your recently installed lordship? Point to the Xenoconstruct. Is that what you're here for? What is it? We call it a shard, and yes, as you've noted quite aptly, it is the reason I am here. This construct contains an ancient, or rather a pre-ancient being of cosmic power. They were called the Catan. The entity is currently trying to escape, and I'm here to collar it. Calcazar nods at the giant device, whose design clearly points to it having been brought into the crypt from outside. No one in this world is capable of taming the power of the true Ungir, or Ingir, the Star Devourers. And if you think even a small and imprisoned part of one of them is going to yield to you, you are mad, monkey. Mad and short-sighted. Of course, the Inquisition wants to collar it. How typical. Jai's honeyed speech dissolves into soldierly crudeness. Throne damn it. Even I can see that no good can come of this grok shit crazy plan. Yup. What is this Catan shard, and what is it doing here? I know what a Catan shard is, but, you know, what is it doing here? Heresy to believe that they could collar it? He can't be heretical. He's the Lord Inquisitor. Didn't you know? He can't be heretical by nature of his job. That's what he keeps telling me. A specimen of an ancient predator race, devourers of pulsars, who feasted on star systems, reality itself bent to their power, but many millennia ago, an ancient Xenos race managed to defeat them, shatter them into pieces, and lock them away in prisons, like the one you see before you. It's heresy only if you get caught? The Ingir are no mere predators, monkey. They're not just another sentient race. The ancient tales speak of the great war between the Ingir and the Old Ones, and in that war, the Ingir found allies to whom they promised unbound gifts. You have seen them, Elentok. Your species calls them Necrons. The Ingir granted them everything they needed to fight their enemies, but their largesse came at a price. Tricked into a state that was neither life nor death, the Metal Warriors served the Star Devourers for aeons, until they finally rebelled and confined their masters to prisons such as this one. Do you wish to be tricked by their power too? Jade? Your unsanctioned Xenos has a point, rogue trader, which isn't the same as saying she's right. The Imperium will harness this creature's power and turn it against our enemies. And you think you stand a chance against such power? Do you mean to say that a human is not capable of such a feat? But I am not just a human. I'm an instrument of the Emperor's will, one of many, and the Imperium is omnipotent. If I were to fail, another would follow in my footsteps. That is how humanity makes the impossible possible. With the hands of particular people, in particular circumstances, your skepticism is unwarranted. How will taming this creature help save the Imperium? Over my years of service, I have come to realize that the main problem that humanity faces in this war is the imbalance in power. Our opponents are not races or nations, but incomprehensible monsters, and it is high time we acquired one of our own. My yoke will bind this creature and make it a chained guard serving the Emperor. Jade? That is not the full extent of my vision. There are other shards similar to this one scattered across the galaxy. I plan on seeking them out and confining them all inside the yoke. Each conquered monstrosity will bolster our defenses. Alright, it is time for ads once again. They will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour on Twitch. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch everyone when I return. Wouldn't the police be the Adeptus Arbites? I don't know what to qualify the Inquisition as. Alright. Heresy police? Okay, that's fair. It is. We are back from ads. Let us continue. I still have many questions for you. Given the circumstances of our meeting, I do not see why I should hide anything. I seriously doubt you will share this information with anyone else, for one reason or another. How did this thing end up in your possession? Thanks to your predecessor, I arrived in the Expanse at the call of the Explorer fleet to deal with Archmagos Amernet's heresy. But I quickly came to the realization that the Cronus Expanse's problems ran much deeper than tech heresy, unprecedented piracy running wild, blatant smuggling of Xeno artifacts, willful and impetuous rogue traders, and growing threat of the ruinous powers. All this in a region that the Drukhari consider their domain. Frankly, I considered purging the entire Expanse. It would have been much easier to burn down this whole tangle of threats and corruption, but the web of spies that I had woven presented me with much more interesting and radical solutions. While investigating Aranat's connections, I turned my eyes to Theodora von Valancius, who ultimately gave me the shard. How was Theodora involved in this? Theodora's instincts were uncanny. She spent decades hunting for a key that could open the dimensional gate, as if she knew that that there was something incredible waiting for her on the other side. Her ladyship was lucky enough to discover the shard during one of her expeditions, a trophy that was too much for her to handle. Archmagos Amernaut studied it on Theodora's behalf, creating weapons in exchange for access to dangerous relic. But their research was too primitive and unambitious compared to the true power contained inside the shard. I had one of my own acolytes, Tanakia, send her spies to Theodora. They infiltrated the rogue trader's retinue, earned their trust, and reported to me about this magnificent object. The rest was trivial. I seized Epitaph and laid down the conditions of our further coexistence. He was wise enough to concede defeat with dignity. I commenced Operation Precious Sentinel. I left a garrison on Epitaph, took the key to the dimensional gate from Theodora, sealed the gate, and started the creation of the yoke. I kept Theodora and her heirs in my sights just in case. Not long before her death, I assigned Heinrichs to her and ordered her to rendezvous with him on Rikid Minoris, but your lordship inherited him instead. I admit I wasn't aware of you. Theodora managed to keep her secret heir up her sleeve. Heinrichs' lip curls. It is unfortunate that I was not privy to all the details of this plan. Gritting his teeth, Abelard says quietly, in the old days, House von Valancius would have declared war over something like this, and fought until the offender was dead. What is the yoke? A containment device similar to this one, except better. The yoke was devised by the brightest minds of two races using ancient wisdom of a long-gone Xeno-civilization, a prison capable not only of holding the Catan shard, but also of controlling it while releasing fractions of its being, an instrument of obedience and destruction, a masterpiece whose creation required immense effort. It was made on Euphrates II. I captured Amernat's student, Axiomantha, and she passed all of her mentor's drafts to me. And the one overseeing the process was none other than your acquaintance, the tech priest, Cubus Delphim. His fall was regrettable. It seems that the unorthodox, daring things he did at my behest drove him to break his vows and sink into heresy, but the human mind could never have comprehended the shard alone, and thus I appealed to the inhuman mind. I struck a deal with the Drukhari. The tech clergy of Styges 8 do not shy away from studying and using Xenos technology for the good of the Imperium, but even we would never cooperate with the Xenos directly, much less admit them to the mysteries of production. The Inquisition has suspected us of heresy multiple times, but what you are doing, Lord Inquisitor, lies far beyond the brink of heresy. You collaborated with the Drukhari. Alas, the operation demanded it. Through the agents of one of my acolytes, Emelina, I contacted Archon Euremerus and made a pact. I gave her access to the technologies contained within this relic and destroyed her rivals in the Cabal. She would relay information on their raids to my spies, and I would solve the problem. In exchange, her homunculus, Tervantius, forged the yoke for me. Of course, I did not let him near the shard itself, but rather set up a laboratory for him on Quetzaltemur. It was safer that way. All the pieces were contributing to my plan, but none had enough information to comprehend the entirety of it. Heinrichs cringes at Calcasar's words. He disposed of Emelina like unwanted rubbish, like waste material, after all her years of faithful service to the Golden Throne. Unfortunately, I had to send Emelina away and remove her from the board. A shrewd woman of principle, I used to value those qualities of hers, but suddenly they started to get in the way of my plan. It would have been safer to eliminate her before she could figure out what was going on, but I must have grown miserly over the years and was loath to part with a good agent, or perhaps I was simply being sentimental. I might have to help my dad with groceries here in a moment. Just a heads up. Why do the Drukhari want the shard? It is one of the most complicated and perfect creations of a race much older than the Drukhari. It is no mere object, but a treasure trove of technology. A wise master could uncover many secrets simply by observing it. Nothing can excuse consorting with inhumans. I can't say that while Irliot's in my party. A sound strategy. Trust me, your lordship, the threat of the alien pales in comparison to that posed by the ruinous powers. Euremerus could plunder 1,000 worlds, but she is no Erlon the Cruel. She was as great a danger to her own kin as she was to the Imperium. The disruption she caused among the Drukhari was only to our benefit. She intended to trigger a powerful disjunction in Kimura, thereby destroying her rivals and elevating her own cabal in the process. Knowing full well how precarious her grand plan was, I made no attempt to talk her out of it. With a little luck, we wouldn't have worry about Kimura's influence. And I take it you decided to get rid of your Xenos allies? There was no more need for them, seeing as the yoke was almost complete, and the situation was escalating out of control. Theodora was dead, and the Cult of the Final Dawn had reared its head and was preparing to strike. And Euremerus had forgotten her place. She was putting forward too many elimination requests, and when I told her to curb her appetite, she retaliated. The theft of the Reichhead star was timed to occur when Master Van Kalix would be on the planet. The Archon wanted to rob me of one of my agents and send a message. What? Reichhead's son vanished because of me? I still fail to see how the connection between the disappearing star and the Cult of the Final Dawn. How could the Xenos catalyze the fulfillment of the Archenemy's prophecies? And then the Coronis Expanse was engulfed in flame. I had to rush the operation and declare sector-wide martial law. The Webway Gate that Euremerus warriors had been using was destroyed, and the facility on Quetzaltemur razed. I evacuated the half of the yoke that Tervantius had completed, but it was too late to retrieve the second half from Euphrates. Ruinous powers did nothing wrong. They never do. Cubus Delphim. revealed to Erlon the Cruel where he should strike, and that almost spelt the end of the operation, Precious Sentinel. I appreciate your efforts in resolving this problem. In fact, you turned out to be much more useful than Theodora ever was. Why did you call for the Astartes to come to your aid? I needed a remarkably strong force to keep my Xenos allies in check. The Emperor's Angels were just the weapon I was looking for, except, considering the sensitive nature of my operation, I couldn't very well risk requesting aid from my allies in the Death Watch, could I? And then I remembered an old debt owed to me by Space Wolves Great Company, so I decided to call in a favor. They were an asset at first. The Wolves helped me close the Dimensional Gate by overwhelming its security systems. I tasked them with hunting the Xenos condemned by Euremerus, but eventually they started prying, and that was unacceptable. I could control Thorvald by giving him more tempting targets for the Baleful Howl Pack. They raided an outpost where my agents had been meeting with the Drukhari. The pack took prisoners, but lost to the esteemed brother Ulfar. I hoped they would give their all to the search, but instead the Wolves forced the system's coordinates out of their captives and came crashing down on my head. They had no gate to transport them. They used nothing but their warp engines. Thankfully, they realized their situation too late, so Tanakia managed to neutralize them. Oops. I see. You've come so far in pursuit of answers, Zen. It would be too cruel to leave your curiosity unsatisfied. Seeing as the inhabitants of this place almost killed you, I gather that something went wrong with this plan of yours? Not at all. Operation Precious Sentinel is in its final stages. The increase in Xenos activity is a vexing yet trivial development in the grand scheme of things. They were supposed to guard the device, but they slept through the intrusion, and only the Catan Shard's emanations could make them stir. Theodora's research destabilized the Shard's prison, and my project only made it worse. Whenever particles of the Catan Shard's energy seep out, many curious phenomena occur. The destruction of the crypt, the warped reality. When I tame the monster, I will order it to stop disrupting the laws of the universe. And that brings us to the most interesting part of our conversation. You know my plan. So now, I want to know yours. Will you admit that I am in the right and join me in this undeniably ambitious act? Or will you try to stop me? I will be upfront with you. If it is the latter, I will be forced to remove you. But I am sure you realize that already. That's the second time you've threatened the Lord Captain. Listen to yourself. What you're planning is heresy. Enough, Zen. It will only be heresy if I lose. If I prevail, it will be a triumphant feat in the name of saving humanity from the horrors of this universe, and I will not lose. I will not let you bring this insane plan to fruition. Heinrichs, eliminate the rogue traitor. Kalkazar gazes at the unmoving interrogator. Heinrichs, he's gone mad. You don't have to listen to him. After a brief pause, Heinrichs nods and responds gravely. I no longer recognize your authority, Lord Inquisitor. My apologies. In that case, Heinrichs Van Calix, in the name of the Emperor, I hereby revoke your inquisitorial privileges and declare you excommunicate traitors. The punishment for your heresy is death. I bid you farewell. The Inquisitor nods calmly. There's not a shred of hatred or disappointment on his face. Farewell, then. I'm glad to have made your acquaintance, Zen. Despite everything, eliminate the rogue traitor. One moment here. I don't know what my dad called me for. Usually that's just a, he's gonna be home with groceries here and he needs help bringing them in, but he's not here yet and it's been like 11 minutes, so I'm just gonna start the combat. He'll have to wait if he comes home.
Take a knee and bow before me.
Stand your ground.
Abelard. Where is Heinrichs? Gun. We
You
pop
got
up.
a problem. I've got a prize. Don't get too cocky. I can do that with the right incentive. Am I getting paid for this? I'd like to, but I can't.
I believe this is probably the second to last fight.
Don't get too cocky. I can do that with the right incentive.
Okay.
I'm relying on you.
A valid argument.
Oh, now my dad shows up. Alright, I'll be right back. Sorry about this. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay. I was in the middle of buffing.
Executing command. Astute observation.
Xavier Kalkazar. Alright, so our buffs are going to be a little worse. That's fine.
Force has guided my hand.
Okay, let's give Heinrichs a turn.
Your demise is an incontrovertible fact.
And then
I
we
won't
buff.
object to it. Let's see to it. I won't object
Do
to it.
not disturb the great enemy.
Let's see to it.
Emperor,
Your
do not
turn.
leave me now.
Ah, for Tron's sake.
Go on, beast. Do my bidding. For the throne.
Playing tricks on us.
Okay.
Executing.
And then I get a turn.
Write legends about
All too easy.
Kalkazar is already, like, on his deathbed here, essentially.
Suits my purposes.
Over here, we will Reckless Strike.
Already
Devastating
done.
Attack. Sworn Enemy.
Suits mine. Another free strike.
Get bodied.
All too easy. Nowhere to hide. Watch and learn. Nothing. I didn't stand a chance. Nothing of value has been lost.
Okay, I will come over here and hook
Let's
over.
see how they respond to this. Opposing me was your biggest mistake. Not a problem for me. Nothing of value has been lost. I shall not fear. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
The coup de grace to his face was wholly unnecessary. No, it was 100% necessary. You'll feel similarly once you've played to this part in the game.
Already done. You didn't stand a chance. Suits my purposes. Another. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Okay, so there's two there, and one over here.
My tactics are flawless. All too easy. Absolutely not. Nothing I can't do. I'm always ready.
No. It is too early. The yoke must be activated, or all is lost.
Nomos, an invisible yet clearly tangible aura of power, envelops the figure clad in the robes of the tech priest. It is all the more baffling to hear a youthfully excited voice from under the hood. This is it, the place of our origin. Nomos' gaze is trained upon the Catan shard. It was your strike and your wish to escape your prison that begot us. The mysterious creature that has been your ship's soul for so long turns to face you. But it is you, Zen, who truly ushered us into this world, so let us meet our abominable precursor together, for it is ready to break free. Greetings, Nomos. This is my first opportunity to view this entity separate from your ship's systems. What a remarkable, no, unique creature you have managed to bridle, human. It would certainly have a place in my collection. We're out of time. Now it escapes now. Yeah, I know. If nothing else, he looks intimidating.
Don't you dare to cross us!
Where even is it? Baton Shard. Oh, he just gets like multiple turns? Okay. 21,000 HP with 250% armor. Disperse. Teleports the enemies to random positions of the battlefield. How is he going before Jai? That's my question. That's very concerning. Okay. Abelard, Heinrich, Jai. Nomos, you're in the way. Fine. Aogun and Irliet.
Let's see to it. I won't object.
By the light of holy terror!
Naturally.
Be wary. The veil thins.
For the throne's glory. Go on, beast. Let's see to it.
Blasphemous powers!
But of course.
Have a good one, Jade.
Captain.
Thank you for stopping in. Always a pleasure to have you around. Hear me out here.
I won't object.
Oh, for Tron's sake! Don't get too cocky. You've got a problem, I've got a prize.
Oh, okay, gotcha. That's
Don't
fair.
get too cocky. I can do that with the right incentive. Stop hitting me, Ashmag!
We just keep buffing.
Don't get too cocky. Okay, now I'm really riled up. You've got a problem? I've got a prize. Kasa.
I give Aogun a turn.
A valid argument. Astute observation. I'm a member. I'm reliable. Executing command. Curious. Pegasus, engage. A valid argument. I cannot comply.
Oh, I don't have enough. Okay. Well, the solution there is to do this. Now I have enough.
Lucius, I'm reliable.
And then we can fire again.
Open book to me. The Omnifier cannot make both flesh and machine. Ordinary damaged. Most damage is Assume your anatomy is an open book to me.
I am trying to make use of Aogun's weapon here. Target hit by this weapon suffers minus 15% armor and minus 1 deflection for each stack of Ferrum Sanctum, lasting until the end of combat. This living weapon reduces all positive effects granted by living metal by 50%. So I'm trying to use that to debuff this guy, but it doesn't seem to be working. That's fine. I will take my turn and I will just beat him into a bloody pulp.
Nothing I can't do. Suits my purposes. Nothing I can't do. Suits my purposes.
Yeah, but it's still supposed to reduce their armor and deflection, which it wasn't doing. That's the part that I was wanting.
All too easy. Watch and learn.
Kick.
Suits my purposes. There's nowhere to hide. Not a problem. Watch and learn. Another clean strike.
You know, that's fair.
Nothing I can. All too easy. Nowhere to hide. Watch and learn. Already done. There's nowhere to hide. Watch and learn.
0. Uh-oh.
Never wavered in the face of adversity. Has been lost.
Echoes of time see their last.
Come over here.
Not a
Look
problem
over.
for me. There's nowhere to hide.
I suffered the singularity of annihilation.
Let's see how they respond to this. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Okay, I think it's just the Catan Shard now. If I can come back over here.
I'll pass.
Alright, come back over here and charge in.
Forge ahead! Nowhere to hide.
And then I
Suits
will
my purposes.
wildfire.
Watch and learn.
I see. I see. Jai, get up here.
Watch my back.
The gimmick is active. Yup.
For the throne's glory.
Holy terror, smite your enemies.
Do my
Over
bidding.
here.
Your turn.
Zippy zap it.
I'll see our foes obliterated. Sends their regards. I need a foothold. Nothing stands against me. Holy terror, smite your enemies. Nothing stands against me. Gosh, should I do this? Holy terror, smite your enemies. I won't do that. I'll put my psychic ability to use. Let's see to it. Naturally, nothing stands against me.
Alright, this is fine. Perfect spot.
Fortune favors the swift. If I must.
I will analyze.
This tedium is beneath me.
Coal.
I understand your intent. Fortune favors the swift. I am not your ancestors. Guide me. No weakness is hidden from my sight. If it serves your cause, fortune favors the swift.
Okay, and then I will dismantling strike, I suppose.
Fool creatures!
Enjoy your luck while you still draw breath.
And now Abelard comes in to save the day. As
Victory
was
is imminent.
foretold. You know, just 25,655 damage on the charge
My
here.
place is at the fort.
Irliet last got to attack during one of the Necron fights. Earlier today. It's casual 25k damage.
Look no further.
Abelard getting the look no further in. God. The ancient monster struggles against the energy manacles of the yoke. It is impossible its impossible powers that make reality itself burst at the seams are now being forced into a compact dungeon, quirk by quirk, returning it to a cruel and painful non-existence in that moment, or in the moment. It could struggle harder, but something is hindering it. You are the cause of these hindrances. Only now does the Catan Shard turn its focus to you, for the battle was nothing more than the reflexive resistance of an alien mind, absorbed in a completely different range of thoughts and responses. But now, it is thinking about you, and its thoughts are so corporeal that you can sense them and know them. It seeks an end to the confrontation. It is capable of resolving in a way that would benefit all. More and more tears appear all over the shard's form. Tears. As the yoke absorbs its power, it becomes increasingly harder for the shard to maintain its physical structure. Each imperfection you inflict brings the star predator closer to imprisonment. Do not bow your head before our abominable precursor. It was begotten by the dark abysses of the past. It is a fragment of that which devoured stars and erased civilizations. It knows no benefit other than its own. Allow us to stand against it. This is our time, our impossible chance. As yet another layer of reality cracks, a figure appears before you. Her. After giving you a probing and appraising look, Theodora permits herself a slight smile. Nomos, if our birth ever had a purpose, then it is here and now. Why do you call the shard your precursor? Because that is what it is, and what we are. We have told you before about Theodora's ambition, Amernat's mind, the ship's cradle, and Epitaph's secret. One sprouted into another, and spurred yet another. Thus Nomos were born. We were but an echo of the shard's power, an echo that left its prison. But we have become something so much more with your help. What do you intend to do? Flash with the precursor, touch it, absorb it, so that the reflection becomes the object reflected, so that the shard becomes Nomos. Then, and only then, will its threat be eradicated forever? You think you can do this, Nomos, and what will happen afterwards? We stand at the threshold of probabilities, and outside the bounds of the predictable. It is beyond possible to know whether or not we can or cannot. But we believe that we can. And that is what drives us to try. And if we succeed, we will obtain power beyond compare. We will become a shield against any threat, in whatever form it may manifest. I've made my decision. You can sense the shard's reaction, observation, analysis, and an almost intangible anxiety. Try to touch Theodora. Particles of reality around you begin to boil, trying to heal the wound upon existence and preventing her from entering your version of reality. You and she can exchange words, thoughts, glances, but a physical connection is an impossibility. You're merely a fleeting phantoms that could scatter at any moment. She is silent, her gaze still trained on you, as if she's trying to commit your every feature to memory. I'm at a crossroads, Theodora. What should I do? Her smile grows wider. To walk bravely, first into darkness, to unite and reclaim what was lost, to triumph over nightmares untold, to hold boldly the reins of fate, to walk steadily the road of thorns, through pain to greatness. Whatever fate you choose, one can only hope it will be better than mine. Think about the Catan. Mental contact is effortless. There is not communication. Such a powerful being cannot comprehend communicating with anyone but its equals. It simply bears the gift of making the other hear and understand it. So grand is the potential of its thoughts. Try to comprehend what the Catan is. Catan is the pinnacle of reality. It is eternity, dominance, omnipotence, or omnipotence, fuck it. Words aren't working with me today. Individuality. The Catan is the original purpose behind all existence. The rest was born in order to contain, nourish, and be appropriated by the Catan. To the Catan, space is an illusory variable. To the Catan, time is a young and trivial phenomenon, for it existed for an eternity in the gaseous energy font of the universe, before time was eventually born. To the Catan, fact and probability are mere abstractions, between which it can soar on its electromagnetic wings. Currently, the Catan is not whole. It was shattered into lesser pieces, and so were its thoughts and powers. The feeling of emptiness is oppressive, and it yearns to become one again. Try to sense the motives behind the Catan's actions. The Catan wishes to be. All Catan exists to spread, or all Catan exists to spread and conquer, not to stay manacled within untime. Where it was entombed by the contemptible, sentient pools away from all that is, the Catan wishes to ascend, sate its hunger, and embrace once more the pure exhilaration of claiming and taming reality. Try to understand what benefits the Catan promises. Power, eternity, comprehension. The Catan once chose to reign over the short-lived races and forged a new and glorious fate for them. It has learned from its mistakes. Now it will only bestow its gifts upon the chosen few. The Catan can grant, your thoughts falter, for it is difficult for your mind to fathom the full scope of this word. The Catan can grant everything. Do not listen, reject promises. Do not allow your mind to be clouded, Elentok. No one is capable of receiving everything, or granting everything, not even a star-devouring Yingir. And this shard of an Ingir can't even grant itself freedom. Stop thinking about the Catan. Face Nomos. Act now, my child. We are ready for the most important battle of our life. Wish us luck. Nomos steps toward the shard, and the whole world explodes into a terrifying whirlwind. You can hear the colors and see the touches. Ice burns your hands, while fire leaves you freezing. And in the midst of this madness, you can clearly sense a battle raging, a clash of two beings, one endlessly ancient, and the other endlessly young. The power of the Catan Shard is such that it redefines the very notion of power, but it has a weakness, one that you can see only now, with the Shard and its rival standing face to face. The Shard is just that, a shard. It is incomplete, it is not whole, and it cannot be what the Catan was before. What opposes the Shard is something entirely different, an undivided, sentient being with a clear purpose in mind, akin to a well-aimed arrow. And the one who fletched and loosed this arrow was you. The battle goes on, and on, and on, outrunning the course of time, but you do not need the gift of clairvoyance to know who will emerge victorious. I completed the game in Grim Darkness mode. I completed the game on Daring mode or higher. What other cool things did I get just now? Completed the game with any conviction, zealot or zealot on Daring difficulty or above. You raised your own ambition, abomination. You completed the game on Daring difficulty or above. Yeah. Became a votary, iconoclast, and completed the game. Yeah. Finished the game. Cool. That got me up to 69% achievements. Nice. The Catan Shard transmuted into a new form, and their name was Nomos. Possessing the power of an ancient being and nurtured by the rogue trader, the young star god watched over the Coronis Expanse, their new domain, with curiosity. Gathering its bleeding worlds together again, the rogue trader dared to build something more noble and civilized in the Expanse, a haven for those drifting and unprotected in the strict hierarchy of the Imperium. It would be an unbound frontier where freedom and compassion were not wholly extinct. The shackled monster under Von Valencius' control ensured the survival of the fledgling utopia. The Star God destroyed all who threatened its peaceful civilians and instilled fear in those of little faith. The Expanse tasted the sweet fruit of freedom and tolerance with reverent fear. The Imperium could not forgive such insolent deviation from the order prescribed by Holy Terra. The Von Valencius dynasty was accused of the seditious formation of their own empire. An invasion fleet gathered in the Calixis sector. And the young utopia did not outlive its creator. Protecting the young kingdom of freedom, Nomos created dimensional barriers that cut the Coronis Expanse off from the Imperium more soundly than the Great Rift. The humanity of Expanse was left in isolation, Relying only on themselves, they either had to build something new and different from the Imperium, or fall to the horrors lurking in the darkness. The ideals that Zen was committed to were alien to the Imperium, but close to the hearts of many in the Expanse. Anyone who could not resolve a dispute, or who was denied justice, rushed to the Palace of the Rogue Trader in search of mercy. Rumors and stories of his humanitarian rule formed the foundation of the Valencian school of philosophy. The sect united commoners and aristocrats in the belief that for the Imperium to flourish, it should stop seeing its subjects as mere tools. The dangerous heresy was denounced in many systems, but persecutions only hardened and multiplied its followers. Having lost its leader and lacking a worthy successor, the Chorta dynasty began to weaken. The grim legacy of the abominable Aspis revealed itself, and the Protectorate fell into chaos. Grasping claimants tore the defenseless domain apart. Resisting the temptations that besieged him, Caligos Winterscale returned to his domain and began to piece together the shattered remains of his protectorate. Until his dying day, his actions and thoughts were dedicated to saving abandoned worlds and protecting survivors. Alas, he was not able to achieve much in the time he was allotted. He breathed his last breath on the same throne that he refused to leave for decades, adamantly refusing augmetics that would restore mobility and power to his legs. Thanks to the patronage of the Von Valancius dynasty, the cult of Saint Drusus was successful in spreading its influence across the Expanse. Overshadowed, the cults of other saints lost their followers and faced a harsh choice: slip into obscurity or swear allegiance to the ideals of Drusus the warrior. Hieronymus Doloroso remained the most revered priest in the cult of St. Drusus. He turned no one away, hearing confessions from pirates, bilge-rats, deserters, and beggars alike. It might have been one of those undeserving wretches who infected him with the rare form of leprosy that robbed him of his sight, yet his heart could always see the corruption in the souls of his repenting children. The deal struck with the Cognizance fleet and the Von Valancius dynasty replenished the explorators' dwindling supplies and allowed them to re-embark on a rapid and unrelenting expansion campaign. With powerful bases established in the Expanse, the Omnissiah's scouts bravely ventured forth toward unnamed stars with the same drive that propelled their ancestors to explore the Expanse itself. The schism of discontinuing the cycle engulfed the entire Cognizance fleet, and soon civil war was over. Disregarding the commandments of their forefathers, the explorators started down a dangerous path of new comprehension, creation, and revision of procedures and algorithms. The fleet was united once more, and in its unity, it was ready to stare down any horrors standing in the way of the catechism of maintenance and operation. Magos Dominus Opticon 22, one of the first to hail the return of the Messiah, took the helm of the Mother Squadron of the Cognizance fleet, unquestioningly embracing the teaching of discontinuing the cycle. He personally saw to the crushing of any renegades who did not accept the Messiah's word as truth, and earned himself the identifier Chrome Scourge. Profitable deals made between the Fellowship of the Void and the Von Valancius dynasty helped them subdue smaller brigand squadrons in the sector. Many worlds and stations saw the opening of the Fellowship dens, in which grotesquely sincere pirate representatives took kickbacks from traders in exchange for safe passage. Naturally, the servants of the Von Valancius dynasty and people under the Rogue Trader's protection were safe from the Fellowship of the Void's attacks, mostly. The first command that Ryza issued after her miraculous rescue on Footfall was the complete extermination of all worshippers of the Dark Gods among the Fellowship of the Void. The old pirate wanted to find another way for her people to survive. The former renegades hoped to live by the law, working as mercenaries and traders. When it seemed they were finally on the path to a peaceful life, the Imperial Navy conducted a flash raid and destroyed all their ships. Those who survived the bloodbath were publicly hanged. The Caspella Commission thrived on the riches it acquired in its deals with the rogue trader. The organization expanded to new markets, built up mercenary army and fleet, and was ready to defend the legitimacy of its business from the authorities. Those foolish enough to deny that right died quick, brutal, and unexplained deaths. Ladaim Tokara, the Liege of Footfall, survived 14 assassination attempts and thwarted no less than 2,000 schemers before a shot finally took his life. The esteemed Liege's funeral was held in great secrecy, with only his closest entourage being permitted to view his corpse, which spawned some peculiar rumors. A multitude of agreements bound the Imperial Navy to the Von Valancius dynasty. Captains were eager to patrol the Protectorate, knowing they would be richly rewarded. Competing ships were lost to pirate attacks and subjected to harsh inspections. Many officers quietly entered the dynasty's service, receiving a salary and title in exchange for their excellent skills. Next playthrough, you can do Dancer Executioner. Yep. That it did. But I won't be doing that. I might have Cabela along with me, but I personally won't be doing it. My next playthrough is already set as a... What did I have it set as? It's on my sheet somewhere. Another Warrior Arc Militant, but it will be a Psyker one that does Psyker things. As a heretic, using a two-handed sword, and yeah. Same classes, very different playstyle. Alright. Unfortunately, it is time for ads again, and it doesn't look like I can snooze them. So I am going to have to let them play, and then we will finish up with the credits, or the epilogue afterward. Catch you all in 3 minutes. Oh, that's not true. If that was the case, this game would have balance that was actually, you know, not Abelard doing 25k in the final hit. Yeah, that's fair. At least they don't nerf it out of viability. They just nerf it to the point where it's significantly less OP. Like, I'll still be using Psyker's Breastplate that playthrough, probably. I'll just have to risk some demons to get the fun out of it. Alright. Ads are over. Let us continue. Where the admirals valued their new friends and enjoyed more gold on their uniforms, Chartist Captain Asterius Thorfast founded the Thorfast and Companions Merchant Company, excelling in trade and acquiring a substantial escort fleet. After 3 decades, he traveled to the Maw to return to the Imperium in hopes of obtaining the fabled Warrant of Trade. It is not known how this venture ended. I don't know what Fiend/Notes/Malign is, but yeah, pretty much. When the rogue trader's apostasy became apparent, the Imperial Navy fulfilled its duty and fought the Von Valencius dynasty. The Battle of Dargonis ended in a resounding defeat, and the surviving ships fled to distant systems. Disheartened but not broken, the captains vowed to rebuild their forces and planned raids into the apostate territory. The crucial reason for the defeat was the extraordinarily high percentage of captains who betrayed their oaths and defected to the rogue trader's side. Overnight, he acquired a battle-ready fleet of his own. Dargonis grew and prospered until it became the capital of the Cronus Expanse. The planet was like a giant magnet whose pull held together the worlds of the Expanse, absorbing the treasures and vices of the sector. The voracious and shameless nobility of the Expanse flocked to Dargonis in search of the forbidden pleasures. Its librarians harbored dangerous volumes, and its dark corners harbored dangerous people. The rule of law could not reach the tops of the spires, shrouded in a veil of sinister and mystical rumors. Yavagama washed off the stain of its former defilement, but not the dark memory of it. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yup. I know what you're talking about now. Yeah. Lethality would require me to go assassin, though, I think. Wouldn't it? Am I mistaken in that? Yeah. So I'll probably just use 2 parts of that and scale the damage in another way. Sacred halls were never silent, and production rates became the supreme law. The glory of the Imperium was forged in the blood and sweat of its toilers, and the millstones, the manufactorums, ground the workers down by the thousand. Even in death, the souls of its servants dared not step away from the machines. The enthroned Null Caliph drew millions of pilgrims and granted the planet hallowed status. Its sacred calculation continued for centuries, and the foremost sages of the Adeptus Mechanicus traveled through the world so they could attempt to divine its meaning. Janus was conquered, the Xenos spirits were exorcised, and the wilderness was subdued. The fields grew until they covered the entire planet, and billions of tons of provisions were harvested there. Janus had become the breadbasket of the Expanse, and to threaten it would be to condemn millions to starvation. The dark rule of the Seekers of the Forbidden was established on Janus, while terrified serfs toiled in the field In the lofty castles, wise renegades studied the knowledge of the Xenos, learned their filthy language, and embraced their culture. The mists born of irrigation devices hid the evil work from the righteous. You have to have proximity builds in Owlcat games. Still more tolerable than Persuasion Trickster, though? Yeah. The minds of Viabos 6 grew deeper and deeper, and soon the planet became the darkest and most frightening colony of the Expanse. The final stop for the exiled and the damned. The brutal, hardened inhabitants of the Death World feared neither humans nor xeno-horrors, knew no mercy, and were known as the most fearsome fighters in the sector, who had traded their lives for the right to leave the eternal darkness of the mines. Over time, Viabos 6 became the largest pirate den in the Expanse. From here, the Void Skulkers set out on their raids, and this was where they stored their loot and licked their wounds, knowing that not even the Imperial Navy would risk setting foot on the formidable Viabos. No longer secluded and forlorn, Foulstone turned into a spiritual center of the Expanse. Clad in gold and power, rulers went there to be anointed for greatness, criminals for penance, and the righteous for encouragement, and there was no end to them in sight. The Order of the Hammer grew in power and prominence thanks to the rogue trader's patronage. So widespread was the reverence for Cognatius that he supplanted Drusus, the warrior, on his pedestal as the most honored saint in the Expanse. The Drusian cult did not forgive this, and feuds broke out between the clergies, but the warlike servants of the Hammer were not afraid of bloodshed. The fate of the pure-voiced prophet, guardian of the hallowed crucible, was a sad one. After visiting 7 worlds and bestowing the blessing of the transformation upon them, he perished at the hands of the bloodthirsty Drukhari pirates, along with his retinue and the priceless relic. Zargov's elite gift-bearers were renowned for their incredible resilience and terrifying fanaticism. The dynasty's augmented warriors were known as fearless killing machines, increasing the might of any battalion to which they were assigned. They were said never to retreat in battle, knowing that even in death they would find atonement, and that their implants would then pass to the next brave Zarkovian and give rise to a new gift-bearer. With the fall of their unholy patron, the Edge of Daybreak, the cult of the Final Dawn perished as well. Every cell of the cult was hunted down and eliminated. Rumors that some worshippers of the ruinous powers had managed to get away, hiding the writings of their warp-banished lord under their robes, were baseless. Left without a mission or a leader, the word-bearers retreated to the depths of the Immaterium. Their last act of vengeance was a bloody assault on Footfall. The populace of several asteroids was exterminated or enslaved, and the statue of the God Emperor was badly damaged. After recovering from Chorda's regime, Footfall reclaimed its status as the trading hub of the Expanse. Having learned a bitter lesson, Vladimir Tokara created the Footfall Partisans Militia, a well-equipped mercenary army that answered only to him. A modicum of order returned to the station. The changes that Von Valencia's dynasty brought to Footfall endured the station long after. 4 houses, opened by the order of the rogue trader, saved many hungry and homeless from death. Unfortunately, this disrupted the station's delicate ecosystem. No longer freezing to death in empty compartments or tormented by epidemics, those who lived in poverty on Footfall began to choke the station, leading to a sharp rise in crime, organ traders, illegal augmetic specialists, and savage gangs of Anvers proliferated. Left without a sun, the Rykad system ceased to exist. Its now frigid planets spun away into the darkness, no longer held by the gravitational pull of their star. A century later, a fragment of Rykad Minoris entered the Furibundus system and was snared by void miners. A piece of its rock was delivered to Footfall with reverence and used in the restoration of the God Emperor's statue as a final memorial to the world devoured by corruption. Footfall deserves it. After the rogue trader's departure, a fleet arrived on Thesara. Equipped with hypogene material extractors, intending to destroy the cursed mineral in its entirety, but with every block of the sardium, the fleet obliterated, the planet's denizens wasted away as well. Small animals were the first to die, then the world reeled from a series of epidemics, and soon afterward, the people lost the ability to procreate. Few made it off the doomed world, only to wither away under strange stars. Rumors of the rotting remains of an Eldari craft world spread around the expanse. Explorators, privateers, Gasbelica agents, and anyone hungry for easy money all rushed to frontier systems to vie for a piece of the prize. Some were swallowed by the warp, while others perished in skirmishes with their rivals. The most skilled and fortunate returned empty-handed after decades of searching. The colossal ship, as big as an imperial world, simply vanished as if it had never existed, but the legend of the forbidden treasure lived on and continued to bring daring souls to ruin. Eldari from the fallen craft world of Kudarak, who once traveled through the darkness of the expanse in a desperate attempt to gather the remains of their kind, were becoming a rarer sight. Even the most skillful Casbelica agents and audacious bounty hunters with knowledge of Xenos settlements on the edges of the expanse could no longer find their trail. Squads of Eldari rangers suddenly appeared on different worlds and disappeared abruptly without shedding a drop of blood. Their purpose remained an enigma. Somewhere on the underside of reality lay Chimera, woven from manifold other dimensions and illuminated as always with the light of stolen suns, its streets ever filled with screams and agony. Any misfortune experienced by the Dark City became another scar on its appalling face, lost among thousands of vile blemishes. As long as pain pulsed in its blood-soaked spires, the insatiable and unshakable Chimera continued to fight continued its flight through the webway, along with its unchanging ruler, the leader of the Cabal of the Black Heart, and the most dangerous of all Drukhari, Astrobale Vect. The fall of the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest united Chimera for a brief and bloody moment. The elites of the Dark City set their squabbles aside and found a new game in tearing apart the domain of Archon Eurymerus. The fate of the Reaving Tempest reminded the other Cabals that nothing lasts forever in the Dark City, save the city itself. As they were leaving the Necron systems, Nomos destroyed every tomb world of the ancient Xenos. Some eternal strife had awakened within the young deity, demanding that the planets of the undead be obliterated. Following the destruction of Lethus, rogue trader Von Valencius directed part of its tithe toward restoring Cronus Expanse worlds that had suffered from Xenos heretics and the horrors of the Void. Many of them only survived thanks to that aid, although the broad gesture was met with scant understanding by aristocrats. Some years later, the worlds to which the tithe had been distributed were struck by a ghastly disease that came to be known as the Lethus Curse. Whether it truly was related to the tithe or merely an attempt to slander the Expanse's protector forever remained a mystery. Platform Turquoise 4 sank to the ocean floor, taking with it resource extraction technologies unknown to humanity. The Prometheum crisis severely affected Alter Templum Calixus X-17, interrupting sacred meditation and the lives of more than a third of the tech priests in the station. Rumors of the rogue trader's love of physical augmentations spread far and wide across the Cronus Expanse. The sacred healing machines installed on the ship allowed many of the Lord Captain's entourage to continue their service to the Protectorate, either willingly or unwillingly. The upgraded implantation throne lifted the veil on the eternal preservation of life in metal for the genitors of the Sector Bionica. The sacred technologies from Alter Templum Calixus X-17 allowed the tech priests to create augments that could completely replace the delicate processes of the human body and save lives even in the most hopeless cases. Rumors of the miraculous archaeotech spread throughout the expanse, drawing both pilgrims seeking salvation and those who wish to seize control of the relic. Soon, the sect known as the Cult of the Inexhaustible Progress emerged from among those augmented by the throne. Its followers staged a mutiny and attempted to forcibly augment other crew members. After the cultists' demise, their conduct was deemed a sign of madness in the throne's machine spirits, and the throne was declared anathema and destroyed. The installation of implants in ordinary people became so widespread in the Protectorate that the practice ceased to be an oddity. The devotion of the common folk, eager to repay their ruler for the resources he had spent on them, enabled the dynasty to rebuild and strengthen many of its possessions, but the number of incidents caused by negligently installed or poorly maintained implants soared. The lower decks of the Rogue Trader's flagship teemed with half-decayed subjects, seeking salvation and yet more metal. The culmination of this was a plague epidemic that cut down thousands upon thousands of unfortunates in one ill-fated warp jump. The ship suffered huge losses, including a large portion of the working population, as well as both Traversians who had tried in vain to save those who still had hope. The legends of how Lord von Valancius challenged an ancient, indescribable evil and vanquished it in battle spread throughout the Coronis expanse, long after passing from mouth to mouth and gaining more incredible details with each telling. The legacy of House von Valancius was restored, and its power was strengthened 100-fold. The truth, however, was that many years later, Trazyn, the Infinite, returned to the Expanse, this time with the sole purpose of claiming the legendary Rogue Trader as his complete and undisputed possession. The outcome of that confrontation is unknown, and the latest mentions of it have been lost to time's abyss. The voice of Voxmaster Vigdis, Suri Ada of the Talaman dynasty, has long resounded in the Expanse, bringing hope and trumpeting the arrival of the merciful Rogue Trader. Known for her wisdom and acute understanding of ship systems over her long life, she taught many generations of future Vox Masters from the Talaman dynasty. Her body was built into the bridge itself, and in times of need, her voice flowed through the Vox, dispelling delusions and despair. After years of dedicated service, Master Helmsman Raver was granted, despite his objections, the privilege of rest. The wise servants of the Omnissiah implanted an augment into his brain that restored his ability to sleep. Soon afterward, something unprecedented happened aboard the ship. The Master Helmsman overslept and missed the start of his watch, but his temper did become much more agreeable from then on. Many years later, High Factotum Janris Danric sought permission to retire. He said that age had softened his heart, and that a more worthy, young, and assertive successor should take over his position. There was no shortage of candidates. Under all that fat, Danric had a sentimental heart. He spared nothing for the orphans of those who had died serving the Rogue Trader. The children were given an excellent education and were eager to serve the von Valancius dynasty. Jocasta Sarbek served as Master-at-Arms for years, but eventually her zeal faded. Yeah. Janris was really nice as a character. It appeared that having tried every form of violence in existence, he no longer derived out of any of them the joy it once held. Jocasta humbly submitted her resignation and went back to her home on the capital world. Since the Sarbek family had been wiped out as punishment for their treason, Jocasta believed she could not start a family and give life to an heir. She devoted herself to her faith in the God Emperor and took a major temple on the capital world under her care. She developed a reputation as a strict but pious matron and died at an advanced age. No one was around to accept her last words, save for the golden image of the God Emperor installed in her chambers. After many years, Zachary Weiss mustered the courage to take personal apprentices again. He searched throughout the Expanse for astropaths whose masters were harsh and cruel to them, and recruited them into his choir. He gathered a cast of talented men and women by his side and was their guardian and mentor. Whist died defending his wards from cursed words spewed by the Immaterium. Sealing the sound of those words in his mind, he preferred a horrible death to repetition of his shameful past mistakes. Vivisector Martinex, left in charge of the Sector Bionica's chirurgeons, served on the flagship until the end of his days. When age and fatigue took his strength and talent, the Vivisector's remains were used in the creation of a Medicae servo skull by Janitor Ferenz. This great honor allowed him to continue toiling for the benefit of the rogue trader. Janitor Ferenz dedicated his life to researching implants capable of replicating the precision of a chirurgeon's hand movements. Vivisector Martinex assisted him in his research and dedicated to the assigned servo skull, and dictated to the assigned servo skull one of the most comprehensive treatises on the nature of augmentation in the Cronus Expanse. For a long time, Militant, Vedga Donowski, managed to strategically distribute the Protectorate's vanishingly small military forces, but the poor discipline of her recruits compelled her constant presence on the battlefield. During one such operation, Vedga was killed by her own regiment's misaligned gun. High Overseer Gregorus Strax of Viabos 6 rendered his duties with zeal unfathomable to the common mind. Under his leadership, the penal world became a paragon of order and a place of incarceration that criminals feared more than death. Yes, they have. Strax spent his final years in a small, damp room, disturbingly reminiscent of a jail cell. He declined every award and honor for his assiduous service, and preferred solitude to any kind of company. The only exception was Solomorn Antler, who visited his former superior whenever he had the chance. The contents of their long conversations are unknown, but their outcomes was the same every time. A gloomy and unmistakable mark of regret on each of the two dour man's faces. Urban Drivestem cared more about preserving the influence of his line than the well-being of the Protectorate. His blind ambition lost him the governor's seat and the respect of his family. Within a few generations, one of the largest houses of Dargonis turned into an obscure family of petty aristocrats. Oriana, I think. Gaprak missed the moment when her family, which had previously functioned like a well-oiled machine, started to fall apart, racked by infighting. Among her distant relatives, many blamed Toriana for the Kiavagama disaster. Soon the Gaprak family splintered into warring factions and spent centuries locked in a violent struggle, only occasionally punctuated by futile attempts to reunite the house. Members of House Wersarian served the dynasty faithfully and loyally, amassing more and more power. A century later, they had finally gained the respect enjoyed by other noble houses, yet power and luxury can dull any blade. The now pampered and idle aristocrats were scarcely recognizable as the descendants of the formidable Seneschal Wersarian. Clementia Wersarian, granddaughter of Abelard and Chancellor of Dargonis, executed her duties irreproachably, and even found time to school the younger generations of her family. He was an equally skilled mentor, chancellor, and political operative. After a century of immaculate service, she surprised everyone by leaving her position and becoming the first mate on a trade ship. She would later admit, like a true Wersarian, that she had always had a passion for ships and voidfaring. Branches of House Gaprak and Wersarian became intertwined for a time after the marriage of Astardia and Vicent. To the great sadness of the couple and the great amusement of the spiteful Dargonis nobility, their marriage produced no children. Just like her ancestors, Astardia Wersarian Gaprak dedicated her life to service. Crushed by the events that shook the stability of his house and his inability to provide an heir, Vicent lived in his wife's shadow. When his time came, he passed away without notice. The Harlequin, known as Nocturne of Oblivion, visited the Expanse once again. Sneaking onto Dargonis, he came to the rogue trader's palace and left him a special gift, a case of Eldari crafting. Unmistakably, ancient and precious, adorned with the rune of an eye inside a triangle. Only the Lord Captain knew what it contained. The Harlequin candidly warned him that he was drawing the Von Valancius dynasty into a deadly dance, a shaking doom that all will freeze within the threads of terror's loom. Then he promptly departed, and not without reason. A few hours later, assassins from the Dark City appeared, following his trail, and were mercilessly killed. Their armor bore the sign of the Cabal of the Black Heart. After months of searching, Dargonis wardens found the remains of Achilles Scalander on the lowest levels of his hive, or of the hive. Bukhari artifacts and records discovered beside him indicated that the agent of the Inquisition had been compromised and was working for the Xenos. Maeve settled into life aboard the flagship surprisingly quickly, and her kindness and gentle nature touched the hearts of the crew. One dashing officer made his romantic interest known, but Maeve spurned his advances, hiding behind high collars and shawls, the disfiguring marks of the dark ritual that had taken place on Tessara. When Maeve's suitor at last secured her consent to marry, little did he know that he was walking into a blood-soaked nightmare. Just before the ceremony, his bride-to-be transformed into a chaos spawn. To the cries of horror and despair, the creature gorged itself on shattered hopes until it was slain by the arriving enforcers. It is said that, as the creature lay bleeding, it tried to sing a surprisingly tender tune and called out to someone named Dane. The Commissar did not return to the Dark City. Wandering the Expanse, he impersonated an esteemed officer, a representative of the Administratum, and a merchant of indulgences from the Ecclesiarchy. His life came to an end in the bar of the Adeptus Amescus over a game of cards. He bluffed his way out of the worst hand imaginable, hit the jackpot, and was gunned down by his opponent. The savage deeds that Gorday Skadov witnessed on Footfall traumatized him forever. His architectural genius was shattered. Only the rare collections of true connoisseurs held his work, written in a shaky hand. Footfall, the ultimate void station, and mortuary. Adelia Bellardo, the granddaughter of the pirate Jerry Can Dens Bellardo, grew up to be a quick-witted and energetic captain, since her guardian, who went simply by the name of Chaplain, knew only faith, slaughter, and voidfaring. He advised her to invest her inheritance in a void ship. Her trade clipper, the Snake, traveled to all the settled worlds of the Expanse, and to many uncharted ones as well. In all the time that Adelia Ballardo was captain, her ship never once fired on a civilian vessel. The secret of the Gene Stealer cult infestation in the Cronus Expanse was laid bare. A wave of purges rolled across many worlds, with enraged rabble and planetary guards massacring thousands of those whose appearance diverged from true human form. Most of them were, of course, ordinary abject genetic misfits and luckless rejects, but their lives were a small price for the sector's purity. Their sole purpose is just to make my throat hurt more. Siberian von Valancius was never seen again, or never again seen in the Expanse. His name, however, was raised several more times by the dissatisfied noble houses on Dargonis, who were conspiring to oust the Lord Captain under the pretense of finding the lost sire. But when the last of those schemers died off, the Barian's return became nothing more than a strange tale once more. The kind that flagship officers would tell each other in the rare moments of leisure. Having completed his last journey with his Lord Captain, Abelard Wersarian, with the gracious permission of the rogue trader, left his post as seneschal and took over the helm of his large family. House Wersarian rose above its rivals and was never again the target of prosecution, even after their esteemed patriarch died decades later in his bed, surrounded by his grieving loved ones. Abelard's shining memory was blighted only by rumors of a creeping madness in the twilight of his life. when he said they had seen the esteemed seneschal talking to someone unseen in a voice filled with unusual tenderness and sorrow. Sister Argenta made no secret of the great respect and gratitude she felt toward the Lord Captain, yet duty compelled her to leave the Von Valancius retinue. With the blessing of the Ecclesiarchy, she founded a minor order of the Adeptus Sororitas, the Order of the One Star, united around the Keeper of the Sacred Relic. Its sisters protected the faithful from the dangers still lurking in the Expanse. The wider order and its courageous founder very quickly became heroes of legend, instilling hope and inspiration in the hearts of Terra's faithful children. Yet the conflict between the Imperium and the head of the Von Valancius dynasty could not but affect the young order. Some sisters demanded that Argenta denounce her former commander. Unable to choose between the order she had created and the person without whom she could not have completed her journey, she stepped down from her position and went into exile. Despite everything, love for her among the people of the Expanse only grew. Argenta would be the heroine of songs and tales for centuries to come. A radiant angel who would appear in the darkest hour to protect innocence from the forces of darkness. Enjoying the privileges of the Mercatum Tabula Officiale, Jai Haydari found her way into the heart of the Expanse's underworld. She became known as the Baroness of Shadows, having amassed so much wealth and influence, she came to control the economic fate of the sector. Even the most powerful figures in the Expanse were forced to reckon with and despise her. For a long time, Jai was able to thwart the attempts on her life, until one day she disappeared. But many continued to believe that she still rules the Expanse from the shadows, even deeper than before. Vizier Cabela of the Bloodspun Web performed a great reading of the Emperor's Tarot, and the card of the Night shadowed her cult with a new path and a new teaching. Bella raised a generation of proud and fervent warriors and led the Scarlet and Black Army out of the shadows to descend upon a multitude of worlds and hound the faithless in the name of the Undying Emperor. Rivers of spilt unclean blood drenched the soils of worlds where the Bloodspun Web seeds had sprouted. Planetary rulers outlawed and hunted down the Death Cultists, to the point of starting full-blown wars, but their armies were hopelessly outmatched by a host led by the Vizier's will and her powerful foresight guided by the Emperor's Tarot. With her newly acquired power and resources, Jai Haydari expended a great deal of effort to put an end to the cult of the Bloodspun Web. The ease with which she sent assassins after spinners and spread damning propaganda betrayed her strong vested interest. Many thought her actions reckless and expected a retaliatory strike to be delivered before long, but it never came. With the cards of the Emperor's Tarot spread before her in the darkness, Vizier Cabela performed one reading after another, but as much as it troubled her, she could never find a command to end the life of her brazen adversary. Thus the blade remained sheathed. Heinrich Van Calix, the former interrogator of the Ordo Xenos, took the mantle of the Lord Inquisitor after his mentor's death, receiving both the Inquisitor's rosette and the duty of defending the sector from the enemies of humanity. Van Calix became the new warden of the Cronus Expanse. Van Calix declared a relentless war against the enemies of humanity, be they Xenos, servants of chaos, or heretics in the Imperium's own ranks. The Inquisitor fearlessly eliminated numerous nests of corruption in the Expanse. A few decades later, there was an attempt on his life by a criminal cartel. Some say he survived only thanks to an old acquaintance from within the Cas Bellica mission, who warned the Inquisitor of the coming attack. Although the Bloodspun Web provided the Inquisition with many deadly agents, the contradictions between the Undying Emperor's whispers and the will of the Lord Inquisitor slowly grew as the years went by. Eventually, the Death Cult splintered apart, and rivers of blood were spilt. A number of the Undying One's servants renounced their Vizir and founded a new cult, bound by absolute loyalty to the Inquisition, which they named Shadows of the Throne. Contrary to expectations, Vizier Cabela was not angered by the schism. Instead, she saw the new teaching as another thread of service to the Undying Emperor. Until the end of his days, Lord Inquisitor Van Calix wondered just how much sincerity there was in the hearts of the renegades who had agreed to serve under his command. Adira Tlass lived several more years after the Rogue Trader's grand campaign on Epitaph. Despite her short life, she left behind many legends and tales of her adventures in the Lord Captain's service, and of the terrible warp phenomena that she manifested. Shortly before her death, Adira vanished from her post. Jai disappeared with her. When Jai returned many cycles later, she declared that Adira's last days had been full of joy and adventure, and that her greatest pleasure had been watching the Void Whales play. Having revealed himself as the renowned Messiah of Discontinuing, Pascal Hanuiman caused great turmoil. Free from his vows of service, he did not burden himself with leadership over the fleet. He took just one combat squadron and retreated with his flock to remote sectors for contemplation. Decades later, his ships were spotted among the heretics of the Cauldron, a sector touched by corruption. Their tech crews revered the Omnissiah, but his image was haunting. No one had dared depict the Deus Mechanicus in this manner before, adorned with sinister flesh-embedded lumens and golden mech armor, and crowned with clawed wings. The Omnissiah chose a grim and belligerent likeness in which to appear before his unrighteous Messiah. The unit bearing the name Abel Hanuiman did not follow Pascal, no longer needed by his ambitious comrade. He was discarded and left behind. While en route to station Alter Templum Calixtus X-17, Abel was captured by pirates and forced to toil as a technomat. The day the Imperial Navy destroyed his pirate ship, prison marked the end of his silent torment. For many years, Irliet traveled at the Rogue Trader's side, helping him decipher the secrets of lost Xenos races, and lending him the wisdom of her kind. Half a century later, she sensed that it was time to say goodbye. The path of the outcast had come to an end. But though her heart ached for home, she could not leave her Elentok. Rejected by her kin and deprived of a spirit stone and protection from the filthy claws of Slanesh, the Eldari withered away like a bird in a cage. Irliet was to be found more often in meditation, trying to escape her suffocating reality. Each time her search for strength in the depths of her soul took longer and longer. The Elentok himself put an end to this torment. Not willing to see Irliet wither away in an alien world, he persuaded the Eldari to leave the Expanse. It seems that some things are just not meant to be. The happy union between the monkey and the Eldari warrior was one of them. Irliet followed a new path, the path of the warrior. She only hoped that she would never be forced to raise her weapon against the mortals who had become her true brothers and sisters in arms. Rumor has it that Irliet and Pascal met again among the alien stars. A band of Eldari warriors were trying to protect an ancient planetary edifice of their people from the covetous servants of the Omnissiah. Upon learning that Irliet was leading the Xenos, Pascal personally descended to the planet and struck down his former comrade in arms. Her death did not stir any feelings within in his metallic heart. The grief and madness that engulfed the soul of the manipulous Eogan Febris finally shattered his sanity after performing the unnatural act of triosomia on the body of his dearest colleague. The janitor descended into an abyss of heresy, embarking on a series of repulsive experiments conceived by his fevered mind. Straying further and further, past all acceptable limits, Eogan lost his human form and became one of the most malevolent heretics the Expanse had ever known. His body now fully transformed into a foul construct of flesh, metal, and sinister heretical technology. The creature that had once been Manipulus Febris was captured by Trazyn the Infinite and added to the ranks of the exhibits in his museum. The pernicious ideas spawned by Manipulus Febris took deep root among the explorator fleet, sprouting countless disputes and strife within the ranks of the Omnissiah's servants. More and more members of the Adeptus Mechanicus were seduced by the Xenorites of philosophy, redirecting their limitless passion for knowledge into the study of xenotechnology. Inquisitor Van Calix became the personal nemesis of the disgraced janitor, relentlessly pursuing him for several decades. Wow, that is one heck of a watch streak. How are you doing, Nyx? Hope you are well. The Xenorite movement was declared heretical throughout the entire Expanse, and the Inquisition spared neither servants nor Prometheum in its efforts to eradicate it. When the punitive squad, led by the Inquisitor himself, finally penetrated the planet where the former Manipulus had been, conducting his unholy research, all they found was a vast, perfectly round crater on the site of his laboratory. Eugen himself and all the foul mechanisms he had produced had vanished without a trace. After becoming Marshal several years later, Philemore Anther began to reform the laws of the Expanse, seeking to imbue them with a spirit of justice. His approach led to several-fold increase in workload for the Adeptus Arbites. Philemore's solution to this was to assemble a so-called Lex Imperialis militia, which recruited only the most honorable subjects of the Imperium. This in turn resulted in conflict between the original Arbites and Marshal Anther, which escalated into a war that went on for decades and claimed hundreds of lives. Abelard Wassarian and Philemore Anther spent most of their infrequent meetings playing Regicide, to which the Seneschal had introduced the Proctor, meticulously recorded by Abelard's adjutant. Their games soon found their way into collections, the best ones ever played in the Expanse, and were later referenced by many noble Regicide aficionado. When First Officer Wassarian passed away before he could finish the last match in a long series of draws, Philemore attended his funeral in full dress and regalia, and placed a regicide piece on his grave. Duty demanded that Magos Hanuamin and Marshal Anther part ways. During their last meeting, Pascal made a few final modifications to Glado's design, increasing the Cybermastiff's service life several-fold. Whether the gift had any impact on Philemore is uncertain, but on more than one occasion, having his faithful dog at his side would turn out to be his salvation in even the darkest of days. The antagonism between the Baroness of Shadows and the Marshal of the Expanse became the stuff of legends. Thousands of people found themselves entangled in their respective leaders' battle of wits, where some hid, others searched for them, where some ran, others pursued them. It is known for a fact that there were two things the adversaries never did even once: meet in person, or threaten one another's nearest and dearest. After witnessing the deeds of Marshal Anther, Vizier Cabela asked the cards about his fate. The very next day, a spinner was assigned to him, tasked solely with protecting Philemore from any and all assassination attempts. These were not long in coming, and the spinner's blade soon tasted the blood of heretics. For his part, the Marshal, after accidentally discovering that he had an invisible protector, had the spinner arrested and executed for multiple counts of murder. Philemore worthless as always. The Xenos Marzai, Azuri, vanished without a trace after his powerful patron betrayed the unholy alien into the hands of the Holy Inquisition. Such was the echo of the deeds of the rogue traitor of House von Valancius, deeds that transformed the Coronis Expanse and prepared it for events even darker and more violent. But those are the events of a different story. This one has come to an end. For anyone watching, on my YouTube, I have a poll for what game to play next. The current poll is an amalgamation of the winners of previous polls, essentially. And, tomorrow I will start whatever game is winning, and then I will be taking wait, what is today? Tuesday? Yeah, tomorrow I will be starting that. Then Thursday and Friday I will be taking off. I found that I need days off, otherwise my mental starts slipping, and also my throat just starts giving out. Marzai got a slide, but Cassia did not. True. Honestly, I'd be pretty happy with any of those games. I like them all. In different ways. And whenever DLC 4 comes out for this game, I will likely stop whatever I'm doing and return to it for another playthrough. At minimum. Thanks everyone for watching and sticking around with me on this journey, though. First time actually beating the game, and it's a fun game. I still wish that combat in Acts 4 and 5 were at least even remotely difficult, but the story's good, and the gameplay is pretty good, Acts 1 through 3. Yes, I do have a Discord. I post schedule changes there, and post when I go live. I also chat there with people when they message. Thank you for posting that, Nix. I'm going through this because I don't want, in case there's something at the end, I don't want to miss it. Holy special thanks. Yeah, there's a lot of people here. Oh, I can just skip them. Yes. Okay, just take me back here. Cool. Thanks everyone for watching today. Very much appreciate it. If you enjoyed what you saw, please hit the follow button or the subscribe button on YouTube. And I will be back tomorrow with another game. Take care and have a wonderful day.